His Property, a fake marriage romance audiobook. Nightclub Sin Series Book 7 by Michelle Love. Blurred.
I'm going to take Amalia for her very first time, and who knows, maybe I'll fall in love with her for the very first time as well. I know it from the moment I first lay eyes on her seductive curves. There's only one problem. That moment happens to be when she is walking down the aisle to marry my hateful half-brother Jackson. I'm his illegitimate half-brother, the black sheep playboy of the family. I'm used to doing what I want, and now what I want to do is Amalia. To have my way with her while she submits to my every command, but her father has sold her off to Jackson as part of a business deal. Fulfilling our desires could mean she's disowned, and Jackson's wrath could destroy both of us. He'd better be ready for the fight of his life, because I'm going to take what I want, which is Amalia over my knee, and then on her own knees for me, and I know from the look in her sultry eyes that she wants to give me what I want, no matter the cost.
Part 1.
Not for the first time, Amalia Rai gazed in the mirror and wondered how the hell she had gotten here. This is the 21st century, right? And yet, she, a successful classical pianist and music professor, was about to be married to a man she barely knew, and who she could barely stand. Amalia closed her eyes. She could hardly stand to look at the sadness in her own eyes. At 27, she had accomplished so much, and had thought herself free of her controlling father and all the crap that went on in their family. If it hadn't been for her desperation to save her little sister's life, she would never have agreed to this. But her father held all the cards. He would not allow Salima to divorce her abusive husband unless Amalia agreed to marry Jackson Gallo, her father's rival in business, and the man who had nearly brought her father to his knees. When Gallo offered Gajendra Rai a lifeline, give him his eldest daughter in marriage, and he'll give Gajendra a multi-million-dollar cash injection, Gajendra had not hesitated in going to Amalia and demanding she marry Jackson. Amalia had turned him down flat. That she and her father were not close was an understatement. For months, she had held out until the day Salima had called her from the emergency room of the hospital. Her husband had beaten her so badly that she could barely speak but just sob over the phone to her sister. Amalia went to her and was horrified by her injuries and by what she had been through. Gajendra, though, refused to let Salima divorce her husband unless Amalia married Jackson. Desperate, Amalia agreed, and now in a few minutes she would take her father's arm and walk down the aisle in the church Jackson's family had built in their luxurious compound on the outskirts of San Francisco. A prison, not a compound, thought Amalia as she straightened the wedding dress that had cost 7 times her salary. Her father had paid, of course, and although Amalia would have preferred to marry in the traditional Indian attire befitting her heritage, her father insisted that a white dress would be more suitable for the society pages. Amalia shrugged to herself now. What did it matter? This wasn't a real wedding, and it wouldn't be a real marriage. She had made it clear to Jackson that under no circumstances would the marriage be consummated. Jackson had laughed, and she knew he thought she was joking. He would find out tonight that she was deadly serious. Jackson Gallo was handsome in a bland, preppy way. The youngest son of billionaire property magnate Macaulay Gallo, Jackson was often to be found in the pages of gossip magazines, romancing some of the world's most beautiful women. When he had laid eyes on Amalia at a benefit gala where she was performing, he'd pursued her relentlessly until Amalia had grown frightened of his vehemence. She had finally thought he'd gotten the message. She wasn't interested when the call from her father came. Jackson had been victorious when Amma had agreed to marry him, but for her life, she couldn't understand why he would settle on her. Yes, she was a renowned pianist and a very successful professor of music at the San Francisco Conservatory of Music. Yes, she knew she was considered a beautiful woman with her creamy coffee and pink skin, bright green eyes, long wavy dark hair and curvaceous body, but to society and Jackson's world she was completely indifferent. A knock came at the door and her sister, dressed in a simple lilac silk sheath, came in and smiled at her. "Hey sis, are you nearly ready? Dad's hovering outside." Amma smiled at her. "Almost." She sighed and stood. Salima came up to her and studied her. "It's not too late, you know. We can skip out of here and escape somewhere hot." Amma laughed sadly. "And live on what, Lima?" Salima shrugged, but her eyes were sad. "I hate that you're doing this for me." Amma hugged her sister. "I swear, knowing that you'll be free of that good-for-nothing is the only good thing about this." Salima nodded. "Thank you, Amma. I mean it. And look, the prenup says I'm trapped for 2 years. Amma tried to make a joke of it. Trapped, but living in luxury. How many women would do anything to be me right now? Salima's nose wrinkled. With that creep? Salima had as much of a low opinion of Jackson as Amalia did. Her smile brightened. Olivier, on the other hand. Olivier Gallo was Jackson's older brother, and Amma had grown very fond of him. He was in his early 40s, and a workaholic but kind and quiet. He was the only one in the family who didn't stand for Jackson's arrogance or posturing. And there were many times when he'd met Amalia's gaze over the family dinner table and rolled his eyes at what Jackson was bloviating about on that particular night. And yes, Olivier was gorgeous and tall, with dark hair and brown eyes, but there was sadness in him that Amalia didn't understand. Macaulay had once told Amalia that Olivier had been particularly close to his mother, who had died giving birth to Jackson, who was 13 years younger than Olivier. Amalia was curious about that, and about the fact that Olivier seemed to have no time for anything else but work in his life. Salima had a huge crush on the older Gallo brother. She grinned at Amalia now. "I bagged the seat next to him too. Hey, isn't today when we all meet the black sheep?" Amalia nodded. Enda Gallo was the middle brother. Well, middle half-brother, the result of an extramarital affair Macaulay had had with an Italian actress. Amalia had never met him, but knew he kept to himself, mostly living in Italy. Since Enda had been ignored by his father for the first 30 years of his life, it was only because Olivier had reached out to him 7 years ago that Enda had finally been brought into the family fold and reconciled with his father. Jackson couldn't stand him, always referring to him as the creep and bad-mouthing him. Amalia, having never met Enda Gallo, was already disposed to liking him because Jackson hated him so much. The clock struck noon and Amalia sighed. "Let's get this thing over with." Gajendra laid his daughter's arm over his and smiled at her. "You make me very proud today, Amalia." Amalia didn't reply, keeping her expression blank as they walked down the long aisle of the church. At the altar she could see Jackson waiting, a supercilious smile on his face. Olivier, his best man, smiled at her and winked. Amalia gave a little sigh. If she could just hang out and be friends with Olivier, then maybe she would get through this. There were hundreds of people there, most of whom she didn't know. Some of her friends from the conservatory sat on the left-hand side of the church. Christina, her best friend, a no-nonsense Korean cellist, made a face at her, and Amalia tried not to laugh. Christina was the only one of her friends who knew the real reason behind this marriage. Amalia had told her she wasn't going to ask her to be maid of honor, because I want to save you for my real wedding someday. Christina had grinned and toasted her. Hell yes. Let's drink to that. Gosh, thought Amalia. Their nights out drinking seemed so far away now. Would Jackson stop her from enjoying her freedom? Probably. Amalia was nearly at the altar now, and she saw Macaulay Gallo smiling at her. Despite his weaknesses, she liked the old man. He just had no idea how to raise children, and had left all the responsibility of the Gallo estate to Olivier. Amalia smiled back at him now. She could have been worse as a father-in-law. Then her eyes met the man standing next to Macaulay, and her breath caught in her throat. Tall, athletic, with dark curls messy around his head, He glowered at her, his bright green eyes intensely fierce. His face was set grimly, and he looked like the most dangerous man she'd ever seen. And the most devastatingly handsome. Amalia stumbled a little, and her father steadied her. The man, who she guessed had to be Enda, stared at her. He hates me, she thought, her heart sinking. There was no mistaking the man's expression. Loathing. He looked like he wanted to take her life. Don't be dumb. He doesn't know you. And you don't know him. Maybe that's just how his face is, moody and dark with a definite edge. His sensual mouth was set in a straight line, as if he were gritting his teeth, and Amalia felt as if she could feel the heat of anger coming from him. As she passed by him, she breathed in a wave of woodsy clean cologne. It sent her senses reeling, and her body reacted. Even as she was saying her vows in a monotone, she could feel his eyes on her. As Jackson, his face set in the fakest smile she had ever seen, recited his own vows, Amalia chanced a glance at Enda. His eyes were fixed on her face, and briefly Amalia entertained the fantasy that he would stop the wedding, grab her hand, and run away with her, intending to take her away. Whoa, where did that come from? Amma struggled to pull her attention back to the present, and realized with a sinking heart that she'd missed the moment. Her last moment of single life. She was married. The greeting line, the dinner, and the speeches were all a blur. Amma didn't bother to listen to the platitudes of her new husband. Even Macaulay seemed a little subdued. It was only when Olivier stood to speak that she took notice. He said all the things that were expected of him, and Amma could see he struggled with finding good things to say about his brother. When he turned to her, though, his eyes softened. And to my new sister, I am very glad to have you in our lives, Amalia. We are privileged to have someone so brilliant, kind, and independent. I can assure you, sweetheart, that we will always care for you and encourage you in your career and aspirations. His meaning was clear. Don't worry, we won't let Jackson control you, and Amma smiled back at him warmly, mouthing thank you to him. She had an ally. It made her feel more secure. She saw Enda at the back of the ballroom, propped against the bar. He met her gaze, and Amma felt a flush creep up her face. Why did he have such a visceral, feral effect on her? It was a new feeling for her. She looked away, and when she looked back, he had gone. The reception seemed to go on for days, and by midnight Amalia was drooping. She had changed from her wedding dress into a simple dark burgundy slip dress, freeing her hair from the intricate bun she had worn for the ceremony and pulling it over one shoulder. She was tired of Jackson parading her around as if she were an object, and when she returned to the ballroom, she sought out her sister and Christina, who were huddled in the corner, clearly making fun of the prissy society people. Amma. Christina was already drunk, and Amalia grinned at her. Christina hugged her friend and looked her up and down. That's better. You look more like you now. Agreed? Amma laughed, but in the next moment she felt Jackson's hand on her upper arm pulling her away from her friends. What are you wearing? Amma wrenched her arm out of his grip. It's called a dress, Jackson. On your feet, he said darkly and pointed down to her comfortable and admittedly well-worn flat pumps. Go and change into heels right now. Amma looked him in the eye. I will not. I've had heels on all day, and now I want to be comfortable. It's after midnight, Jackson. I've played the part you wanted long enough for one day. Jackson's eyes were fierce on hers. May I remind you, you are my wife now? Amma's smile was cold. Wife? Not staff, Jackson. Did you hear me say obey in my vows? No, you did not. Now some of your guests are looking at us, probably wondering why I look so pissed off. Want me to tell them why? Jackson's jaw clenched. We'll talk about this later. In bed. He stalked off, and Amma saw him switch on the charm instantly as he spoke to the guests who had been watching them. Amma felt sick. No. No way would they do anything in bed. Ever. She returned to her friends but soon excused herself. She needed to be alone for a few moments to get some air. She slipped out into the beautiful garden surrounding the mansion, and walked quickly down to the little Japanese garden that had been her go-to place for escaping Jackson since they'd become engaged. There were a few lanterns giving the place a soft glow, and she sat down on one of the stone seats and closed her eyes, taking a deep breath in. Silence. Bliss. She only heard the tiny trickle of the water feature. Then she caught a breath of cigarette smoke and opened her eyes. Enda Gallows stood on the other side of the garden, staring at her. Alma's heart began to pound against her ribs, and she stood. She didn't know what to do. Running would seem rude, but the expression on Enda's face was what? She turned to leave, and in a flash, he was beside her. Trapping her against a tree in the cage of his arms, he gazed down at her. Alma couldn't look away. Gosh, he was beautiful. Those eyes, that craggy yet boyish face. She noticed he had a half-moon scar at the corner of his right eye, and without thinking, she traced the line of it with her finger. His eyes never left hers. Alma could barely breathe, and there was tension between them. Enda bent his head and brushed his lips against hers. Alma froze. What the hell was going on? Was he testing her? He kissed her again, and this time she couldn't help but kiss him back. His lips were soft, but his kiss was rough, and she found her fingers twisted in his dark curls as they embraced. Could she do this? Should she continue? Could she really finally lose her V-card? Enda's eyes were questioning now, and somehow Alma knew that if she asked him to stop, he would without question. But she didn't want him to stop. She wanted him here, now. Afterward, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her. He still had not spoken one word to her. He touched her face once more, and then he was gone. Alma, her legs still shaking, sat down quickly on the bench, blinking. Did that really just happen? Her body answered, gosh, yes, yes. She had just done it. Alma gave a disbelieving laugh. She sat there for a further 5 minutes, then made her way slowly back inside the house. Most of the guests had gone, and Christina was looking for her. Have to go, sweets, before I drink this place dry. She hugged Amalia and then studied her. Hey, are you okay? You look weird. Alma blinked, then tried to smile. Just tired, babe? Look, promise me we'll get together for lunch on Monday. Promise. She went back into the main ballroom, her heart thumping at the thought of seeing Enda in there. But he was nowhere to be seen. Jackson came over to her. Our guests have left. It would have been nice of you to say goodbye. I hope you'll be more sociable in the future. Fine? She didn't want to argue. Good night, Jackson. He caught her arm. Where are you going? To bed. To our bed. Alma sighed. He would never stop trying, would he? No, Jackson. To my room. I told you once, and I meant it. I will never, ever sleep with you. Find one of your many admirers. I assume you've worked your way through most of them anyway. I'm sure one of them will be up for it. Jackson stared at her, his face angry, then stepped closer to her. You will submit to me one day or I'll break you. I swear I will. Alma wasn't impressed. Go away, little boy. You don't scare me. She turned and walked out of the room, running lightly up the huge staircase, hoping he wouldn't follow her. Salima was in her room, packing her wedding dress away. Dad's just bringing the car around. Salima had tears in her eyes as she hugged her sister. I'll never be able to repay you for what you've done for me, Alma. Never. I just pray you find some happiness. Alma held her sister, feeling the tears threatening again. Go along now. Dad's probably waiting. I'll see you soon. Salima nodded. I love you. Love you too. Alone, she locked the door and put a chair up against it. She didn't trust Jackson not to have a spare key. There was no way she was letting him in. Sure enough, a half-hour later, as she walked out of the shower toweling her long hair dry, the door handle rattled. She smirked to herself as she heard him curse, but he soon gave up. Amelie sat down on the bed. She was married and had lost her V-card all in one day. And to 2 different men. What the hell was I thinking? She already knew she regretted one of those things, and it wasn't anything to do with Enda Gallo. Olivier Gallo drove into town and was at the restaurant 15 minutes before his half-brother arrived. He stood to hug Enda, who clapped him on the back. "Hey brother, good to see you." "You too." They sat, and Olivier beckoned the waiter over. "Could we have the drinks menu, please?" "No need," Enda said in his deep accented tones. "Red? Third down from the top." Both brothers laughed, and the waiter nodded. He knew these Gallo brothers. They had been coming to this restaurant for a few years now and were good tippers. They treated him with respect, unlike their idiot brother Jackson. The restaurant itself was mid-range and less flashy than the places Jackson liked. It had a frontage, which opened out onto a jetty overlooking the bay. They sat outside so Enda could smoke. Olivier grinned at him as he lit up a cigarette. "You ever going to give up?" Enda squinted through the smoke. "Probably not." Olivier grinned. "Fair enough. How have you been? I didn't get to see you much at the wedding. As I recall, you were doing your best man thing, trying to keep the toddler under control." Olivier rolled his eyes. "Mostly for Amalia's benefit." The poor kid looked shell-shocked. "She's no kid." Olivier's eyes opened wide. "You don't like her?" "I didn't say that. I just meant she's a grown woman." She knew what she was getting into. Olivier chewed his lip for a moment. "She did it for her sister, Enda." Enda nodded. "I'm just saying it sucks for her." "Yep." They paused while the waiter brought their wine, and they ordered their food. Enda sat back and took a slug of red wine. "She's beautiful." "Who?" Enda rolled his eyes. "Our brother's new wife." "Of course. Sorry." "Yes, she is. Also brilliant, funny, and smart." Enda nodded. "She also seems to have, what is the word, empathy?" He pronounced it empathy. "Like I said, she's a sweetheart." "You like her?" Enda grinned at Olivier's eye roll. "As my sister, yes." Olivier chuckled. "If it's any of your business, I'm seeing someone." "Oh yes? Wait, please tell me it's not that blonde from the reality show?" Olivier laughed. "No. That was geez, what was I thinking? Anyway, no. She's a journalist from San Diego. Helena. Early days, but yeah, she's cool." Enda looked skeptical. "A journalist?" Olivier grinned. "Not that kind. She's focused on business and financial stuff. I like her." Their food arrived then. Steamed salmon for Olivier, rare bloody steak, and garlic butter for Enda. Olivier shook his head, laughing. "Dude, you are a walking heart attack." Enda grinned, his smile lighting up his intense features. "Hedonism is my default position." They ate in silence for a few minutes, then Olivier cleared his throat. "So what did you think?" "Of what?" "Amalia?" "She's beautiful." "You said that." Enda shrugged. "I don't know her, Ollie. I barely spoke to her. If you tell me she is a good person, I believe you." Olivier speared some asparagus with his fork. "Enda, I'm worried. Lately, Jackson has been more out of control than normal. This deal he made with Amalia's father. You know he engineered it so that Amma was practically forced into this marriage." "Amma is it now?" Enda teased his older half-brother, but then his smile faded. "That sounds just like Jackson though. He always got what he wanted. Didn't matter how." Olivier sighed. "I know, but this is a person we're talking about. If and when she does something he doesn't like, Enda, he has addictions. Stimulants, for one. And this thing with Amma, he's obsessed with her. I'm worried." Enda looked away from his brother's gaze. "What can I do?" "Stick around Frisco for a few months. Help me keep Jackson on a steady keel. See how the land lies." Enda closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. Olivier could see his internal struggle. Enda hated Jackson with the fury of 1,000 suns, but he didn't owe Amalia Rai anything. He didn't even know her. I'm thinking about Dad in this, too. If Jackson were to do something rash or worse, Dad wouldn't survive it. I'm not saying you owe him anything either, but for me, maybe. Olivier's voice was low, and Enda nodded. I will stay. I can oversee the business from here. We have been thinking of opening an office here. Maybe it's time. I'll talk to Raffaello in the morning. Jackson Gallo was frustrated. It had been a month since the wedding, and Amma had barely spoken to him or touched him. She attended functions with him and behaved impeccably, but he couldn't bust through those walls of hers. Her bedroom door remained locked and barred. If it wasn't for the fact that his father slept in the same house and that their staff were also there at night, he would have busted down that door and taken her. But he knew she would leave him if he forced himself on her. It had been particularly galling that since the wedding, Gajendra Ray's business had flourished, being linked to the Gallo name. And Amalia's sister, Salima, had settled into her new life as a student in Los Angeles. It seemed to Jackson that Amalia had reaped the rewards of their union while he still hadn't. He sat in his office now and decided to call her. She picked up the phone eventually, sounding harassed. What do you want, Jackson? He rankled. Well, for one, I'd like you to speak to me with respect. Amalia sighed. I'm busy, Jackson, what do you want? There was no noticeable shift in her tone. I would like to take you out to dinner tonight. Fine. Be ready at 8. Fine. The phone clicked in his ear. So much for sweet nothings. Jackson put his phone down and smiled to himself. He'd actually arranged to have dinner with his brothers that night, but he couldn't resist bringing Amma and showing her off to them. Look at my glorious wife. Look how beautiful she is. Suddenly an idea struck him, and he laughed to himself. Flicking through his contacts on his phone, he made the call, smiling to himself. Amma saw Enda as soon as they entered the restaurant, and knew Jackson had set this up on purpose. I didn't know we were having dinner with your brothers. Jackson smiled. Family time. More like bragging time. She was being trotted out like a prize horse. But at the moment, she could think of nothing else but Enda Gallo's eyes on her. Gosh, she'd forgotten just how gloriously good-looking he was. Olivier stood and kissed her cheek, and then she was in front of Enda. He leaned in and kissed her cheek. Bella. That voice, deep mellifluous accented, was dripping with sensuality. She wondered if he could see the blatant longing in her eyes. She was mostly silent through dinner, ignoring Jackson as much as she could, to Enda and Olivier's obvious amusement. Olivier distracted them all with jokes, and Enda too, she found, was fun to be around. He and Olivier were obviously close, and both busted Jackson's chops, which was fine by her. For once, she saw Jackson as he really was, the baby of the family. Despite his bragging, he was still just a little kid. Olivier and Enda were men. She couldn't help but compare them. Jackson, his dark blonde hair slicked back, Oliver, with a neatly trimmed beard and dark brown eyes, was so beautifully dressed. Then there was Enda. His looks had a wildness to them, a devil-may-care look. He oozed easy magnetism. Gosh, I want you, Amma thought, then pushed the thought away. He was off limits. At least now he was. What are you smiling at? Jackson demanded of her suddenly, and Amma jumped slightly. Jackson's arm had been along the back of her chair possessively, and her back ached from sitting forward to avoid him touching her. Just marveling at how different you are from your brothers, she said coolly. You don't snap at me like that. Ever, her eyes said, and Jackson backed off. If you'll excuse me, I must go freshen up. In the bathroom, she splashed some water on her face and tried to stop thinking about Enda. When she finally got up, she took the courage to go back to the table and exited the bathroom. She gave a little cry of surprise as two hands gripped her waist from behind and pulled her back into the dark alcove. She turned and saw Enda smiling down at her. Hello again. His voice sent thrills through her body. I'm not sleeping with him. I don't know why it's important to me that you know that, but it is. Enda stroked her cheek. I know, Bella. Listen, I must see you again. Can I come to your office? She nodded and gave him the address. I know this is wrong, but... His lips silenced hers. She went back to the table a few moments before Enda, but couldn't help but feel that their lust for each other was obvious. Jackson seemed not to notice though, and when Enda returned, there was nothing in Jackson or Olivier's glances that gave anything away. Amma felt sick with excitement. What the hell was she supposed to do? She barely knew him, but she knew without a doubt that she was falling for Enda Gallo. As Olivier and Amalia walked ahead of them, Jackson held Enda back with a touch of a hand. He smiled without humor at his half-brother. I hope we will see you at the house more often. Enda looked askance. That's new? Since when? Jackson's expression was mocking. Now I'm happily married. I just want us to be family. And when my children are born, well. He smiled smugly, and Enda wanted to pound his face in. Fine. He turned and walked away, catching up with Olivier and Amma. He had no time for Jackson's games. Since that farce of a wedding, all he could think about was Amma. When he had seen her walking down that aisle, apparently terrified, his heart had started to beat quicker, and when their eyes had met, a thrill of desire had run through him. Later in the garden, he hadn't been able to help himself when he saw her so sad and so lovely in that slip of a dress, her long hair tumbling around her shoulders. No one that beautiful should be that unhappy. He hadn't meant to kiss her, but when she'd looked up at him, her lovely eyes so troubled, her dusky skin glowing in the low light, her lips so red and plump, it was the most natural thing in the world to kiss her. As soon as their lips touched, he knew he was lost. But something about Amma was different. He knew it had been an arranged marriage, and that she was an unwilling participant in it. And gosh, he had wanted her so badly. He and Olivier said goodbye to Amma and Jackson as they got into their car. Amma met his gaze and smiled slightly. Her eyes told him everything he wanted to know. As they drove away, Olivier sighed. I hope he treats her right. God help him if he doesn't, Enda said darkly. Olivier studied him. You don't think, I mean the thing with Penelope was years ago. He learned his lesson, right? Enda looked at his brother. Gosh, Olivier, I really hope so. The package was waiting for Amma on her desk when she arrived at work the following Monday. Her assistant Lena greeted her with a smile. Geez, Amma, was that the honeymoon? That was quick. Amma tried to smile. We've postponed it for a while because of work. It's no problem, really? Lena didn't need to know Amma had refused to go on honeymoon with Jackson. She had no doubt that if she had been alone with him, gosh, she couldn't bear to consider what might happen. She went into her office and dumped her purse on the desk, glancing at the parcel. The label was handwritten, just her name in a beautiful cursive scrawl. When did this come? Lena grinned. This morning. Girl, you should have seen the delivery guy. Gorgeous. Italian, I think. She went back out to her desk, not realizing the frenzied excitement that had started in her boss. Amma touched the label, running her finger over her name. Picking it up, she opened the parcel. A burner phone. She switched it on. Only one number was programmed into it, under the name he. Amma smiled. She was really going to do this, wasn't she? Have an affair. She thought about Jackson trying once again to get into her bedroom last night, and her teeth clenched. Yes. She was going to do this. Hell yes. She closed her office door quietly and pressed the dial button. Her heart was beating against her ribs, and adrenaline spiked in her when she heard his voice. Cara Mia? Hey there, he. She chuckled, hearing him laugh. I thought that was the safest name I could come up with. How are you today? Better now that I've heard your voice, she said softly. When can I see you? Can you be free for lunch? I can. Gosh, she felt like a love-struck teenager. Enda laughed. Good. Write this address down. He gave her an address in Russian Hill. Take a cab. I'll meet you there. At noon, a very nervous but excited Alma was in a cab, being driven to Russian Hill. When she got there, Enda was waiting outside an apartment building. He took her hand and led her inside. I rented an apartment. I thought it would be safer. Alma felt like she was in a dream. In the elevator, Enda took her in his arms and kissed her. Hello again, he said softly, and she smiled up at him. The apartment was, in fact, the penthouse of the building, and Alma stood open-mouthed at the door, suddenly feeling intimidated. Enda laughed. You live in a mansion and an apartment, which is what scares you? Alma relaxed, chuckling. Sorry. It's beautiful. Enda came to her. You're beautiful. This is just bricks and mortar. Come with me. He led her into the bedroom, beautifully decorated in gray and navy. Enda's fingers were at the belt of her wrap dress. I'm sorry, Bella, I can't wait any longer. Bella Alma, he whispered in that deep sensual voice, and Alma sighed happily. He lay at her side, propped up on his elbow, gazing down at her. Alma, may I ask you something? Alma smiled up at him. Anything. Before your wedding, had you ever been with a man? She gave a half-embarrassed chuckle. Is it that obvious? No, I hadn't, Enda. This was my first time. It surprises me, and to answer your question, no, it's not obvious. At all. Just a hunch on my part. You are an incredible romantic partner, my darling. My darling? The words thrilled her. She stroked his face. About the wedding. Enda, you saved that day for me. I was so miserable, but when I saw you in the church, gosh, I have never felt like that before. Enda smiled. Me either, although my reputation would probably contradict that. Alma grinned. Luckily, I knew very little about you. I know very little about you. I'm looking forward to getting to know you. She sighed. If I had met you before, well, it wasn't even as if I had a choice in marrying Jackson. Enda nuzzled his nose to hers. I know. Olivier told me the reason. I think you are a selfless person. Sometimes I can't believe this is modern times, she muttered, half to herself. Enda studied her. Alma, why were you inexperienced? Can I ask, or is that too personal? She smiled at him. Like I said, you can ask me anything. The reason is, I know it's modern thinking to just enjoy yourself and sleep with anyone, and that's an absolutely fine way to live. It just wasn't for me. Before now, I was completely focused on my work. I would love to hear you play sometime. She kissed him. And so you shall. We have a recital coming up at the end of the month at the conservatory. I'll be there. He moved his body on top of her. When do you have to be back at work this afternoon? Alma grinned, wrapping her legs around his waist. Not for an hour or two. Later on. Lena eyed her. Why are you glowing? Just having a good day. She went into her office and slid the burner phone from her purse into her desk. In the small bathroom attached to her office, she looked in the mirror and saw her eyes shining. Her skin indeed was glowing. Enda Gallo. My romantic partner. She kept saying it to herself over and over as she worked, and when she went to teach her class that afternoon, her good mood infected her students and she had a blast with them. Driving home, though, the usual dread set in. She could barely stand to be in the same room as Jackson, and it was with relief that she saw Olivier's car in the driveway. She was smiling when she went in, still lost in her memories of the afternoon and distracted. She didn't see Jackson approach her until he crushed his lips against hers. Horrified, she pushed him away. Take your hands off me. Jackson was unrepentant, grasping her upper arm. Come. We have a visitor. Olivier stood and hugged her. She deliberately made a fuss about him to annoy Jackson and was rewarded with a glare from her husband. This is a nice surprise. You'll stay for dinner, yes? Where's Mac? Upstairs, not feeling well. Jackson's tone was dismissive. Olivier smiled at her. Love to stay. How are you? In the 4 days since I saw you last? She grinned at him. She had the feeling that his presence was for her benefit. Olivier had an air of the protective older brother about him. Over dinner, a sumptuous duck dish prepared by Mac's chef, Amma and Olivier chatted easily, mostly ignoring Jackson's glowering presence. He finally had enough of not being the center of attention. I hear your father's business is in trouble again, he said suddenly. Amma looked at him, her expression smooth. Not that I know of, but then I haven't spoken to my father in a while. Jackson smirked. The cash injection I gave him soon got spent. Seems your bride price wasn't enough. That's what you get for having a cheapskate dad, I suppose. Jackson, Olivier's tone was harsh. That's enough. Amma was staring at Jackson with undisguised disgust. And yet, my bride price wasn't enough to allow you everything you wanted, was it? Jackson's smile faded, and Amma realized he'd probably been boasting about his conquest of her to his brothers. For a moment, she regretted saying anything. Olivier looked uncomfortable. Amma took a slug of wine and tried to ease the atmosphere. Listen, we are having a recital at the conservatory at the end of the month. Would you like to come, Ollie? Bring a date? Olivier nodded. I would love to. Are you playing? She nodded. Although I'm very rusty. I need to practice more than I have been. It's hard to find the time with work being so hectic. We should get you a piano here, Jackson said suddenly. Then you could practice here, and maybe I could see more of you. Amma didn't know how to respond to that. Was he being friendly or setting a trap for her? That might be a solution, she said carefully. Jackson gave a nod. Consider it done. Amma exchanged a glance with Olivier. She hated that every conversation she had with her husband was loaded, making her feel tense and jumpy. She closed her eyes and rubbed the bridge of her nose. You okay? Olivier, of course, was the one asking, and she smiled at him. Just tired. From being with your glorious half-brother, she wanted to scream at Jackson, but then she felt remorse. Maybe her own attitude wasn't helping the marriage. She wasn't going to go soft on him, but she could make an effort to be friendlier. Was she so scared of leading him on? Yes. The thought of Jackson making love to her made her want to vomit. He had bought her for Christ's sakes. That wasn't love. That was possession. Amma felt sick and pushed her chair back. Forgive me, Olivier. Jackson. I really am tired. I think I'd better go lie down. Will you excuse me? Of course. Olivier stood as she got up and kissed her cheek. Get some rest, honey. She smiled at him gratefully and thought, if I weren't already falling for Enda, it would be so easy to love you, you sweetheart of a man. She glanced at Jackson. Good night, darling, he said in an even tone. She nodded. Good night, Jackson. The next evening, when she returned from work, a Bösendorfer Imperial concert grand piano was waiting for her in the drawing room. Amma couldn't believe it. She sat down on the stool and ran her fingers lightly over the keys. I hope you like it. She turned to see Jackson in the doorway, watching her. She cleared her throat. It's too much. No. He walked over and pulled up a chair next to her. Amma, we have gotten off on the wrong foot. I know you don't love me, and I'm not saying that I'm in love with you. But I want the chance to be. At least the chance to see if we can make this work. I'm not under any illusion that you won't file for divorce the moment the contract is up. But maybe we could enjoy these 2 years. Amma considered his words. Jackson, I don't want to live in a house of misery where I'm afraid to sleep with my door unlocked. Let's get one thing straight. I will never, ever sleep with you. Ever. But if we can put that aside and tolerate that, we could try to be friends. Companions. Feel free to look around. There are plenty of open marriages. Careful now, she told herself, don't give him any reason to suspect you. Just because your brain is still frazzled from being with Enda Gallo this afternoon. Careful. Jackson's expression was carefully composed. Fine. He got up and walked away from her, and she sighed. The house was too quiet tonight. She went to her room and locked the door behind her. Had she done the right thing? Or had she aroused his suspicions, which would make sneaking off to the apartment much harder? Amma reached into her purse and pulled out the burner phone. She had been about to put it on her desk at work before she left, but something told her to take it home. She wanted to know that she could talk to Enda whenever she wanted. That she could hear his voice. This afternoon, she had spent another blissful hour in his arms, but they didn't have time to actually talk or find out about each other during the stolen moments they spent together. Not that she was complaining. She smiled at the memory and went to draw a bath. Enda Gallo went back to his hotel. He knew he could stay at the apartment he had rented, but every time he went there, the chances of his being recognized increased, and his cover would be blown. And besides, without Amma in his arms, the place seemed lonely, echoing with her memory. At least at the hotel, he could distract himself and get some work done. Back in Italy, his property business had taken him years to build, but now he was about to form a partnership with his friend, Raffaello Winter, to open a chain of boutique hotels around the world. He called Raffaello at home in Naples now. It was 8 a.m. in Italy, and Raffaello picked up straight away. Ciao, Raf. Hey, ciao, my friend. Raffaello sounded relaxed, and Enda guessed that he must be at home with Inka, his gorgeous wife of almost 10 years. Enda had met Inka soon after she and Raf had become engaged, and had been devastated when she had been stabbed by a jealous stalker. Enda had tried to be there for Raf as much as he could during her recovery, but the time they had spent together had only strengthened their bond. People remarked on their physical similarities, but Enda had laughed off the suggestion they could be related. His mother, his dear mother, had passed away only recently, and it was due to Raf and Inka and Raf's twin brother Tommaso that he hadn't felt entirely alone in Italy. He chatted easily with his friend now, before Raffaello told him his news. We're coming to the States soon. Inka wants to visit her friend Ollie in Seattle, so we thought we'd do that and then come down to SF. Sound good? Enda was overjoyed. Gosh man, yes. How soon can you come? Raf laughed. That bad, eh? Well, we're flying to Seattle this Friday, staying for a week and then down to you. So 10 days? We don't have any time restrictions, so we can stay as long as we're welcome. Bo is performing at Pride, then doing a couple of nights at the Fillmore, so Tommaso and their vast brood will be there too. Enda grinned. Tommaso had fallen in love with singing superstar Bo Kennedy at Raffaello and Inka's wedding, or just after, and between them they now had 7 kids, 5 of their own, Matteo, Tommaso's son, and Tiger, Bo's teenage boy, both from previous relationships. They divided their time between Italy and the United Kingdom, and so they were rarely in the U.S. Suddenly, Enda wanted to tell Raffaello about Amma, about how much he cared for her and thought about her all of the time. He so desperately wanted to introduce her to his friends. Maybe there was a way. Hey, listen, before you go, I wanted to float an idea to you. I know we said that in the next project, we would concentrate on hotels, but how about we look into building music schools for the less privileged? Jackson's new wife, he almost choked on those words, Amalia is a classical pianist and tutor, and she got me thinking maybe there's a new outlet. He knew he was rambling now. Anyway, just something to think about. Of course. I like the idea of that. Let's talk when I'm in town. Maybe we should meet Amalia. Enda punched the air silently, grinning. Definitely. When he had ended the call, Enda went to shower, then got into bed. What he would give to take Amma to meet his friends as his partner. 2 years, he said to himself. 2 years and she'll be free, and then I'm going to marry that girl. The thought brought him up short. Marriage? Wow. Marriage had never been something he had aspired to or wanted, but with her, with Amma, well, damn. His phone bleeped, and it was with delighted pleasure that he recognized the number as Amma's burner phone. Missing you. Thinking only of you. Enda smiled and tapped out a reply. I wish you were with me right now, Bella. Me too, gorgeous. Sleep well. Enda brought up the subject of the music schools at dinner with his family, careful not to give away that he and Amma had already discussed it earlier that day when they had spent a blissful afternoon in his apartment. They were learning so much about each other in those precious hours. Enda discovered that despite her great beauty, Amma hated to be judged on that and preferred to be complimented on her brain or her humor. Underneath her almost regal presence, she was at heart a book nerd, an art lover, and someone who declared she would be unable to live without music. Not just classical either, but rock and cheesy pop songs and Johnny Cash. Enda found himself opening up to her about his family, or lack of it, until Olivier came to find him. I never knew they existed, he admitted and then grinned at her. And in the end, I got the best and the worst of brothers. I love Olivier. He gave me a way to know my father, and he's been nothing but supportive. I even suspect if he had known about us, that he would have been our biggest cheerleader. Amma smiled at him. I was thinking the same thing, actually. Still, I don't think it's a good idea to clue him in. I would hate to put him in an awkward position. Agreed? So now, as they all sat around Macaulay Gallo's vast dinner table, Enda made sure he didn't make eye contact with Amma when he told them his and Raf's ideas. Jackson made a scoffing noise. Really? Where's the profit in that? Enda looked at him coolly. I would think in your position that you would see that money isn't everything. How many more billions do you need, Jackson? Isn't it time you gave something back? Didn't I just broker the deal that saved Amalia's sister from an abusive marriage? Jackson grinned at his wife, who stared back in dislike. I don't think that's what Enda meant, she said softly. She turned to her romantic partner and tried not to show in her face how much she felt for him. I think it's a wonderful idea. Schools all over the country are having their funding for the arts cut to almost nothing. They're forcing the kids to focus on science and math, and disregarding the kids who were born to be artists, actors, and musicians. It's just wrong. Enda smiled at her. Maybe you should come along, meet Raffaello, and be our consultant on the inside. Love to. Amma hid a grin, obviously realizing what he was up to, but Jackson cleared his throat. I don't see why that would help. Amma turned cold eyes on him. I wasn't asking your permission. Enda saw the anger in Jackson's eyes. His father did too, apparently because Mac changed the subject hurriedly. Jackson, I was going to ask you. I got a call today from that interior designer you told me about. She was under the impression that you have arranged for some work to be done. Jackson nodded. I have. All of the bedrooms except yours, Dad, because I know you've just had it remodeled. Excuse me? Amalia looked bemused. All of the bedrooms? Jackson nodded, his smile smug. Yes, darling, all of them? I thought we could take a penthouse at a hotel while the work is being done. Amma flushed angrily, and Enda narrowed his eyes at his brother. He was trying to force her to share his bed. Creep? Amma picked up her wine and sipped it casually. A single room will be okay with me. Or I can stay with a friend. There it was. In the open. With those simple words, Amma had outed the sham of her marriage to both Olivier and Macaulay. If she had shouted, I'm not sleeping with Jackson, at the top of her voice, it couldn't be more obvious. Enda watched Jackson's face turn from red to purple, and suddenly felt afraid for Amma. He knew of old what Jackson's temper was like. Penelope, 3 years ago she had borne the brunt of Jackson's temper, and what had happened had scarred everyone.
Part 2. 3 years ago.
Enda took a slug of whiskey and turned back to the party. He hated these things, but his father Macaulay Gallo, who he couldn't get used to calling Dad yet, had insisted. "If you want to be part of this family, Enda, you must see how we operate." He had meant it kindly, but it struck at the heart of Enda's misgivings. He hadn't yet decided that he wanted to be part of this family. It had been 4 years ago when Olivier had found him, and since then he had grown close to his older brother, but his father was still distant. The youngest Gallo son, Jackson. Enda had loathed him on sight. He looked over to him now, and saw him standing with his girlfriend Penelope. They were obviously having some sort of argument, Jackson berating his girlfriend for some slight he perceived she had made. Penelope was a lovely young woman. With caramel-colored hair and dark blue eyes, she was the head of a local charity. Her family was old money, but Penelope worked tirelessly to help others. What the hell was she doing with Jackson? Enda had no clue. 2 days later in the city, Enda saw her meeting with another man. From the delight on his face and hers, they were obviously in love. Enda was glad. Penny looked radiant as she talked with the man. Good, Enda thought. Jackson can go to hell. You go for it, Penny. He had intended to just walk away, but she suddenly spotted him, and the color drained from her face. Enda cursed to himself, then walked over. Hey, Penny. Hey there, I'm Enda Gallo. He smiled at her companion and shook his hand. Danny McNamara. Would you like to join us? The young man looked uncomfortable. Enda hesitated, looking at Penny. He didn't want to be rude. Penny nodded tightly. Just for a minute, then I have to be going. They sat and Penny explained who Enda was. The young man Danny nodded. Enda couldn't bear the tension. Look, I just wanted to say. I'm glad. You both look so happy. Hell, I'm delighted for you, Penny. You have my word, Jackson will not hear of this from me. Screw him. Danny looked relieved, and Penny looked close to tears. She put her hand on his arm. Thank you, Enda. She sighed, wiping away her tears. I tried to finish it with Jackson, he won't accept it. He just cuts me off. I can't do it anymore, Enda. He's abusive. He cheats constantly. And he? She broke off and shook her head. Enda and Danny exchanged a concerned glance. Penny didn't have to say any more. That Jackson beat her was obvious. You don't have to worry about it anymore, Pen, Danny said. Enda nodded. Is there somewhere you can stay while he gets the message? Penny nodded, looking over at Danny. We've just bought an apartment in Palo Alto. He'll have no clue we're there. A week later, Penny had called Enda in hysterics. It's Danny. He was in a hit and run. Oh gosh, they've taken him to the hospital, but it's bad, Enda, so bad. I know it was Jackson, please can you come? He raced to the hospital, but it was too late. Danny was pronounced dead on arrival, and Enda had to help a hysterical Penny while processing his own shock. Was Jackson really capable of murder? He didn't want to believe it, but something in his half-brother's makeup made him think he would be. A month later, his worst fears were realized. A still grieving Penny left her office just after 8 p.m. and went down to the parking garage. She got into her Mercedes and was distracted by her phone ringing. She smiled when she saw who was calling. Hey Enda, how are you? I'm okay, sweetheart. I was just thinking about you. How are things? Penny never got to tell him. From her backseat, a masked attacker pounced, one arm curling around her neck. When she grabbed at his arm to try and prise it free, he drove a knife into her stomach again and again. Penny screamed until she could no longer breathe. Her killer was savage and merciless. In her last moments, she could hear Enda screaming her name and the final whisper of her killer. Jackson Gallo wants you to know nobody leaves him. Enda would never forget that night. The sound of a defenseless woman being murdered, and the worst thing was, in the midst of it, Jackson had walked into the room where Enda was with a triumphant look on his face, and Enda knew for sure his half-brother was a murderer. Enda flew across the room and punched him, the brothers rolling around until Olivier pulled Enda off Jackson. Enda stormed out of the room, calling the police. He got into his car and sped to Penny's office. He got there just as the police arrived. He would never forget the sight of Penny slumped in the driver's seat, covered in blood. She had been butchered. That much was obvious. Enda had no compunction in telling the police everything he had heard, and that he thought Jackson was behind the murder. Jackson was questioned about Penny's murder, but never arrested or charged. There was simply no evidence against him. Penny was buried at her request next to Danny, but at her funeral Jackson played the part of the grieving boyfriend perfectly. Staggered by the lack of justice wrought by Jackson's position and billions, Enda was repelled by him and left the country. He'd stayed away from his family since then, even Olivier, who he adored. Olivier had finally flown to Italy to plead with him not to abandon him and Mac just because of Jackson. It had taken some persuasion, but finally Enda agreed. When Olivier told him a few years later that Jackson was marrying Amalia, Enda couldn't help but feel a chill go down his spine. When he found out the circumstances of the marriage, the arrangement, and the coercion of Amalia Rai to marry Jackson, Enda had felt the shock keenly. Enda determined then to go to the wedding and make sure that the signs weren't there, that Jackson had finally fallen in love for real. He had been disappointed, but not shocked when he saw in his younger half-brother the same possessive contempt that he had shown Penny. Amalia was there to be his property. Enda was pleased to see that Amalia hadn't been as subservient as Jackson would like, even on her wedding day. And when he, Enda, had made love to the beautiful bride in the garden just hours later, he'd seen her strength. He just hoped it was enough to save her life. Amma was relieved when Olivier accompanied them home. "I just want to talk to Dad for a while," he said, but she knew he was there to keep the peace, at least until Jackson calmed down. Enda had been desperate to do the same, but she had shaken her head at him. "I don't want him to guess." She tried to communicate with her look, and she thought Enda had gotten it. Gosh, she was crazy about that man though. She would call him later when it was safe. She went to her room as soon as she got home, and began to run a bath. Going back into her room, she checked the door was locked, then propped her usual chair underneath the handle. Gosh, what a way to live. But Jackson scared her. There was violence in him, she was sure, and it wasn't far from the surface, ever. Amma knew Olivier, and Enda thought so too. She stripped off and sank into the tub, feeling the soothing water ease her aching body. She ached from tension constantly now. The only time she ever relaxed was with Enda. Gosh, that man. Amalia could hardly bring herself to leave him every day, and she fantasized now about going home to him in the evening. About opening the front door, only to be greeted by his fierce kiss. Relaxing afterward, she wondered if she could call him later and maybe indulge in some phone fun. Gosh, I love you, Enda Gallo. Her eyes flew open and she gasped in shock. Oh gosh, she did love him. She was completely in love with the man. Crap, she said and got out of the bath. Love complicated everything, and it made her uneasy. What if she couldn't hide it much longer? What would Jackson do? And she didn't want to risk Enda's position in the family. From what he had told her, he had loved being a part of it, for Olivier's sake at least. The two Gallos she loved with her whole heart would be hurt, and she couldn't stand that. She dried herself, wrapped the towel around her, and went back into her bedroom to dry her hair. She was lost in thought as she grabbed her brush. Nice show you gave me there. Amma gasped and whirled around. Jackson was leaning against her door, smiling nastily. Amma reddened at the thought of him watching her. What are you doing in my room, creep? Jackson smiled, and then in a flash, he had her by her throat. Watch what you call me, wife. I've had just about enough of your insubordination. Amma kicked out at him, struggling to get free. He clamped a hand over her mouth. SSH, SSH. He lay on top of her. He took out his phone and showed her a picture. Do you recognize this apartment? Amma went cold. It's my sister's place. That's right. Now this photo was taken, about 3 minutes ago. Your sister's alone there right now. Amma stopped struggling. What the hell do you think you're doing? Jackson grinned and kissed her, grinding his mouth down on hers. Amma tasted blood. One of the two Rai sisters is getting it tonight, Amalia. It's up to you which one. Amma's horror was overwhelming. You creep, you leave her alone, you damn good for nothing. Jackson grinned. That sounds like a decision to me. He yanked her towel away, admiring her body. Gosh, it's about time I got to see the goods. Amalia started to cry. Would he really hurt Salima if Amma didn't sleep with him? Yes. You know he would. Oh my gosh. Now listen to me, tramp. I'm going to do anything I want every night of our marriage, and you'll let me, or I swear, I will hurt everyone you care about. Everyone. And I'll finish with you, Amalia. I swear to you. And if you ever leave me, I'll take your life. I'll rip you apart. No? No, this cannot be happening. He finished, satisfied. Guess I got the worth of the bride price now. Amma curled up in a ball and sobbed. Jackson chuckled. Get used to it. I mean it when I say I'll destroy you if you tell anyone about this. Anyone. And then he was gone. Amma stayed curled up on the counterpane, shocked to her core about what had just happened. Mistreatment. Jackson had mistreated her. He'd threatened to have her family attacked, and threatened to kill her. How the hell was she ever going to survive this marriage? Her burner phone vibrated in her nightstand drawer, but she couldn't face talking to Enda, not to the man she loved when the man she despised had just done this to her. Amma wanted nothing more than to go to sleep and never wake up. Raffaello Winter Bear hugged his good friend Enda, as soon as Enda saw them alight from the private plane. Inka, Raffaello's exquisite wife, was grinning and rolling her eyes at them. Enda laughed as Raffaello released him, and he embraced Inka. Hello, gorgeous. Still married to this wretch then? Inka smiled at him. She had stunning eyes, he thought, warm and loving, and her face was perfection. Her long dark hair was caught up in a ponytail, and she was adorably scruffy in t-shirt and jeans. Enda was hit with the thought that she and Amma would have a lot in common. Both Indian American, both gorgeous, talented, and funny. They chatted as they drove in Enda's limousine from Raffaello's private jet, and Enda marveled at the easy love between Raf and Inka. They had been through hell together, but were still as in love as ever. Raffaello, his dark curls now cropped close to his head and flecked with silver, sported a beard which made him look, according to Inka, like a sensual grumpy professor. And who knew my kink was sensual grumpy professors, she joked, and Raffaello ran a finger down her cheek, grinning. Enda felt a spark of envy. How he would love to have this open, joking, fun relationship with Amma, but over the last week, she had been subdued and withdrawn. She told him she was just tired, but even though they had known each other for such a short time, he knew she was holding something back from him. When they made love, she clung to him, as if she wanted to never let go, but it was tinged with a quiet desperation. Today, though, she would meet up with him and his friends in public, ostensibly to discuss the music school idea, but really, Enda hoped, just to bond with his friends. The music schools would provide good cover for Amma to meet up with him and Raf, and if she and Inka were to become friends. Hey Enda. You in there? When are we meeting, Amalia? Enda checked his watch. Are you sure you don't want to go back to the hotel and get some sleep? We're not due to meet her until 1. Inka colored slightly. We slept on the plane. She and Raf exchanged a conspiratorial grin, and once again Enda felt a pang of loneliness. As they were seated at the restaurant, Enda looked up to see Amalia entering and speaking to the maitre d', then glancing over to him. Her face lit up when she saw him, and he stood to greet her. Ciao, Amma. Great to see you. It felt weird to kiss her on the cheek rather than taste her sweet mouth. She looked beautiful, but he could see dark violet circles under her eyes, and she looked like she had lost some weight. Her cheeks were slightly hollowed, and there was an air of sadness around her. What the hell was going on? Enda introduced her to Raffaello and Inca, the latter of whom hugged the other woman. "It's so good to meet you." Amma smiled at her. "And you? I've heard so much about you both. And damn Raf, you and Enda could be twins." Raffaello grinned. "I already have one of those, but I know what you mean. Good to meet you, Amma." Enda wanted so badly to hold Amma's hand as they sat together. He had to be satisfied with just sitting by her, breathing in her perfume. Inca grinned at him, and he realized she had guessed exactly what Amma meant to him. He was glad. The four of them chatted easily throughout dinner. Inca and Raf told them they were contemplating adoption, but at the same time enjoyed their independence. "I love having Tommaso and Bo's kids to stay, but when they go home, I have to admit, I'm exhausted. So we don't know. Maybe kids aren't for us." Inca shrugged and smiled at her husband. "Maybe not," he agreed and laughed. "It would be harder for us to go on one of our adventures." Inca told Amma about their penchant for travel. "We went to Peru last year, hiked up to Machu Picchu, and went to the Convento de San Francisco ossuary. That was creepy. Entirely made out of human bones." Raf shuddered, but Inca grinned. "I loved it. The worst was that rope bridge you made me walk across. Gosh. Wuss." Inca punched his shoulder. The words handwoven and bridge should never go together. Enda, watching how easy and playful his friend's relationship was, couldn't help but slide his hand along Amma's thigh. She started, dropping her fork, which slid from the table. "Oops, sorry." She bent over to retrieve it, and her shirt rode up, revealing a strip of creamy golden skin, and the very definite imprint of a boot, bruised into the skin of her side and stomach. Enda's breath caught in his throat, and Inca, who had seen it too, met his gaze in alarm. "Jackson. The creep." The fury burned in Enda's throat, and when Amma sat up, tugging her shirt down and flushing, he saw her reaction to his confusion. Lunch was subdued after that. Raffaello seemed a little confused by the sadness that had come over the other three, and when Enda and Amma said goodbye, he hugged his friend. "We will get together soon, yes?" Enda nodded, not trusting himself to speak. The two men watched the women hug, and Inca whispered something to Amma, who nodded, tears in her eyes. Enda took an unprotesting Amma back to his apartment and poured them both a whiskey. As she sipped, he lifted her shirt and studied the horrendous pattern of bruises on her stomach, back, and sides. "He did this?" She nodded, looking shattered. "Yes. That's it. I've had it. I don't care about anyone else but you. You need to leave that house tonight." "No. No." Enda was astonished. "I can't. He'll hurt people. People I care about. He's hurting you. I can take it." Enda lost it then. "How can you be so blind? You're an intelligent, brave woman, and he's reducing you to what? His punching bag. Is he doing anything?" He only got partway through the question before he realized. "Oh dear God, is he raping you?" Amma gave a sob and nodded. Enda took her in his arms. He wanted to kill Jackson right there, right then. "What's he holding over you, baby? What is it?" She told him, and he closed his eyes. He had no trouble believing Jackson would have Salima, or anyone else Amma loved, hurt or even killed. He could understand how Amma thought she was backed into a corner. "Creep?" Enda sat down with her on his couch. "Amma, I know you want to protect your sister. I do. But I think there's something you need to understand about Jackson. He's psychopathic. My father won't hear it, and Olivier struggles with accepting it even though he knows it's the truth. Has Ollie told you about Penelope?" Amma shook her head, looking desolate and exhausted. "No." Enda took a deep breath in. Penny was Jackson's girlfriend of sorts a few years back. They didn't date for long. Penny could see what kind of man he was. So she tried to end it. Jackson, of course, is never dumped by anyone. When Penny met someone else, Danny, Jackson had them both murdered. Danny, by a hit-and-run driver. Penny was stabbed in her car. Alma looked as if she was going to throw up. Geez. She bent double, wrapping her arms around herself. When she looked up at Enda, tears were flooding down her face. What if he does the same to Salima? Her voice was barely a whisper. I might leave him, but what if he has her killed before I'm even down the driveway? At the very least, he'll destroy my father's business. Inka saw the bruises too. What did she say to you? Alma smiled through her tears. She told me all I had to do was ask and she'll be there for me. I love her already. Enda took her in his arms. I'm so scared for you, baby, he said softly. I swear we will find a way out of this. Alma nodded, pressing her lips against his. I don't want to go home, just for tonight. I'll tell him our meeting with Inka and Raf went late, so I decided to stay in the city with friends. Enda kissed her back. Cara Mia, I want to make you happy again. Alma pulled away from him and stood, pulling her shirt over her head and slipping out of her skirt. Enda pressed his lips to her belly, careful not to hurt her bruises. Jackson certainly knew where to beat someone so that it wouldn't show. With a rush of adrenaline, Enda swept her into his arms and carried her to bed. Alma gazed up at him as he stripped. Don't wait, my darling. Don't wait. I'm not hurting you, am I? Alma shook her head and tried to smile. No. You're erasing bad memories if that helps. To his surprise, Enda found tears in his own eyes. I hate this. I hate what he is doing to you. Alma nodded, clinging to him. I know. But I have to protect my family. Until I can figure out a way. There was a furious pounding on the front door of the apartment, and they both froze. Nobody knew they were there, or even knew Enda owned the penthouse. Enda sat up and wrapped the sheet around Alma. Go into the bathroom and stay there. Keep the light off. She nodded and disappeared into the dark room. Enda got up and tugged his jeans on, as the knocking came again. Steeling himself, he tugged open the door. Olivier stood outside, and Enda gaped at him. Ollie, what the hell? Olivier shook his head. No time for explanations now. It's Dad, Enda. He's had a massive heart attack. He's in the hospital. Olivier looked devastated and scared. Bring Alma. We'll tell Jackson we picked her up on the way. As they all three ran the corridors of the hospital, a million questions whirled around Alma's brain. So Olivier knew about her and Enda and the apartment. How the hell did he know? She couldn't think of a way that wasn't negative. And that's what was killing her, thinking bad things about Olivier, whom she adored as she knew Enda did. She had trusted Olivier with her life. And now? They saw Jackson up ahead, and for once Alma felt sorry for the monster. At this moment, he looked like the lost little boy, rather than the dangerous predator she now saw him as. This was a different Jackson, vulnerable. She patted his arm awkwardly. I'm so sorry, Jackson. He looked right through her, ignoring Enda entirely, and looked in desperation at his older brother. They won't tell me anything, Ollie? Olivier nodded, his face grim. They're probably still trying to do what they do, Jack. Let's go sit together and wait. Alma couldn't bring herself to sit with Jackson, so she sat opposite him. She caught Olivier's eye, and he smiled kindly. She felt a rush of relief that he wasn't judging her for sleeping with Enda. Enda sat next to her, his arm across the back of her chair, and it was so tempting to just snuggle into him. He looked shocked but grim-faced, and Alma could tell he was trying to keep it together. An hour later, the doctor came to see them. I'm Dr. Frieden. I'm the chief of cardiology here, she said and gave them a warm smile. Mr. Gallo suffered a severe heart attack, as you know. Now we've managed to stabilize him, but the next 24 hours are critical. Can we see him? Dr. Frieden shook her head. I'd rather you didn't, for a few hours. Let him rest. He regained consciousness briefly, but he's sleeping now. Come back in the morning. After she'd gone, Jackson slumped in his chair. I'm not leaving. Olivier looked at Enda. Maybe you should take Amma home and stay with her at the house until we have some news. Amma looked at Jackson, who hadn't even seemed to hear Olivier. We should go. At Macaulay Gallo's home, the place rang with emptiness. Amma didn't want to sleep or go to the room where Jackson had been abusing her all week, so she and Enda made camp in the large kitchen. There was a large, well-worn couch, and they sat there together watching dawn break outside the window. You know, it's funny, Enda said quietly. Even now I can't think of him as my father. I know the DNA test said he was. Sorry but it's Olivier I stayed for. If it had just been Mac and Jackson, then maybe I would not have been so involved with the family. He smiled sadly at her. But then I wouldn't have met you, amore mia. Amma stroked his cheek. So we have to talk about the fact that Olivier knows about us. It would seem. They sat in silence, contemplating what that meant. Enda gave up. I just can't figure it out. We were so careful. Amma was chewing her lip. Do you think Jackson knows? He shook his head. No. Because if he did. He didn't have to finish the sentence. Amma knew he meant that if Jackson knew, they'd both probably be dead right now. Amma's mind went back to what Enda had told her about Penelope. Amma had no problem imagining Jackson killing her for sleeping with Enda. She tamped down the terror. Better her than Enda, or Salima, but she didn't say that out loud. Just after 7 a.m., she finally fell asleep, wrapped in Enda's arms as they lay on the couch together. At 8 a.m., Olivier called them to tell them Macaulay was dead. The funeral was attended by hundreds of people. Inka and Raffaello came too, sad-eyed, hugging Enda and Olivier. Amma dutifully took Jackson's arm as they followed the casket into the church and sat with him as the service began. Jackson seemed out of it, and Amma wondered to Enda if he had taken something to get through it all. Macaulay's death had hit him hard. Gone was the hubris and posturing, Jackson was grieving. Even Enda had felt sorry for the man, as much as he could. He couldn't shake the anger he felt towards Jackson over his treatment of Amma, the threats to her family if she didn't comply with him. He studied them as a couple now. Jackson's perfectly coiffed hair and cleanly shaven face, next to Amma's ethereal sad beauty. No. They made no sense as a couple. Why was Jackson so entirely set on pretending they were? Enda was plagued with nightmares about Amma being murdered by one of Jackson's goons. He pictured her in her car, gutted, blood everywhere. Geez man, stop it. He bent his head, closing his eyes to erase the images. He felt Raf's hand on his shoulder, and smiled at his friend gratefully. At the wake, Amma stayed with Jackson for a time, then excused herself. She felt exhausted, drawn and numb. She had liked Macaulay a lot, even though he was a weak man, and now that he'd gone. Gosh, she would be alone in this house with Jackson. God knows what he would do to her when no one was there to stop him. She went to her room to change out of the formal black suit she had worn to the church, and into a simple but comfortable black dress. She heard a soft knock on the door. Come in. Inka poked her head around the door, and Amma sighed with relief. Come in, please. I need some girl time. Inka hugged her. It's awful. I'm so sorry. She perched on the end of Amma's bed and studied her. How are you? Really? Scared. That was the first thing that flew into her mind, but she bit it back. Okay. Sad. He was a nice old coot. Inka smiled. He was. And sometimes he had good DNA. Amma chuckled. Yes, sometimes. Inka lowered her voice. Amma, you can tell me anything. It's pretty obvious, to Raf and me at least, that you and Enda are together. I don't blame you or judge you except to say, yay. Selfishly, I want my friend Enda to be happy, and it's clear to me that you are the person for him. Amma wanted to cry. It was such a relief to be able to be honest with someone about her feelings for Enda. It's true. It's just complicated. She told Inka about the threats Jackson had made. Inka nodded sagely. I get it. Look, Amma, I don't know how much Enda has told you about my past, but I had some pretty serious enemies, shall we say. There was a lot of violence, and I nearly didn't make it. So I'm saying, I've dealt with the kind of things I think Jackson is threatening. And you made it out. Inka nodded, her lovely face serious. I did. And I want to help you, we both want to help you and Enda. I don't know how yet, but we will. Jackson has a lot of power, and now with even a third share of his father's fortune, he'll think he's untouchable. Amma sighed. You're right. Did you know about Penelope? Inka nodded. Yes. Look, Amma, I've had some experience with obsession. It's unpredictable. I think our first step would be to secure both your and your family's safety. I agree. My family comes first, though. If Jackson's going to take anything out on anybody, I'd rather it was me. Inka gave her a strange smile. You and I are more alike than you think. I would rather die than let anything happen to Raf. Amma smiled. He worships you, and I expect he'd say the same. Inka laughed. He would. Hopefully, that part of our lives is over and done with. Amma squeezed her hand. And now you're on a mission to save mine? You betcha. After her talk with Inka, Amma felt lighter and more positive. She rejoined the wake. People were starting to leave, and she saw Enda and Olivier talking to some of the stragglers. She moved towards them, but a hand shot out of a group of people, and Jackson hauled her to his side. The smell of alcohol coming off of him was overpowering. Isn't she beautiful, my wife? He slurred and kissed her on the cheek. Amma tried not to cringe. Macaulay's friends looked uncomfortable, but Jackson hooked his arm around Amma's neck. I'm a very lucky man, wouldn't you say? Amma tried to deflect attention by smiling politely at the elderly couple. How are you both? You look well. Jackson snorted. Come on, what do you say? Arthur? Magda? Isn't Amma the most beautiful woman you ever saw? Her sister's pretty too, if you know what I mean. Gosh. Amma pushed him away from her. That's enough, Jackson. She turned red-faced at the couple. I'm so sorry. He's taken Mac's death really hard. The elderly couple smiled sympathetically at her and made their escape. Soon only the family, Inka, Raf, and one other couple were left. Jackson lurched at Amma. Don't ever contradict me again in public. That's not your job. That's enough, Jackson. Enda strode over and put himself between Jackson and Amma. Go to bed and sleep it off. Jackson sneered. Oh look, it's the creep. Are you still here? Daddy dearest has gone now, so you can just go to hell, you Italian creep. Enda kept his temper. Go to bed, Jackson. Jackson looked at Amma again and grinned nastily. Okay. If Amma comes with me, she can do something for me, while I decide whether or not to hurt her sister too. Amma gasped in horror, and Enda, incensed, launched himself at Jackson, landing punch after punch. Jackson staggered back against the window, smashing it, but Enda yanked him to the floor. It took both Raffaello and Olivier to haul Enda off the bloody Jackson. A shocked Inka had locked her arms around a trembling and sobbing Amma and was trying to calm her down. Jackson scrambled to his feet, wiping his mouth, and then stopped, looking between Enda and Amma. Geez, you're sleeping with her. You're sleeping with my wife. Creep? He threw himself at Enda, but Olivier stepped between them and took the full force of Jackson's rage. They both staggered back, and it took Raffaello to steady the pair. Olivier got his arms around his younger brother. Stop. Stop. You filthy Italian creep, Jackson screamed at Enda, who glowered at him. I'll kill you, I'll kill both of you. He struggled against his brother's hold, turning his white-hot anger on Amma. I knew the Precious Princess act was fake. How long have you been with him? Suddenly, Amma lost her temper. She extricated herself from Inka's arms and went to Jackson. Do you want to know how long, Jackson? Do you really want to know? Our wedding night, Jackson. And do you know what else? I don't regret one moment of it, because I'm in love with Enda. That's right, I love him. He's my world now, and you're just a bug on a windshield to me. Do you really want me to tell them all what you do to me? How you hurt me, beat me, and threatened to hurt my sister too? My father's business ruined? Screw you, Jackson Gallo, you're not worth 1/1000th of Enda or Olivier or anyone. There were tears pouring down her face now. I'm leaving you and seeking an annulment. Screw you. Screw my father for doing this to Salima and me. Jackson smiled nastily. I'll never agree to a divorce, Amalia. Never. You belong to me. Amma slapped his face hard. I don't belong to anyone, creep. Remember that. I choose to be with Enda because I love him. I will ruin both of you. Both of you. Get out of my house, all of you. You, Jackson snapped at Raffaello now. Take your tramp and get out. Inka gave him the finger, and Raffaello smirked. Pathetic child. Amma, how long will it take you to pack your stuff? 10 minutes tops. Raffaello nodded at Enda, who was still amped up, ready to kill Jackson if needed. Go with her, Enda. We'll make sure the toddler here is occupied. Olivier nodded at Enda, his arms still locked around Jackson, who was just grinning openly now. As Amma walked past him, he spat at her, his saliva spattering across her face. Amma merely kept walking, wiping her face and tugging Enda with her. Jackson stopped struggling, and instead decided to stare at Inka, who regarded him coolly. His eyes ran up and down her body. Inka glanced at Raffaello and grinned at him. He rolled his eyes. Is she a good time, Raffaello? She looks like she's a good time, nice tight body. Inka calmly stepped up to Jackson and smashed her knee into his groin. Quiet boy, she said in a cold voice. You're on very, very thin ice. Seconded, Raffaello said and took Inka's hand. Olivier tried to hide a grin. Jackson groaned, bent double with pain. You have no idea what I could do to you all. None of you will get away with this. Olivier gave an exasperated sigh. Jackson, haven't you learned yet? You have no power here. None. Dad's gone. Amma's gone. Stop with the empty threats. Grow up. Amma and Enda came back in, and Enda pulled out her suitcase. Jackson smiled at Amma. Aren't you going to say goodbye, baby? Amma didn't even look at him. Thank you, Ollie. Raf. Thank you, Inka. And hand in hand with Enda, she walked out of the Gallo house forever. Outside he stopped her and took her in his arms. You love me? I know it's crazy fast, but yes, Enda Gallo, I love you. Enda grinned and kissed her. Ti amo, Amalia Rai. Ti amo. 3 months later. Sorrento, Italy. Enda and Amma had been living in Italy together for 3 months now, and it had been the happiest time in Amma's life. The villa that Raffaello had found for them was airy and spacious and rustic enough that Amma felt that she was really in a different world. It had wooden shutters at the windows and delicate white voile drapes that billowed out into the rooms, giving them a dreamlike quality. When they had left San Francisco, Amma had called the dean of the conservatory, explained the situation, and asked for a sabbatical. Given the circumstances, the dean had agreed, but Amma still felt bad about leaving them in the lurch. Enda had arranged for Salima to have a private security team, and although her sister chafed against the invasion of privacy, she had been horrified to find out what Amma had been through. Amma had tried, without success, to have her move to Italy with them, but Salima, finally free to do what she liked, had refused. I'm sorry, Amma, but I have a life here now. I'll take the bodyguard, but otherwise, it's business as usual. Go to Italy with your gorgeous man and be happy. And Amma was happy. Her father hadn't been. He screamed at her about disloyalty and dishonor, until she'd had enough. Dad, you sold your daughters. Who has the dishonor? Her uncle Omar had stepped in and defended her. Gajendra, this has gone far enough. You do not have the right. Gajendra, his pride hurt and his business shaky, swore never to talk to his daughters again. Hurt but defiant, Amalia told him it was his loss. I guess we're both orphans now, baby, she told Enda, trying to put a brave face on it, but when she burst into tears, he held her tightly. You are my family, Amalia Rai. You, Ali, Salima, Raf, and Inka. I think myself a very lucky man. Enda nuzzled her neck with his lips. That's kind of hot. Kinky. Guilty. What about you? Have you any kinks I should know about? He finally pulled out of her and lay on his side, his hand stroking her belly. Amma smiled up at him. You know, it's hard to tell because when I'm with you, there isn't anything I wouldn't try. But I don't think I have enough experience to start thinking that way yet. If you want to suggest some things, I'm willing to consider them. Enda stroked her cheek with his finger. Not sure. I'm sure we can come up with something together, no pun intended. He slid his arm around her shoulders and hugged her to him. Amma snuggled into his arms and breathed in the night air wafting in through the open windows. This place is heaven. Enda smiled. I'm glad you like it. Listen, I was thinking, not wanting to stand in your way or anything, but have you thought any more about going back to San Francisco? Amma felt a wave of nausea. Being so close to Jackson again, but then there was her work to consider. I keep going over it in my mind. I don't want to be driven out of the job I adore because of Jackson and his threats. And I owe the conservatory at least a proper goodbye if I leave. My contract stipulates 3 months' notice. Sounds like you've been considering leaving. Amma nodded, her eyes serious as she looked up at him. Truthfully, Enda, I have. I would be happy never to go back to the States. This place feels like home to me. You feel like home. I mean. She went red and sat up, suddenly shy. I'm not expecting you to. I don't want to make you feel like you're stuck with me, is all. Enda chuckled. Piccolo, I'm in this for the long haul. For good. You have no need to worry about that. He ran his hand down her back. As soon as the divorce is finalized, I would like to, well, I don't want to make any demands of you, but I would be honored if you would think about a commitment of some kind. Engagement, marriage, whatever we both want. Even just a commitment ring, if you feel like you don't want to be legally tied to someone else. Whatever works for us. I love you, Amalia, and this is it for me. You are my person. Amma tried not to let the tears in her eyes fall. You always know how to make me feel like the most loved person in the world. Thank you, baby. She pressed her lips to hers, then pushed him back onto the bed, climbing on top of him. The next day, Amalia met Inka for lunch in the town. They found a little trattoria and ordered a light seafood linguine and salad for lunch. Since being in Italy, she and Inka had grown incredibly close, and now Amma couldn't remember when they hadn't been friends. Inka was sweet, funny, very intelligent, and so full of empathy for others that Amma marveled at her capacity for love. They also had the same sense of humor, bordering on raunchy, and they often talked about the men in their lives. Inka was obviously still head over heels for Raffaello, even after all this time. He was a tough cookie to fathom when I met him, she admitted now as they ate, but just his presence used to send my body reeling with desire. Honestly, he's my walking, talking aphrodisiac. Amma grinned. I know how you feel, except my lightning bolt moment happened when I was walking down the aisle to marry Enda's brother. Talk about awkward. Inka's cheek flushed scarlet then, and she tried to hide a smile. Amma squinted at her. What's this, gossip? What are you hiding, Sardi Winter? Inka grinned. Oh, you might as well know. Tommaso was my boyfriend first, before Raf. And then it was Raf. And there was a little overlap. You cheated on Tommaso. Inka shook her head. No. He knew? Yes. And he didn't mind? No. Inka looked at her steadily. So you were sleeping with both of them? Suddenly Amma got it, and gave a shocked giggle. Both of them? At the same time? Inka grinned. Guilty. Are you shocked? Amma processed this new information. No, she said finally, not shocked. Definitely not judging you either, just FYI. Kind of envious. I'd love to be that uninhibited. Inka looked relieved. Eventually it had to come to a choice though, and Tommaso knew that although I did love him, it was Raffaello who had my heart. And then I got stabbed, which kind of put a little of the wrong kind of kink in the relationship for a while, she quipped, grinning, and Amma was amazed at her ability to joke about it. The thing with Enda and me. I had never been with anyone before. Amma nodded. And although the intimate moments are mind-blowing, I'm a little scared to suggest anything more adventurous yet. Inka nodded sympathetically. Before the Winter Twins, believe me, I wasn't nearly as open, shall we say. I think it's just a matter of being with that one person who you can entirely trust in. Amma smiled at her friend gratefully. Thank you for sharing your experience with me, Inks. It does help, and girl, you were wild. Inka laughed. I'm still wild, just with Raf now, as it was meant to be. I also have a great relationship with Tommaso now. I think because he has changed so much and grown more content in himself. He was unsteady emotionally when I met him. Our time together. I think it both messed with him and helped him too, as strange as that may seem. Anyway, now he's with Beau and their quadrillion kids. They're coming over soon. I can't wait for you to meet them. Amma was still thinking about what Inka had said as she drove back to the villa. She felt a pang. She missed her own friends, Lena, Christina, and her sister. She would try to invite them all to Italy, although they had to be careful. Enda had made sure their tracks were covered so Jackson couldn't find them. Yes, he probably knew they were in Italy, but where he wouldn't be sure. In the 3 months since she'd left him, they had only communicated once through their lawyers. Jackson wasn't going to give her a divorce or an annulment. She would have to wait for 2 years before she could divorce him. She had even tried to say that he could claim she cheated, because, technically she did, but he just wouldn't even consider it. She didn't want his money or anything from him but her freedom. That they hadn't heard from him since was a relief to her, but she knew it made Enda uneasy. He's planning something, he would fret, but she had told him. This is what he wants. He wants us to be nervous, to be constantly looking over our shoulders. No. I refuse to live like that. What will be, will be. She walked into the villa now. It was silent but cool, a relief from the hot sun outside. Enda was still at work, still planning on building music schools with Raffaello, but currently catching up on the work he'd let slide when he was in the States. Amma dumped her bag, changed into shorts and a halter neck top and checked the time. 4 p.m. She hadn't wanted any staff when they moved here, and Enda had agreed. So now only a light security team were on the premises, but they worked the perimeter of the grounds, and the house was a private sanctuary for Amma and Enda. She went to the cool, open-plan living area and sat down at the piano. She thought of the beautiful Buzzendorfer that Jackson had bought her, trying to curry favor, and realized she preferred this much older, well-loved instrument here. Enda had told her his mother used to play on it, and so it felt more like a friend than an object. Amma ran her hands over the keys and played a few bars of various compositions, Mozart, Bach, and Copland. She closed her eyes and let her fingers move of their own accord with the new composition, light but sensual, a love song. She hadn't written anything for months now, it seemed, but as her fingers moved across the keys, she could feel the imperative within her. She switched to modern music, Tori Amos, Sarah McLachlan, Nora Jones, singing along softly with the music. I had no idea your singing voice was so beautiful. Amma turned and smiled at Enda. Huh? Thank you. It isn't, but thank you anyway. She started to stand, but he waved her down and joined. Stay and play some more for me. So she did. With Enda's arms locked around her waist, she played through some of her own compositions for him. Neither of them noticed it had gotten dark by the time she had finished. Enda pressed his mouth to hers. That was glorious. Grazie, cara mia. Amma leaned into his embrace. You, music, and this beautiful place. I'm in heaven. She felt his arms tighten around her. I'm glad you feel that way, Piccolo. Amma stayed in his embrace for a moment, and then her stomach growled and they both laughed. I hadn't realized it was so late. I was going to make us some supper. Let's cook together. They went into the kitchen that Amma had grown to love. Exposed brickwork and old-fashioned fixtures belied the state-of-art kitchen equipment. She opened the vast fridge. It's too hot for curry, she said, grinning at his disappointment. Since meeting her, Enda had become addicted to spicy meals. Well, I suppose I could do a light vegetable one, and we could have it with salad and roti? Enda grinned. Sounds good to me, but you may be right about the heat. Maybe something lighter for tonight? Amma laughed. Look at us all domesticated. She turned back to the fridge and made a decision. Stir fry? Enda nodded. Sounds good. They ate out on the terrace overlooking the Bay of Naples, Enda's hand on her thigh. Amma was thinking about what Inca had said earlier. Isn't it weird that when you meet the right person, anything goes wrong? She said to Enda. I know what you mean. I keep thinking back to that day. Your wedding day. You might think I'm the kind of guy who does that all the time, but no. It was just a confluence of events and feelings, and I thought, what the hell? You look so sad, Piccolo. It got me here. He touched his chest. I felt as if I couldn't breathe until I kissed you. Amma was moved. Ditto. She grinned mischievously. I was talking to Inca today. She was pretty wild when she was younger. Not that she's old now, but you know what I mean. Enda grinned widely. I do. Amma studied him. You know? About? The three of them? Yup. It was quite the scandal here back then. Well, not really scandal, not like it would have been back in the States. She stroked his hair. I think I would be too jealous to share you. Enda kissed her. Yeah, that scene isn't for me. What is? You know, I would try anything with you. Anything. Enda wiped his mouth on his napkin and studied her, a grin on his handsome face. Okay, challenge extended. Amma chuckled, a thrill going through her. For example? We have that benefit in town later this week. We could sneak behind a pillar and go for it. Amma considered, then stuck out her hand. Challenge accepted. Enda laughed. There's a part of me that hopes we do get caught. You know what? Amma said, smiling widely. Me too. Jackson Gallo picked up the phone. Tell me you found my wife. His detective, Larry, chuckled. And then some. They're in Sorrento, as you thought. They have a villa, pretty comprehensively guarded, but both of them go out quite freely. Your wife had lunch with another woman today. Another Indian woman? Her sister? No, her sister is still here in the U.S. That must be Inca, Rafaela Winter's wife. They were unprotected? As far as I could see. Want me to kill her? No, Jackson said sharply. If anyone's going to kill my wife, it's me this time. The Winter woman, maybe? Another Penelope situation for her, I think. But not yet. I want to have all the pieces in place before I hit them with it all. What I have planned for them, they won't have dreamed up in a million years. I don't just want to kill my wife. I want to destroy her, my creep brother, and anyone else who loves them before I finally kill Amma. I can wait for the right moment. He gave Larry some final instructions just to keep watching and reporting. Putting down the phone, he smiled to himself. What he had planned wasn't just murder. It was a slaughter. Amma lay in Enda's arms as he slept. It was past midnight, but she couldn't get to sleep at all. She wondered what was bothering her, and couldn't get a grip on it. Something was changing inside of her, and she couldn't figure out whether it was physical or emotional or, what the hell is it? She thought in frustration, but the answer would not come. She gazed at Enda's sleeping face. At rest he looked so much younger, less stressed and more boyish. I love you so much, she thought as she looked at him. I can't imagine my life without you. The thought of being without him made her feel sick, and she gently extracted herself from his grip and went into the bathroom. The nausea passed, and she brushed her teeth again, looking in the mirror. Something was different with her. Her face looked fuller, her eyes sparkled, and her hair hung long and lustrous down her back. Her breasts seemed larger, and her belly softly curved. Was it just that finally, she saw herself as an attractive being? More confident? Maybe, Amma thought now. Hey, you okay? Enda had woken and was standing naked in the doorway, eyes sleepy, his dark curls wild about his head. He looked adorable. Amma grinned and went to him, pressing herself against him and feeling him respond. She brushed her lips against his. A thrill of danger flooded her as he pushed her roughly against the wall, his mouth harsh against hers. They spent all night together. By the time dawn came, they were sated and exhausted. This time, Amma had no trouble falling asleep. The same night, Raffaello Winter was also having trouble sleeping. For some reason, although he and Inka had made love as usual, rapturous love, when she had fallen asleep, something was nagging at him too. He got out of bed and went to get some water, staring out of the window over the bay. Lights of the boats in the bay bobbed around, and the night was serene. But he felt something. Something was coming. Lurking in the shadows, waiting. Watching. He emptied the glass and went back to the bedroom. For a long moment he stood at the door, watching his wife sleep. Her long dark hair clouded around her on the pillow, her thick dark lashes resting on her downy cheeks. Her beauty had always made him weak. The last 10 years with her had made him happy beyond what he thought was possible. And yet, he was always that someone would try and take her away from him. Inka had survived so many attempts on her life, both offenders were thankfully dead now, but he was always tensed for the next attack. Her beauty attracted admirers and obsessives. His mind flipped to his friends now. Enda and Amma had fitted seamlessly into their lives here, but the woman his friend had fallen in love with had a little too much in common with Inka for Raffaello's liking. Jackson Gallo was very much alive and well, and was undoubtedly planning his revenge. And who knew who would be caught in the crossfire? Yes, Raffaello thought grimly. Something is coming. And I just know, nothing good can come of it. San Francisco. Salima Rai picked up her phone and saw that her sister was calling. She glanced quickly at the sleeping man beside her and scooted gently out of bed. She went into the living room, slipping into Chase's t-shirt before she answered the call. Hey sis. Hey, I didn't wake you, did I? Not at all. Why are you whispering? Amma sounded amused, and Salima chuckled. Hot guy asleep in next room. Good work. Amma laughed. Sorry to call so early. I always forget the time difference. I don't care. It's lovely to hear your voice. How are you? Beyond good. How's your program going? Salima was studying for her master's degree in criminology and was loving every day, even though it was hard work. Good, darling, really? I like my tutors a lot, they're more like friends at this point. Suck up. Salima laughed. You know it. Gosh, Amma, I miss you. Oh, me too, boo. So much. When your semester is over, promise me you'll come to Italy? Salima smiled into the phone. Try and stop me. Amma seemed to hesitate then. How is your protection working out? Salima's smile faded. So far so good. They're very discreet but still. I could do without them. I have Chase now. Chase, is it? Well, he's probably not going to be locked and loaded, so the protection stays. Sorry, sis. Amma chuckled. But tell me more about Chase. Later, when Chase got up and sleepily lurched into her bathroom to shower, Salima took stock of what her sister had said. Salima was overjoyed that Amma had split from Jackson Gallo. The man was a creep who had kept hitting on her throughout his engagement to Amma. But the repercussions of how they had split up had crashed through Salima's life here in Los Angeles. Jackson Gallo's threats to her own safety had shocked Salima, but his obvious rage and obsession with her sister scared her more. She had no doubt at all that Jackson would harm Amalia if he could, and although Salima was glad Amma was with Enda, she didn't know Enda at all well, and didn't know if she could trust him to protect her sister. It made her sick to the stomach to think of Amma being hurt. Chase came into the kitchen, stealing a piece of toast from her plate. She had met him only recently. He was a new transfer from a college in Minnesota, and he had a warm, guileless charm that she loved. He'd grinned at her across a lecture hall, and although she tried to play it cool, her stomach filled with butterflies. It turned out he was a friend of one of her friends, and they had gotten to talk on a group night out. Since then, he'd stayed every night. He bent to kiss her now, tasting of toast and toothpaste. She wrinkled her nose. Yuck. Chase laughed, a deep rumble through his broad chest. He was absurdly tall, nearly 6'7", with blonde hair sticking up in every direction, big blue eyes and an easy smile. That's what a man likes to hear when he kisses his woman. Salima grinned. Who said I'm your woman? Me? And I don't mean that in a caveman ugh, beat you over the head and drag you to my cave way. I mean, you're my favorite woman is all. That's nice. Thank you. And so was the kiss. Oh, I know. He was self-assured and safe in his masculinity. Salima loved that about him. Here was a man not threatened by a strong woman. Enda and Raffaello arrived at the restaurant just before their client arrived. They were sitting and chatting when he arrived. Roger Falwell was an American property broker who dealt with all the major property scions around the world. But Enda and Raf were surprised when he called them to talk about their project. He had wanted to meet with them on this specific day, at 1 p.m., and was very adamant about it, which made them scratch their heads. Maybe he's just here for one day? How did he even find out about it? Enda wondered now, and Raf shook his head. No idea. Enda shrugged. Ah well. Raf grinned. You are so chilled out these days, my brother. Enda chuckled. Amma was all he said, and Raf smiled. Gotcha. Enda grinned to himself. Last night had been the benefit they had talked about, and he had indeed been intimate with Amma in a dark alcove where anyone could have walked past and caught them. No one did though, but it had been a thrilling ride anyway. At home, Amma was practicing a piece she had written over and over when her phone rang. Amma? It was Christina, her best friend. Amma was delighted, but Christina's voice was trembling. Chrissy, what is it? I'm not sure, someone broke into my home this morning. I was at the store buying milk. They left a message. Amma's heart began to beat faster. Chrissy, are you okay? Are you hurt? No, I'm not hurt. I don't think this is about me. Amma, the message was written on my wall. It said, tell her everyone until she's the only one left. Sweetheart, I think. It's Jackson. Chrissy, I want you to pack a bag and get out of there now. Did you call the police? I did, there's an officer here. I told them what I told you and they agreed. I need to leave for the time being. Darling, there's something else. There was a fire at the conservatory. No one was hurt, but there was a lot of damage. Amma's legs gave out, and she slumped to the floor panting for air. Her chest felt as if it were in a vice. Chrissy, my sister. I already thought about that. There are police on the way to her apartment right now. Thank you. Thank you. Chrissy, get out of there now. I will, I promise. Keep in touch, Amma, please. Be safe. You too. I love you. Enda checked his phone and saw 3 missed calls. Damn it. He'd forgotten to switch it off to silent mode. He saw the calls were from Amma and he frowned. Just then, though, their guest arrived. Roger Falwell looked sweaty and pale as they shook hands, and Enda realized he was trembling. Was he going to have a heart attack? Are you okay, Mr. Falwell? Falwell closed his eyes, muttering something to himself. I can't do this. I can't do this. Enda and Raffaello exchanged worried glances. Raff cleared his throat and signaled to the waiter. Could we have some ice water, please? Our guest is unwell. Falwell shook his head. No, it's okay, I'm not, oh gosh. As they looked on in amazement, Roger Falwell started to sob. Inka was at her favorite tea house in the city, the one she had opened with Raff soon after they became engaged. With an upstairs tea room overlooking the bay, it was always busy, and Inka liked to help out as much as she could. It made her feel less like the princess in the ivory tower. The staff and customers alike adored her, and she loved spending time there. It also improved her Italian exponentially, and she could chatter away from people easily now. She often told Raff that she felt more Italian than American now, and she knew he was pleased. Today the upper tea room was packed, but downstairs was quiet and cool. Inka took the opportunity to go down and clean. She didn't see the two men enter behind her, until one of them cleared their throat. They were dressed casually and wore friendly smiles, and she grinned back. Hey fellas, come on in. We have plenty of room. Upstairs or down? I'm Inka, so if you need anything, just ask. The two men looked at each other, and for a second, Inka wondered if they had understood her. Then the large man grabbed her so quickly she couldn't react, clamping a huge hand over her mouth and easily holding her arms with the other massive arm. Without hesitation, the other man stepped forward. Terrified, Inka only saw a brief flash of steel before he drove the knife into her belly again and again. The pain was unimaginable. Enda tried to calm their guest down. Sir, please, what is it? Falwell gasped and gulped and finally calmed himself. He has my wife and my 4-year-old daughter. He told me he'll kill them unless I brought you here today, at this time. Both of you. Both Enda and Raff knew instantly. Jackson. Raff leaned forward. What does he want, Roger? Why bring us here today? Roger looked at Raff with sorrow-filled eyes. I'm so sorry, Mr. Winter, he wanted her unprotected. Raff's color drained from his face. No, not Inka. Roger started to sob again, nodding. And Mr. Gallo, he told me to tell you, this is it. This is where they all die, including Amalia. Stella, the tea house's barista, heard the scream from downstairs and hurried down. At first, she just saw the shocked tourist standing at the doorway, her hands at her mouth, staring down at the ground. As Stella rounded the corner, her heart almost failed. Inka was splayed on the floor, eyes closed. Dark purple knife wounds were on her stomach. Her breathing was ragged and hitching, and as Stella dropped to her knees, Inka opened her eyes. In them she saw confusion, bewilderment, and agony. On the floor beside her was a lethal-looking knife. The tourist was crying but was on her phone, obviously calling the emergency services. Oh mio Dio, mio Dio. Panicked, Stella pressed her finger gently to Inka's throat. There was a weak pulse, but it was slowing. Inka made a strange noise like she was fighting for breath, and then her eyes closed and her head slumped to the side. Stella knew instantly. Inka was dying. Then Stella too started to scream for help. Raff was out of the restaurant in a second, his face yellow with terror, his phone to his ear. Enda followed him, trying to call Amma, but the phone was engaged. As he reached Raff, the other man was talking to someone on the phone. He looked at Enda, and there was untold grief in his green eyes. Oh gosh, no, please, yes. No, I'm coming now. Gosh, please, Stella, tell me she's still breathing, thank God. I'm on my way. He turned to Enda, who was still trying to call Amma. Inka was stabbed. It's bad, Enda. It's so bad, gosh. I have to go. Get to Amma now. This is Jackson. I know it. Enda drove like a madman back to the villa, still unable to reach Amma on the phone. As the car screeched to a halt outside, he could see his security team in disarray, and it was only when Amma flew out of the house and into his arms, obviously healthy and apparently safe, that he could breathe again. But Amma was hysterical, and he couldn't understand what she was saying at first. "Baby, calm down. Tell me. Calm down. He has her, Enda. He has my sister." "Oh gosh. Salima." Enda was staggered at the scope of Jackson's revenge plan. First Inka, now Salima. What does he want? Amma looked like she was about to pass out. "Me? He told me he would kill her unless I went to him." No, not going to happen. "Enda, I don't have a choice. Do you honestly think he won't go through with it if I don't?" Enda closed his eyes and thought about Inka. No. Jackson would happily kill Salima. Just like he would, without a doubt, murder Amma the moment she went to him. There were no happy endings here. Amma sat on the cold tile of the bathroom floor, her head in her hands. Thankfully, the nausea that had attacked her so suddenly in the night had passed. Enda tilted her head up gently and pressed a cold flannel to her burning forehead. Her eyes were puffy from lack of sleep and crying, but Enda was concerned about their utter despair. Jackson had taken Salima and had ordered a hit on Inka, who was fighting for her life in a local hospital after 2 of Jackson's men had brutally stabbed her and left her for dead. Raf's voice on the phone sounded like it was coming from the grave. "They're still operating, oh gosh. I thought that part of our lives was over. I don't know if she'll make it, Enda. I really don't." He sounded broken. "She's going to die." Enda pushed the thought away. "Come on, Inks, you can survive this, you must." When he told Amma about Inka, just after she'd had the news that Salima was abducted, she'd collapsed, screaming and sobbing great, wrenching sobs. Enda knew she blamed herself, but now he was more concerned by her silence than her screams. The police had told them to sit tight while they contacted Olivier, and an hour later, Olivier had called them. "He's obviously been planning this for months," Olivier said, sounding as desolate as they did. "He emptied his accounts and sold most of the stuff from the house. When they went there tonight, it was on fire. It was gutted, the house is gone, man. All Dad's stuff. Enda, he's got unlimited funds. He can hide anywhere in the world, and he won't stop until Amma's in his grip." "Not going to happen," Enda said grimly. "He'll kill her the minute she goes to him." "Agreed? Look, my suggestion is to stay there. It's too dangerous here, even though I don't think Jackson is even in the States anymore. He's gone underground. Someone, somewhere surely will have to see him sometime, right? I've already sent out a team to scour California." Enda sighed. "Good. I'll do the same here. Listen, Tommaso Winter said the same thing. We need to cover the globe." He spoke to Raffaello. You can imagine what he said. "How is Inka?" Olivier's voice was soft. He loved Inka as much as the rest of them. "Not good, brother. Not good at all. Gosh, poor Raf. What is this now? The 4th or 5th attempt on her life? That's way too much for any lifetime." Enda tried not to let the tears in his eyes fall. He pinched them shut with his fingers. "Let's hope we can still say it was only an attempt when this is all over. Raf won't survive if Inka dies." There was a heavy silence on the other end of the phone. "Enda, when we find Jackson," Olivier hesitated then sighed. "You know what I'm going to say." "Yes," said Enda in a hard voice. "And to answer you, yes. I want that creep dead. I know he's your brother, but—" "He's no brother of mine," Olivier said. "Live or die, he's dead to me now." Enda heard the heartbreak in Olivier's voice and felt the weight of responsibility. His older brother had always been the peacemaker, the steadying hand. Enda hated that he was alone in San Francisco, dealing with all this. "Come to Italy," he urged. "Be with us." Oliver gave a short, sad laugh. "Believe me, I'd like nothing better, but someone needs to be here. Besides, Salima's boyfriend could still give us some information." Chase, Salima's boyfriend of a few weeks, had been shot and critically wounded when Salima was abducted. He had been trying to defend his girlfriend, and took a bullet to the chest. Damn, said Enda, what a mess. Olivier sighed. Yeah, and right now, I just don't see how it could get any worse. A week later, nothing had changed. Amma stared out of the window at the heavy security around their villa and felt like a prisoner. Not just here in Italy, but of Jackson's. He hadn't contacted her again after that first call when he'd sounded so triumphant. I told you there would be no limit to what I could do if you defied me, Amalia. Now say hello to your little sister. Salima's sobs, her cries of pain as Jackson obviously inflicted harm on her wherever he was holding her. Amma had screamed at Jackson, but he'd merely laughed and told her to wait for his next call. A week. Doing God knows what to Salima. Damn it. She went to look for Enda, who was in his office with Tommaso Winter and their respective chiefs of security. She nodded at Tommaso. He looked desolate. Inca was in a coma, still hovering on the brink of life, and Amma knew Tommaso was trying to keep it together and support his brother as Inca fought to recover. Tommaso smiled at her, his eyes tired and heavy. Amma touched Enda's arm. Baby, can I talk to you for a minute? Enda nodded and followed her out of the room. She led him into their bedroom and closed the door. Enda opened his arms, and she went into them. He kissed her tenderly. Are you okay, Piccolo? She shook her head. No. I just needed alone time with you. I can't bear all this worry and sadness. I think I'm going mad. Enda sighed and hugged her tightly to him. I know. Amma tilted her head up to kiss him again. Let's just make the world go away for a few minutes. You sure? She nodded. Enda quickly and lay on top of her. No matter what, I love you, he said softly, and she nodded, tears in her eyes. She cried herself out in Enda's arms and finally, thankfully, fell asleep. Raffaello stroked the hair away from his wife's face. Her color is a little better. Bo Kennedy, his brother's partner, couldn't see any improvement. It made her sick to see Inca so still and pale. Her usually glowing honey skin was yellow and gray, tubes stuck in her arms, and the breathing apparatus filled her throat. Geez, how the hell had this happened? Why? Some sick psycho's way of getting revenge on his wife was to kill her friend. Bo sat down heavily in the chair opposite Raffaello and took Inca's cold hand. She couldn't die, could she? Not after everything she'd gone through to get to the happy life she had with Raffaello. Whoever this Jackson Gallo wanker is, I'd like to kill him. What a coward. Send two men to kill a defenseless woman? For what? Spite? Raffaello, his green eyes heavy and exhausted, nodded. I know, that's what gets me, the sheer spite of it. Inca had nothing to do with Amma's decision to leave Jackson. He smiled briefly. Although Inca did knee him in the groin. Bo half smiled. Still, deciding to have her killed for that? Sadly, Jackson is that vengeful and that psychotic. He only went after the women. Idiot thinks they're the weaker sex. Bo was incensed. Yeah? Then come at me, bro. I'll show you different. Inca gave a low moan, and they both sat up. Raph leaned over his wife as Bo pressed the button for the nurse. Inca. Cara, Mia. I'm here. Please open your eyes. Wake up, baby. I love you, please. He was rambling, and Bo was saddened by the desperation in his voice. The nurse came in and looked at them questioningly. Bo suddenly felt stupid. She moaned, we thought maybe she was waking up. The nurse smiled at her sympathetically. Let's hope. Excuse me, sir. I just want to check Mrs. Winter. Raph moved, looking discombobulated. Of course, sorry. She patted his arm warmly. Let's just hope, she said again. She took a small flashlight from her pocket and checked Inca's eyes, then checked the machines keeping her alive and her blood pressure. Okay, well, I'll just get the doctor and we can make a determination. Raffaello and Bo waited impatiently for the doctor to complete his examination. Raph stared at Inca's hand. He was sure her fingers had briefly squeezed his as he held them, but he was so dog-tired and grief-stricken that he told himself he might have been hallucinating. The doctor stepped back and smiled at them both. Mrs. Winter does appear to be coming out of her coma. The relief hit Raph like a sledgehammer, and he gave a low gasp of release. Bo went to him and held him up. The doctor patted his shoulder. Now listen, this is very good news, but Mr. Winter, your wife has a long way to go. A long way. Her injuries, remember, we had to remove her kidney and her liver was lacerated. There's still a high risk of infection. The hysterectomy will have taken a toll, too. So long haul. But this is a great positive step forward. He smiled kindly at Raph, who couldn't stop the tears from flooding down his cheeks. Now the thing to remember is that it could take days or even weeks for Inca to emerge fully from the coma. So be patient. I'll come back later and run some more tests. Bo hugged Raph to her. This is good news, bro. Good news. Raph nodded, not trusting himself to speak. He smiled at her and extracted himself to go and sit by Inca. I'll go call Tommaso, Bo said softly. Tell them all the good news. Raffaello nodded, his entire focus on Inca now. When they were alone, he leaned over and kissed the side of her mouth next to the breathing tube. Amore mia, he said, his voice breaking. Please come back to me. I don't know how to live in a world without you. Fight, Inca, my beautiful Inca. You've done this before. Fight. Fight to come back to me. He picked up her hand and brought it to his mouth. Gosh, when she awoke, he would have to tell her that she had been targeted yet again by a psychopath, and that there had been no good reason other than malevolence behind her stabbing. That they'd had to fight to save her life for hours in the operating theater. That the baby she hadn't known they could have, and that she had been carrying for a month, had been murdered in her womb. Their child. Their only child. They'd told them years ago that she wouldn't be able to carry a baby to full term, even if she could conceive it to begin with. And that now they would never get the chance to try again. The killer inflicted a deep wound to her womb, and they had to remove it. Inca would never be pregnant again. Mio Dio. Raph closed his eyes and fought against the scream in his throat. Never again. He didn't care if he had to keep her in a fortress. No one would ever touch her again, never hurt her again. And he, Raffaello, would never fail her again. Alma woke in the late evening, as she heard raised voices somewhere in the villa. She pulled a t-shirt and a pair of jeans on, and went to find out what was going on. She pushed her way into the kitchen, and saw Enda arguing furiously with someone. When she shifted position, she saw him and gasped. Her father had come to Italy. He saw her and rounded on her, his face a mask of rage. You? This is your fault. My daughter is abducted, and I find out about it on the news? This is your doing, Amalia, and... He never finished the sentence, as an incensed and raging Enda punched him out. Her uncle, her beloved Omar, who had come with Gajendra to Italy, put his arm around her shoulders and kissed her temple. Your father will calm down, Amalia. Give him time. Exhausted, Amma leaned against him. I don't want him here, Omar, but I can't tell you how happy I am to see you. I just wish, gosh, Omar. She's been gone a week. Who knows what horrors he's putting her through. She lowered her voice. Omar, I don't want Enda to know this, but if Jackson will swap me for her, I'll do it. I'll do it right now. Her uncle looked pained. Sweetheart, let's not even consider that as an option yet. Or at all. We'll get Salima back. I have spoken to Olivier Gallo, and now to your Enda and his friend. Between us, we can cover the globe to find your sister. And we will. Amalia rubbed her eyes. Dad's right about one thing, this is my fault. All of it. Salima, Christina. Inca. God. She felt sick. Omar tightened his arm around her, and spoke in a low, fierce voice. This is not your fault. Your father is lashing out, because he feels the guilt keenly. The guilt for using his daughters to save his business, when he could have come to me. His pride put you both in harm's way. He knows that marrying you to Jackson Gallo was the catalyst. He fed Jackson's obsession and sense of entitlement. Amma heard his words, but could not shake the guilt anyway. Omar, could you take Dad back to the hotel? I need some time with Enda. Omar kissed her cheek. Of course, darling. I will be just a phone call away if you need me. Enda looked tired, but when she joined him in the kitchen, he kissed her and smiled at her. Inka's coming out of her coma, he told her, and Amma felt her heart lift. Really? Tommaso just called. She's still critical, but it's a good step forward. Amma slumped against him. Some good news at last. She felt like crying, but this time for good reasons. Could this be the tide turning? Have they found anything out about Salima's whereabouts? Enda hesitated, then shook his head. I'm sorry, baby. Chase is still unconscious, and the California team has had no luck. Look, we have the house to ourselves tonight. Just for one night, let's try and relax and spend some time together. I know it will be difficult, but I'm worried that if we, and I mean you, Piccolo, keep this level of stress up, we'll make bad decisions. Forget why we did this. Amma was silent, considering his proposal. Could she relax, knowing what was happening to her sister? Even if it wasn't happening, and she didn't think there was any chance of that, she still had visions of what Jackson could do to her sister. But she looked up into the eyes of the man she had sacrificed everything for, and knew she would make the same decision over and over again. Enda was right. They needed to reconnect properly, remember that they were in this together, and that there were more people on their side than on Jackson's. She nodded up at him. Yes, okay, for tonight, me and you. Good. He kissed her forehead. Let's start by getting some proper food into you. You haven't eaten for days. They cooked a meal together, a hot and spicy curry that they washed down with a cold beer each, then sat watching TV. Amma couldn't help but drift her mind to her sister, and at 10 p.m., Enda looked around at her, studied her expression and sighed. Miss Rai, I think I need to distract you more. He stood up and pulled her to her feet. He nuzzled his nose to hers, before pressing his lips against hers. The house is empty except for us. We're totally alone, listen how quiet the night is. He led her to the window and pushed open the shutters. The stone windowsill was wide enough for them both to sit on. Look at that, Enda said softly. The moon was full over the Bay of Naples, Vesuvius casting a long shadow. The cities of Naples and Sorrento lay beneath them. The lights of the fishing boats bobbed out at sea, the soft glow from the city streets. There is only one thing I consider more beautiful than this view, Enda said in his low growly accent, and that is you, Piccolo. You are the love of my life and the reason for my being. There is absolutely no way I would give you up for anything. I know what you think, that you hold Salima's life in your hands. You don't. But you hold mine and I hold yours. There is no you and me. There is only us. And we together will fight this and we will win. Amma had tears in her eyes, and they spilled down her cheeks as he finished speaking. She couldn't speak. Couldn't tell this wonderful man just how much she loved him. Instead she kissed him, her mouth hungry against his. Amma sighed and closed her eyes, not caring if any of the security guards patrolling their grounds could see them. This is what matters, she thought. Love. I love you. I love you, she whispered, and he laughed softly. And I'm not even halfway done tonight. They were intimate until dawn began to spread its fingers across the sky, then fell asleep, wrapped in each other's arms. When they woke, Amma felt stronger than she had in days. Then in the evening, the news came that Inka was awake. Inka awoke sometime in the afternoon, and of course, it was in the 5 minutes that Raf, who had been at her side constantly, went to take a coffee break. Alone, Inka blinked, trying to get the smeary glaze from her eyes, moving her limbs, feeling the stiffness of her body, and the numbness that she recognized as morphine coursing through her system. It was a heavy dose too, she knew of old, from the last time she'd been stabbed. How the hell had it happened again? Here in her beloved Naples, where all she had found was love. Had it been part of a robbery? Somehow she couldn't see it. It was personal. She remembered the man who had stabbed her. He had looked her in the eye as he committed the act. The expression she would never forget. Enjoyment. He meant to kill her. Inka was sure of it. She wasn't a random victim. Could it have been Edgar Winter, her husband's psychotic father, who had tried to kill her twice before just to make Raffaello suffer? He was rotting away in prison now for his crimes, but he could have just as easily hired someone to do it. After all this time, though? It had been years that he had been incarcerated. Inka moved and then moaned in pain. Agony screeched through her body, but instead of upsetting her, it just made her angry. Who the hell were these people to decide whether she lived or died? Luna, Kevin, Knox, Edgar, two of them were dead. Kevin was like Edgar in jail. And now those two creeps in her beloved tea house. The anger made adrenaline shoot through her body, and she struggled to sit up, ignoring the agonizing pain in her abdomen and gripping the breathing tube to rip it out. Only the appearance of Bo stopped her from doing it. Hey, no, baby. Don't do that. Bo dropped the coffee she was holding and dashed to Inka's side, holding her up with one strong arm and gently pushing her hands away from the tube. Nurse. Somebody help me. Two nurses and a doctor came racing in, and between them they managed to calm Inka down. She gestured furiously at the breathing tube. The doctor injected her with a sedative. Mrs. Winter, if you calm down, I can do some checks, and if you're breathing on your own, I'll consider removing the tube. But you have to calm down for me. Your abdomen is recovering from serious wounds and the resultant surgery. If you tear an artery, you will bleed out and die. Okay. Inka saw Bo wince. The other woman looked back at her and tried to smile. Welcome back, gorgeous. She kissed the back of Inka's fingers, and Inka felt her tears on her skin. Sweetie, while they look after you, I'm going to get Raf. He's only getting some coffee. I'll be right back. Inka nodded, the effects of the sedative kicking in. The doctor and nurses did their tests, but a few moments later Inka could only see him, her Raffaello. The look of relief and love on his face was overwhelming, and she thought, as she had done once before, that his smile was better than any painkiller they might give her. Alma was nervous about walking into the hospital room and seeing her friend so hurt and brutalized. She had not been to see Inka when she was in a coma. Raf had wanted to limit Inka's visitors because of the risk of infection, and Enda and he had agreed that it would be too hard on Alma. Alma was convinced Raf blamed her for his wife's stabbing, even though both Enda and Tommaso assured her nothing could be further from the truth. He's just gone into overprotective mode. Although at this point, I wouldn't say anything is too overprotective as far as Inka goes. Tommaso had been almost as devastated by Inka's attempted murder as Raf, and Alma remembered that he, Tommaso, had loved Inka first. She hugged him. I love her too, she whispered to him, and he nodded, fighting back the tears. She saw Raf first, and he came to her and wrapped his arms around her. She's just sleeping. The painkillers make her so tired. Alma walked in and tried not to give a cry of horror. Inka had lost a lot of weight. There were dark circles under her eyes, and her lovely face, even in sleep, was creased in pain. Alma wobbled, and both Raf and Enda steadied her. Alma turned to Raf. Is she going to be okay? Raf drew in a deep breath. We hope so. It'll be a long road to recovery, even longer than last time. We'll get there. Do you want to sit with her for a while? She should wake up soon. Alma nodded. How much does she know? I don't want to upset her. Everything. She asked to be told everything. Gosh, she's stronger than even I realized. Alma touched his face. Raf, I'm so sorry about the baby. He half smiled, but it was a strained thing. The strange thing is, we had made our peace with not having kids. This seems like a cruel joke. As if being stabbed by two men twice her size wasn't bad enough. His voice broke, and he looked away. Enda gripped his shoulder. Come on, Raf. I'm buying you a good coffee, and something to eat. Cara Mia, do you mind if we leave you two alone for a while? Amma shook her head. I'll be here with Inca. Take as long as you need. Inca woke less than 10 minutes later, and Amma helped her sip from a cup of water. Inca smiled at her. Hey you. How are you? Is there any news? Amma bugged at her. Shouldn't I be the one asking if you're okay? Well, Inca looked down at the heavy bandaging around her torso. I'm going to say I'm all set. She grinned, but then her smile faded. And don't even think you're responsible for this. Raph told me that's what you told Enda, and it's a bunch of crap. This is all Jackson Gallo. Creep? Creep was such an understatement when it came to describing Jackson that suddenly Amma got the giggles. Inca looked at her in surprise, then started to laugh too. OWW, don't make me laugh. My stomach muscles are compromised. OWW. But she dissolved into giggles too. I don't know why I'm laughing, Amma said, wiping her eyes. You're in here, my sister's still missing, and Jackson is still breathing, Inca said, her smile fading. Girl, if you can wait until I'm mobile, I say you and me go black ops on his ass. From your lips to God's ear, Inks. But seriously now, I am so sorry you got dragged into this. I can't imagine what it was like. Inca winced a little as she shifted in the bed. Personal. That's the word I keep coming back to. The man who stabbed me, it was personal for him. He enjoyed it. Jackson surrounded himself with men like him. Psychotic, sociopathic, and devoid of empathy. They like to kill. Amma dropped her head in her hands and moaned. Inks? I can't sit around waiting for Jackson to kill Salima. I know the men are doing everything their money will allow. It's not enough. Inca was studying her. Now I know you're not thinking about going to Jackson? Amma met her gaze. If it was a choice between you and Raffaello, what would you do? Geez, Amma, you can't ask me that. Damn it. Inca's voice broke. I wish you hadn't told me. Please, darling, I'm begging you. Don't give in to him. Amma shook her head. No, you misunderstand me. I have no intention of giving in to him. I'm going to kill him. Amma was quiet on the way back to the villa that night, and when they got home, Enda sent the staff home and they went to their bedroom. Enda sat on the bed. What's going on in that mind? He asked gently. Amma sat next to him, brushing her fingers through his hair. Enda, I think we need to go back to San Francisco. Enda looked at her, and she could see the conflict in her mind. Finally, he sighed. I've been thinking the same thing. We're not getting anywhere here. It's just the thought of you being in his sightline. We don't know he's there, but I guarantee he'll be watching. We go back. I go back to work as if nothing's changed. You and I, will be visible in society. We goad him into contacting me again. We make a deal. Me for Selly. No way. That's not going to happen, Cara Mia. Enda got up and paced the room. I agree we should be there, but if you think we're going to use you as bait. Amma sighed. I think it's too late to consider anything else, baby. I am his bait. I'm what he wants. We've established he could be anywhere in the world, which means I'm already in his sights. He knows we're here. That's why he sent men to kill Inca. He wanted me to know he is always close. Enda looked unhappy, and was silent for a long time, looking out of the window. Finally, he returned to her side. Fine. But the level of personal security you're getting will be insane, okay? Please. I know you hate the intrusion, but this is your life we're talking about. Until Jackson is put out of action, you'll have to promise me. Amma nodded slowly and met his gaze. I promise, Enda. I do. But we're getting Salima back alive. He pressed his lips to hers and she kissed him back, almost urgently. Take me to bed, Enda. She felt his lips curl up in a smile. That's my girl. He pushed her back on the bed and began to unbutton her dress, taking the time to kiss every inch of skin he uncovered. Amalia smiled to herself. Screw you, Jackson. You'll never take this away from me. You're going down, creep.
Part 3. San Francisco a week later.
It was almost as if Amma expected Jackson to be waiting at the airport, Salima in one hand and a gun in the other. The nightmares plagued her. Salima was crying, bruised, begging Amma not to do it. Jackson's triumphant grin as he let Salima run to Enda, then shoved the muzzle of the gun against Amma's belly and pulled the trigger. She shivered. She knew it was ridiculous, but when they landed the private jet at the airport and stepped out into the California sunshine, she scanned the area looking for him. Instead, a dark-windowed town car pulled up and Olivier, lovely sweet Olivier, got out. Suddenly, she couldn't wait to go down the steps. Olivier swept her up in a bear hug. Gosh, it's good to see you, little one. Amma clung to him. He looked tired and drawn. I'm sorry we left you alone for so long with this, Ollie. He held her tightly. As long as you're safe, that's all I care about, and I bring positive news. Chase is out of his coma and talking. We think Salima is still in the state, but being hidden in an underground facility. After he was shot, Chase said he remained conscious long enough to hear Jackson say to take Salima to the facility, and that he will join them in an hour. The FBI has gone over Jackson's records with a fine-tooth comb. They have a few leads. Amma's heart was in her throat. Gosh, really? Olivier grinned at her and his brother. Really? Now let's get you home. Jackson Gallo was informed that Amma and Enda were back in San Francisco less than half an hour later. He smiled smugly. Amma knew she was in a no-win position, and Jackson banked on her doing everything to get her sister back alive. He moved quickly through the corridors of the underground facility he had purchased after he had become engaged to Amma. He had it fitted out with comfortable rooms, hot water, heating, kitchens, and bathrooms. He knew that Amalia Rai did not want to marry him, and he did not want to have to resort to the lengths he had with Penelope. After all, the goal was to sleep with Amma, not kill her, not at first. So if she had defied him, then he would have brought her here and kept her confined until he decided her punishment. Now it had proved useful for her sister. Salima Rai wasn't as spirited as her sister, but she still tried to attack him every time he went near her. Now she was handcuffed to the bed, and when Jackson went to taunt her, he made sure to stay out of her reach. He opened the door to her room. Salima glared at him, but didn't get up. Her hair hung in strands around her face. Jackson sighed. For God's sake, clean yourself up. You look terrible. Screw you, Jackson. I don't have to look pretty for anyone, let alone the man who kidnapped me and killed my boyfriend. Jackson shrugged. He got in the way. If you and your sister didn't act like tramps, none of this would be happening. Salima spat at him. You're pathetic. Jackson wiped his face. And yet, I seem to be holding all of the cards. She won't come back to you. I won't permit it. Enda, Olivier, they won't permit it. So you might as well kill me now and cut your losses. Jackson rolled his eyes. You know, you could be grateful. There's a cell in this building. A great hard cold concrete cell that you could be in. It's only through my good graces that you're kept fed, warmed, and in this luxury. He gestured around the comfortable room with its four-poster bed and big screen TV. Shut your mouth, enjoy what you've got here, and pray I don't kill you the second Amma comes back to me. Salima went quiet then, and Jackson turned to go. Before he reached the door, she spoke up, her voice breaking. Are you going to kill Amma? He didn't answer her. Chase Kaplan felt like a hole had been punched through his chest. Which, come to think of it, it had, he thought, and grinned to himself. It took a lot to make Chase feel down, but being shot had come pretty close. After waking up from his coma, his first question was, Is Salima okay? When he was told she was still missing, he hadn't hesitated in asking to talk to the police and to Olivier. The doctors had wanted him to take it easy. He ignored them. Today he would meet Salima's sister for the first time. He wondered how he would feel seeing someone who resembled his romantic partner so much. In the few weeks he and Salima had been together, he had fallen hard for the tiny Indian-American woman. Every moment they were together was the most fun he'd ever had, and even though he was a salt of the earth, straight a country boy, he found himself acting more spontaneously and recklessly. Had they been reckless the night Salima had been taken? There had been a roof party at one of their friends' apartments, and they had stayed late, Salima sitting on his lap as they shared a beach chair. The night had been sultry, with lines of twinkle lights strung around the rooftop and soft music playing. Salima had snuggled into his big chest, and he had kissed the top of her head. "Hey, beauty." "Hey, you." She'd looked up at him as he kissed her mouth gently. Salima sighed happily. "Gosh, what a great night." "Not over yet." He'd grinned at her meaningfully, and she'd laughed. "You know," she'd lowered her voice, "my place is only about 4 blocks from here, but there are a lot of dark alleyways we could take shortcuts through." He had gotten her meaning and chuckled. "Why, Ms. Rai, you're trying to ruin my reputation, huh?" They had made their way home, ducking into alleyways to make out, and when they had reached the one nearest Salima's apartment, she'd grinned up at him, leaning back against the wall and hitching up her skirt. "Come here, farm boy." Salima had started giggling, and Chase had to put his hand over her mouth to silence her. Stumbling home afterward, neither of them had seen the men waiting for them. When one had stepped out of the shadows and grabbed Salima, Chase was on him immediately. Then the other guy had begun to pull him away, Salima screaming at them. "Don't hurt the girl." He'd heard a clipped American accent, glanced around, and recognized Jackson Gall immediately. Jackson had smirked, holding Salima back as the men had wailed on Chase, and when one had knocked him to the ground, the other had pulled out a gun, and Chase had felt his chest explode. Salima had screamed as Chase realized he'd been shot, and that he could no longer move his body. His head whirled as he saw Salima pushed into a car. "Take her to the facility," Jackson Gallo had instructed his men. "I'll follow you in an hour." Chase had wanted to shout, to scream, to tell Salima he would save her, but he hadn't been able to speak or move. His entire body had been cold, too cold. Gallo had leaned over him and smiled. "I really don't care if you live or die, my friend, but if you live, tell Amalia this. Her sister will suffer the same fate as Penelope and Inca unless she comes back to me. Tell her to wait for my call." Chase closed his eyes and for once let the despair take over him. "Salima, I will do everything I can to find you." But he felt helpless. An hour later, he felt the despair even more keenly when Salima's sister walked into the room, took one look at him, and put her arms around him. Then, for only the 3rd time in his 26 years on the planet, Chase Kaplan cried. Inca finished another book, then put it on the pile next to her bed. Her recovery was going well, but slowly, and she was bored. Raph, Tommaso and Bo kept her company as much as they could, but Raffaello was looking for the men who had tried to kill his beloved wife, as well as helping out Enda and Amma, and Bo and Tommaso had 7 kids to try to juggle. Stella and a couple of other girls from the tea house had been in to see her, as well as some of her friends from Naples, but they treated her as if she were a fragile thing, and Inca had had enough of it. She was pissed, almightily pissed, at being back in this situation. When Raffaello came in to see her, she had worked herself up into a temper. "I want out of here, Raph. Tonight. I'm not even on any drips or feeds or whatever anymore. I hate this. I hate being here." Raph let her rant away, holding her hand. The psych doctor had told him to expect this, to expect a kickback from not having processed the attack. Inca had told the police everything, then had not wanted to talk about it again. Neither had she wanted to discuss the baby. Raffaello could see the heartbreak in her eyes, but she would not even contemplate what their lives would have been like if their child had been born. They had tested the dead embryo and discovered it was a girl, but Raffaello had not told Inca that. She was particularly close to Tommaso, and Bo's only daughter, Hermione, named by their two oldest sons who were Harry Potter mad, and Raph had caught her looking wistfully at the girl as she played with her brothers. Damn it. Even his chest cramped up with despair as he thought about how close they had come to being parents. A little girl, he thought, who looked like her beautiful mother and maybe had my eyes. But it wasn't to be. Raph waited for Inka to rant herself out, then held her as she started to cry. He knew it was just frustration. Inka wasn't someone who felt sorry for herself. When she was just hiccuping and looking embarrassed, he brushed his lips against hers, back and forth, until he felt her lips curve up in a smile. They knew each other so completely now, and had perfect trust between them. Inka drew away and touched his cheek. Sorry, baby. Don't apologize. I love you, Principessa. She sighed and smiled. As I love you. Give me some good news, darling. Raph grinned. I can, actually. Salima's boyfriend woke up and gave them some great information. They think Jackson has her somewhere in California. Inka's eyes opened wide. Wow, that is good news. Are you going to California, then? Raph was astonished. Are you kidding me? I'm not leaving you alone. Baby, you have 3 armed guards outside my hospital room at all times. No one is getting in here. Raph shook his head. Inka, there's no doubt in my mind that the men who stabbed you are still in Naples. They will have been told to watch us and possibly finish the job. He swallowed hard and shook his head at that. Finish the job if you survive. And you have. I'm not letting you out of my sight, Principessa. I will find them, and I will kill them. I promise you that. Inka took his hand, seeing his distress. I love you, Raffaello Winter. Ti amo, Inka. Ti amo. Amma and Chase talked for hours until she could see the young man was exhausted. He still protested when she told him he needed to rest. I'll come back tomorrow, if I may. Enda won't let me go back to work just yet, until he puts all the protection he wants into place, so I'll go crazy stuck at Olivier's house alone. Chase nodded. Please do. I'd like you to meet my family when they come visit me. Amma gingerly hugged him. Salima has good taste in men. Chase laughed. She'll tell you what a doofus I am when she comes home. They smiled, but the hopelessness they both felt was palpable. Amma shook herself. We'll get her back, Chase, I promise. The young man's eyes were serious. Don't promise that. Amma nodded. I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't, but I will stop at nothing to get her home safely. Good night, Chase. Night, Amma. See you tomorrow. Her protection detail, 2 huge, heavily armed men called Trevor and Dustin, drove her back to Olivier's house. When she got home, only Enda was waiting for her. Olivier's had to go to New York for business overnight. Amma went into his arms. Gosh, I missed you today. Enda smiled and brushed his lips against hers. And I missed you. Tell me what Chase said. He led her to the sofa, and Amma filled him in on everything Chase had told her. When she repeated Jackson's threat about Penelope and Inka, Enda nodded slowly. Interesting. So does he think Inka is dead? I don't know. Raph kept the stabbing out of the papers for Inka's protection. That's all I know. I talked to Raph earlier. He's convinced the men who attacked Inka are still in Naples. It wouldn't be hard for them to find out she was alive, so how come they haven't told Jackson that she survived? Amma considered this. Maybe they don't want him to be angry for their failing? Maybe he paid them in full to kill Inka, and because she survived, then maybe it means he'll demand his money back? She sighed heavily. Maybe it's because they want to finish the job. Enda nodded slowly. Or maybe there's a chink in the armor. Maybe after they stabbed Inka, they had a change of heart. Amma looked skeptical. Doesn't seem likely. Unless Jackson got cheap and hired non-professionals. After all, a professional hitman would have, and I'm sorry to put this image in your head, made sure Inka was dead. He would have probably shot her in the head and left. These creeps enjoyed the close nature of the attack, hurting her and watching her suffer. I'd say they were local criminals, and I'd also say, if we find them, we could get information out of them. If Raf doesn't kill them first. If that, yes. I'll talk to him. Amma smiled at her low romantic partner Veer. What would you do? Enda's face was set. They'd be dead the minute I found them. But that won't help anyone. Amma stroked his face. Enough now. I'm assuming, because you would have told me already, that there's no news on Salima. Right? Amma sighed. Then Enda Gallo, let's go to bed. I need a distraction. I need to release this tension. My whole body aches because of it, and I can see yours does too. Take me to bed. Gosh, you're beautiful, Cara Mia. The low light in the room made her skin look golden. Her dark hair tumbled in waves over her shoulders, and her lovely face was flushed pink. As they caught their breath, Enda pressed his lips to her forehead, and Amma snuggled close to him. They had no need for words. 2 days later, a nervous and trembling Amma returned to the music conservatory. As Trevor and Dustin drove her into the city, she realized she was more nervous about facing her colleagues and students than she was about any threat Jackson might be. She was glad that her best friend, Christina, would be there to support her today. Since her apartment had been broken into, Christina had been staying with her boyfriend and had reported no more threats or strange occurrences. When Amma thought about what had happened to Inca, she couldn't help but be utterly relieved that Jackson had left Christina alone. Enough people have been hurt, she thought now, as the car pulled up to the school. Maybe today would be the day Jackson would realize she was back and get in touch. She knew it was a long shot that anything would happen the first day back. Jackson wouldn't be so reckless. He would know the security measures Enda had put in place. But Amma had no doubt that he would be watching. She pushed the thought away. Act normally, as if he wasn't holding her beloved sister hostage. That will enrage him. Jackson wants the attention. All the things Enda told her went through her head again now. Christina met her at the door, and the two women hugged for a long moment. Hey girl. Christina, her black hair pulled up into a chignon and her slender figure in jeans and t-shirt, smiled at her but her eyes were worried. Are you okay? Suddenly, Amma felt like crying. She nodded, not trusting herself to speak, and Christina smiled, understanding. Come on. Let's get some of that atrocious coffee they serve in the cafeteria. A half-hour later, she went up to her office. Christina had shown her around the 2 music rooms that were fire-damaged. We were lucky someone spotted it before it spread too far, but it's awkward these 2 being out of use for the time being. Enda had offered the school the money to repair the damage, and would not take no for an answer. Amma felt bad though, it had another screw you from Jackson toward her. In her office, Lena hugged her too. So good to have you back, boss. Amma smiled. Sorry to have abandoned you for so long. But I come bearing more news. Lena studied her. You're leaving for good, aren't you? Amma nodded. I am. I'm sorry, but I want to be with Enda, and I want to be in Italy. He and Raffaello Winter are opening music schools across the world, and I'm going to help them. She smiled. So, if you feel like a change of pace or of country, we could always use superb administrators. But don't tell the dean I said so. I'm already in trouble for giving notice. Lena nodded, but her eyes were sad. I'll miss you. Tears threatened again. Don't make me cry. Amma smiled at her assistant. Come on, boss me around for a bit. I'll feel like I'm home then. Lena grinned. Okay, well, there's your email folder. Don't even ask how many unread you have. I've tried to sort them into folders in order of importance, and I deleted all the spam, but still. I haven't opened any marked private. I promise. They're in a folder on your desktop. Amma sat down at her desk and flicked her work laptop on. She had left everything behind when she'd fled to Italy, including this old machine, and it took a while for the computer to boot up. She went to put a fresh pot of coffee on, and noticed the fine layer of dust covering everything. With a note of sadness, she realized this place was a stranger to her and she to it. She had given the dean her notice, 3 months, and he had been sad but understanding. Enda had already spoken to him about the extra security, telling him in confidence the situation with Amma and her sister. The dean had been appalled, of course, and promised to do everything in his power to protect Amma. Amma sat back down at her desk and clicked open the private email folder. Private messages from an unknown addressee filled the screen. Amma swallowed, knowing they all had to be from Jackson. The first one was dated the night she left him, and it was a rambling, venom-filled email telling her she was a tramp and that Enda was a creep who was only romancing her to pay Jackson back. All vitriolic swill, but nothing Amma wouldn't have expected. She almost deleted it, then paused. It was still evidence, wasn't it? There were a few more angry rants around the same date, but then, for a period of some months, nothing. Then, the day Jackson had abducted Salima, the email started again. Amma clicked on the first one. Time's up. With the short phrase was a photograph of the inside of Christina's apartment, trashed, with the messages scrawled across the walls. The second email was a photo of a small fire being set in the music rooms in the conservatory, so that had been Jackson. Amma didn't want to think about what was included in the few emails left, but she made herself click on them in order. She gave a squeak of distress. Chase Kaplan lying on the sidewalk, blood spread across his t-shirt, his eyes closed. The moment Salima had gone missing. The next email showed Salima chained to a bed, looking cowed but thankfully not bruised. Amma studied the photo of her sister minutely, trying to see the expression in Salima's eyes, then trying to place the bedroom. She shook her head, her chest hurting with the pain of knowing her sister was somewhere and she couldn't get to her. The next email took her breath away. A woman she didn't know lay slumped in the front seat of a car dead. Dark red wounds covered her torso. The woman's soft caramel hair hung to her shoulders, her eyes were closed, and her pretty face still contorted with pain and horror even in death. Penelope! Oh geez, oh gosh! Amma felt nausea rise in her throat. The last email she hesitated to open. When she did, she saw this one was a video file. From the screenshot at the start, she could see the outside of Inca's tea house in Naples and knew instantly what she would see. Amma closed her eyes. I don't know if I can do this. But maybe there would be some clue. She hit the play button. Someone, obviously wearing a camera, walked into the cool shaded lower floor of the tea house. Amma saw Inca cleaning up alone. Gosh, she looked so happy and so beautiful in her little tea dress. She smiled at the men with the cameras, and Amma heard her say, "Hey fellas, come on in. We have plenty of room. Upstairs or down. I'm Inca, so if you need anything, just ask." Another man, who was with the cameraman, grabbed Inca so quickly that Amma jumped back from the screen. She saw him pull Inca's arms behind her, then saw the confusion and fear in Inca's lovely face. With increasing horror, Amma watched the cameraman pull out the knife and plunge it into Inca's belly. The killer inflicted a deep wound to her womb, and they had to remove it. Inca would never be pregnant again. When he had finished, the men laid Inca on the floor of the tea house. The whole attack took less than 15 seconds. The camera zoomed in on her wounds. She heard a voice speak gently, almost tenderly, to the dying woman. "Jackson Gallo sends his regards." Amma gasped in horror. Then, the video ended. Amma didn't even realize she was screaming until Trevor and Dustin burst into the room and she collapsed to the ground, sobbing. Raf watched the video over and over again, his heart shattering. Enda and his security team told him about it, and Raf demanded that they send it to him immediately. Enda had cautioned him. "Brother, don't watch it. Please. I can't imagine anything worse than seeing the woman you love attacked like this. It's horrific. Inca had to live it. Enda, not just watch it. I have to do this. There may be something or someone I might recognize. You forget I know most people, good or bad, in Naples and Sorrento. This is my home. If they're locals, I'll know it. After failing to dissuade him, Enda sent the video over and Raf had watched it. The first time, the shock of it had been ice in his veins. The pain on his beloved Inka's face, the disbelief that this was happening to her again. The knife sliced through the white cotton of her dress. The absolute cruelty of the man who was stabbing her. He watched it again and again, trying to get used to its horror. When he realized that would never happen, he took himself out of the role of husband and tried to focus as an investigator. When the man spoke at the end, Raf heard the accent of the region. Good. That was something he had been right about, they were local. In his old life, before Inca, Raf had opened nightclubs and had enough underworld contacts that he could show this to them, hoping against hope that they would recognize someone. His contacts would know he wasn't about to go to the police with that information. Raffaello Winter had every intention of getting everything they knew about Jackson, and then, without hesitation, he would make them feel the pain they had inflicted on Inca tenfold. Inca knew something was wrong when she woke after napping all afternoon. Her body felt heavy, almost as if it was waterlogged. Her belly screamed with pain and she felt hot. Too hot for this air-conditioned room. She leaned over, reaching for the call button, then felt herself slip and roll. She slammed onto the floor with a moan, and then all was darkness. Amma woke in Enda's arms as the phone rang loudly. Enda groaned and rolled over to answer it, as Amma glanced at the clock. No news is good at 3 a.m., she thought, and sat up. Enda was rubbing his eyes. Yeah? Oh hey Raf, what? Oh gosh, how? When? Geez, what does the surgeon say? Amma's heart caught in her throat. It had to be Inca. Geez. Amma closed her eyes. Jackson, you damn good for nothing. Why didn't you just kill me? She waited for him to finish the call. He looked shattered. Inca was bleeding internally. They took her back into surgery 4 hours ago, and they're still operating. They can't stop the bleeding. Raf is, well, you can guess. Amma dipped her head into her hands and gave a sob. This is the end, Enda. I've had enough. We need to draw Jackson out. We need to end this. I agree. Enda wrapped his arms around her. Call me selfish, or call me a terrible friend, but I never want to have to make that call about you, Amma. And I'm terrified that you'll do something stupidly selfless and get yourself killed. Amma cried silent tears. What if he does that to Salima? I cannot live with that, Enda. We'll figure something out, baby. How? But he didn't have an answer for her.
Part 4.
Raf was waiting in the relative's room with Gajendra and Omar. His phone bleeped and he checked it, relieved at something to do. It was a message from one of his contacts. Yes. I know these men. Call me back when you can. I hope your lovely Inca pulls through. If Raf hadn't been so gut-wrenchingly terrified right at that moment, he would have punched the air. Finally, a lead. The surgeon, exhausted and tired, pushed his way into the room, and Raf tried not to see the blood on his scrubs. Inca's blood. The doctor nodded at him. She's stable. We found the bleed. We had thought her spleen hadn't been damaged initially, but that was where the bleed was. Will she be okay? That was Omar. Raf was too relieved to speak. The doctor hesitated. We've stabilized her. That's as much information I can confirm. I'm hopeful. Let's say that. You can see her in the morning, Mr. Winter. Until then, I suggest you go home and get some rest. Raf, of course, went straight to the home of his contact, where he found out the names of the men who had attacked Inca, and could finally see a way to fight for the woman he loved. Enda put down the phone in frustration, and Amma rubbed his back. What is it? I have to go to New York for the day. The business goes on even if we're out of action, and I can't ask Raf to leave Inca's bedside right now. Amma hugged him. Of course you can't. I have Trevor and Dustin, the silent twins. You go, baby. We can't let this whole thing stop our lives entirely. Enda kissed her. Have I told you I love you today? Amma grinned. Well, no, but you certainly showed me. And if you like, you can show me again before I go to work. She lay back, still with no clothes from the shower, and Enda grinned, covering her body with his and hitching her legs around his waist. They went to bed, and were intimate. Later after. She was still glowing when she walked into her office an hour and a half later. Lena grinned at her. You look radiant, boss. Anything to do with that gorgeous man of yours? Amma grinned, but they were soon bogged down in work. Enda called her as he was about to catch his flight. Are you sure you'll be okay? I'll be back around 10 tonight. Amma smiled down the phone. Honestly, baby, I'm fine. We have a ton of work, so I might be working late myself. As it turned out, she was right. The paperwork involved in her handing over her classes to the new teacher kept her busy all day, and she blinked up at Lena as she came into the office. Lena, go home. I got this. Lena shook her head. Now you stay, I stay. I thought I might skip out and get some coffee for Trevor, Dustin, and us. Maybe a sandwich? Gosh, that sounds good. Are you sure you don't mind? Lena grinned. Not at all. Amma grabbed her purse. At least let me give you some money. Don't worry about it. Be right back. Ham and turkey on rye, right? You're an angel. Lena gave her a strange smile, then left. Amma pondered her expression for a moment, then shrugged and went back to her work. She was so absorbed in what she was doing, that when Lenz brought the food and coffee back, she forgot about the drink until it was cold. She picked idly at the sandwich. Isn't it good? She looked up to see Lena at the door. No, it's lovely, Lena. Sorry. I got distracted. Did you eat? Lena nodded. I'll put that coffee in a microwave if you like. Reheat it. Amma glanced at the cold coffee cup and wrinkled her nose. No, it's okay. It's never the same. Sorry for forgetting about it. Lena shrugged. It's no problem. She hesitated at the door, and Amma smiled at her ruefully. Seriously, Lena, you should go home. I'm almost done here. Then I'll wait. She went out of the door, and Amma frowned. Lena was acting weirdly? Was that the right word? Usually, her younger friend would be out of the door as soon as office hours were over, ready to party all night with her friends. Amma didn't know how she had the energy to do that, and was still early for work every morning. Amma stood and stretched her aching body. The two glass walls of her office, which looked over the conservatory's atrium, reflected her own image back at her now that the atrium was in darkness. A thump came from outside of her office, and she glanced around, expecting Lena to poke her head around the door and apologize for dropping something. Instead, she heard a muffled cry and darted to the door. Tugging it open, she saw a masked man grabbing Lena. Hey! Anger and adrenaline rushed through Amma as she went to help her friend, wondering where the hell Trevor and Dustin were. She body-slammed the guy who was twice her size, and he dropped Lena but grabbed Amma and tackled her, shoving her back into her office. Amma staggered back, and the man was on her, driving his fist into her stomach. Amma couldn't get her breath, and Lena attacked the man from behind as Amma tried to stand. The man knocked Lena across her desk, and as Amma rushed at him, he grabbed her and slammed her down onto her desk. Amalia kicked him hard in the groin, and the man went down. Amma slid from the desk and ran to help Lena. She almost made it. As Lena screamed, Amma was grabbed from behind. No. Don't hurt her. But her attacker threw Amma full force through the plate glass window. The glass shattered, and Amma slumped to the floor. Pain. So much pain. Her attacker rolled her over, and Amalia realized she had been impaled on a shard of glass that now protruded from her side. She felt faint. Her attacker gave what sounded like a laugh and yanked the glass out of her. More pain. But she couldn't scream or move. Then she heard Lena screaming. No. No. Don't, please don't. I did what you asked me to do. Amma gasped, pushing herself up into a sitting position just as the man pressed the jagged edge of the glass against Lena's throat. Amma's scream tore through the air. No. But it was too late. Lena's hands flew to her neck, eyes wide with terror and sorrow. I'm sorry, she rasped before crumpling to the ground, unmoving. Amma struggled to reach her, but pain from the wound in her side kept her frozen. Her attacker seized her effortlessly, slinging her over his shoulder. As he carried her away, she caught a glimpse of Trevor and Dustin slumped outside the office. Were they alive? There was no one else in the conservatory this late, no one to stop him. She screamed, fought, but before she could break free, a sharp blow to her head sent her whirled into darkness. The news broke as Enda was driving back from the airport, and he nearly crashed the car. No, please. All the radio report said was, murder at the San Francisco Conservatory of Music, 2 young women attacked. One has been confirmed dead. The other is missing. He knew instantly. Amma. Jackson had followed through on his threats. As he turned towards the conservatory, he strained to hear the radio through the roaring of blood in his ears. Please no. His cell phone buzzed loudly, and he pressed his hands free. Gallo? Enda, it's me. Olivier. Amma's missing. Have you heard about the killing? Yeah, Enda said, relief flooding through him. Missing. Not dead. Amma's been taken? Yeah. Jackson had someone on the inside, we think. Amma's assistant. Amma's security detail was drugged. They told us the assistant went out for coffee, as they were working late. The 2 bodyguards drank theirs, but they found Amma's coffee cup still full. Look, where are you? I'm on my way to the conservatory. Don't go there. Come home. The FBI is all over the scene, and you being there will complicate things. The security guys are being checked out in the hospital, but they're coming here after. We'll coordinate the search for Amma and Salima from here. Enda pulled the car over to the side of the road and stopped. He hesitated for a moment. He'll kill her, Olivier. He'll kill them both. He heard Olivier's sigh. Not necessarily, Enda. Amma's a smart girl. She'll know to play up to his fantasies. To convince him she's ready to be his. If he falls for that, who knows what Amma can make happen. We have to believe in her now. Enda nodded, closing his eyes. I do. I believe in her. But I can't stay here doing nothing. I know. Come home, brother, and we'll get on it tonight. Raph stroked his wife's hair away from her face. Hours of surgery had saved her again, but it had drained her, and she had been sleeping on and off for a few days now, barely able to hold a conversation. A worried Raph asked the doctor about the possibility Inca may have suffered brain damage, but the doctor reassured him that wasn't what was going on. She's just exhausted, Raffaello, and in my opinion, she's probably rocking back from the assault. I've been worried that she hadn't seemed to process what happened, and I think this is that. PTSD is common in victims, and especially with Inca's past, this doesn't surprise me. She'll rally, I promise. In the meantime, Psych will help her. Raffaello had been relieved. It was something they could handle together. It killed him that Inca had been targeted yet again. How much was one woman supposed to take? Stella tapped him on the shoulder as she came to visit Inca. Raph smiled at her. Thank you, Stella. It's good of you to come. Stella nodded. It's my pleasure. Why don't you go home and get some rest? Raph looked back at Inca. She was sound asleep again, her breathing regular. I will, I think. Call me if you need anything. He was almost home before the call came. Raph, I have them. Raph's adrenaline spiked. It was his underworld contact. Where? The contact named an abandoned warehouse outside the city. You're sure it's them? Oh yeah. Raph's jaw clenched. I'll be right there. As he drove out of the city, he tried to stay calm and remind himself that these men might have information that could help them find Amma and Salima. That he, Raph, could ruin everything by killing them. Because right now, that's all he wanted to do, rip the creep who had stabbed his beloved Inca. You're not helping yourself here, buddy. But he couldn't help but remember the terror in his wife's eyes as these men tried to kill her. When he reached the warehouse, he sat in his car for a few moments, trying to steady his nerves. Como, his contact, came out to see him. Hey. Raph nodded. Hey. Thanks for doing this. Como half smiled. This scum hurt your lovely girl. It's my pleasure. Raph followed him into the warehouse. The two attackers were on their knees, bruised and hurt. Como's men had obviously beaten them. Raph didn't care. His eyes fixed on the man who had knifed Inca so mercilessly. The man stared back and smirked. Well, if it isn't the tramp's husband. Raph's fist smashed into the man's jaw a second later, his temper unleashed. He beat the man almost to unconsciousness before Como pulled him back. Como bent his mouth to Raph's ear. My friend, stop now. Look at his accomplice, he's scared. He'll talk. Raph nursed his battered hand and stepped away from the coughing and breathless man on the floor. He looked at the accomplice, who turned wide, terrified eyes on him. Please, said the man, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I helped him. I promise you, I thought he was going to torment her. I didn't see the knife. Como made a disgusted noise. Filthy liar. Raph took a step toward the man, and he cringed backward. Como's guard kicked him in the small of his back, and he groaned. I swear, friend, I didn't know. Who paid you? Raph said in a grim tone. And don't lie. Jackson Gallo. That's what he jerked his head towards his injured companion, told me. He told me Gallo said he needed a distraction so he could send a message to his ex-wife. We were supposed to go kidnap your lady. That's what he told me. He told me to grab her and hold her arms behind her. He had a camera. Said Gallo wanted to see her scared. What he meant was, he wanted to see her die. When he stabbed her, I panicked. Thought if I did anything, he'd kill me too and take the money for himself. I'm sorry about her. I am. The man was jabbering now, and Raph felt pain shoot through him at his words. So needless. So cruel. He turned back to the stabber. You? Talk now. Anything. And I'll think about sparing your life. The man spat on the ground. I don't know anything except what he just said. Gallo wanted her killed. They said it sent a message not to mess with him. I asked him why he didn't do it himself. He told me he couldn't leave the States, that he was in seclusion. That's the word he used. Raph chewed his lip. Was this a phone call or video call? Video. You record it? The man shook his head. His nose was bloody. No. Raph sighed in frustration. Tell me about where he was calling from. The room. What was outside the windows? What was the room like? The man hesitated. I got the impression it was, there were no windows that I could see, and his voice sounded echoey. If I had to guess, I would say it was underground. Raph studied the man's eyes. He had no reason to lie now. He faced almost certain death the minute Raffaello gave the order. Even a hardened criminal like this man knew the only way to save himself was by helping them. Raph turned away and walked back to Como. The other man leaned into him. What do you want to be done with them? Raph didn't answer, struggling with his morality, and Como saw this. Raph, whatever you need, we'll deal with it. There need not be any link to you. Let me deal with them. Raph bowed his head and rubbed his eyes. It would be so easy to just let Como kill them and deal with the bodies. But Raph knew of old how much the weight of responsibility would weigh on him. He'd had to kill before to save Inca's life, and it hadn't sat well with him, although he wouldn't change a thing. He looked at Como. No. They might know more. Give them to the police. Are you sure? Raph nodded. Very. Too much blood has been spilled already. They can go to jail. He knew he had made the right decision for himself, for Inca, and for Amalia. Any information was critical now, and as he drove back to the hospital, he called Enda and relayed the information he had discovered. A tired, shattered-sounding Enda thanked him. "Is there any news, Enda? Anything?" "Nothing as yet, Raf. But this will help. We know now they are in California somewhere. If your contact is right and they're somewhere underground, it narrows things down, assuming there's a record of it somewhere." Raf heard the desolation in his friend's voice. "I've been there, Enda. I know what it's like. We'll find them, I promise." Enda gave a strangled sob. "Gosh, I hope so. I don't know what I'll do if we don't." Amma's head was screaming with pain, and for a long moment she debated whether or not to open her eyes at all. Her mind was fuzzy, her chest felt tight, and she became aware of her wrists being tied, plastic biting into the skin. Her mouth was tinder dry, and she couldn't get a sense of time or place. She opened her eyes. There was a harsh strip light above her, and it made her eyes water. She blinked rapidly, then saw him. "Jackson." "Hello, my darling." Amma struggled into a sitting position, and saw she was in a cell-type room with gray concrete walls and no windows. "Where's my sister?" Jackson smiled. "Safe. Her room is significantly more comfortable than this one. If you're good, I'll consider putting you together." Amma's chest tightened even further. "You have me now, Jackson. Let her go. Please." Everything inside her rebelled against begging him, but for Salima's safety she would do anything. Jackson laughed. "Really? You think it's that easy?" He came to sit next to her. "Now, I'm going to untie you. If you try anything, my men will torture Salima before they kill her. Do you understand?" Amma nodded, and Jackson pulled out a knife. He cut the plastic ties, and Amma rubbed her wrists in relief, eyeing the blade Jackson held. He saw her watching it and grinned. "Yep. I don't even need to tell you that this will end up in your gorgeous body, if you even think about escaping, do I? What do you want from me, Jackson?" He leaned over and crushed his lips against hers before answering her. "My wife? That's not too much to ask, is it? So why keep Salima? Please, Jackson, I'll do whatever you want. Just let her go." Jackson studied her. "Prove to me you can be a good, obedient wife, and I'll consider it. I promise you that. But you need to be my wife in every way, Amma. Every way. Do you understand?" Amma closed her eyes and nodded. "Gosh, Enda, forgive me." She felt Jackson's fingers unbuttoning her dress, and felt the cold air on her bare skin. She took her mind out of the moment. Pretend it's not him, she told herself over and over. She wanted to conjure a good memory of her and Enda, but then pushed that thought away. She didn't want to forever link this moment to the glorious time she and Enda shared. If it weren't for Salima, she would have rather died than give in to the repellent man. Jackson shouted her name so loudly, she wondered with a pang if wherever Salima was, she heard it and knew what was happening. That hurt the most. As Jackson finished, Amma could not help but burst into tears. Jackson grinned. "Yeah, cry all you want. Next time, I expect you to at least act like you enjoy it. If you do, I'll take you to your sister, but I swear, Amma, you better give the performance of your life." Enda couldn't sleep. He was staying with Olivier, and his brother did everything to help Enda feel positive and hopeful. But even though he adored Olivier, his brother couldn't lift the black cloud that stayed with him at all times. Enda missed Amma, her presence, her voice, her laugh, and her scent. He hated that he woke up alone. Now, in the early morning hours, he lay on his back and looked over to her side of the bed. He pictured her sleeping on her stomach, her eyes closed, the thick dark lashes sweeping her cheeks. Her green eyes opened sleepily, but softened when she saw him. "Hello, baby." He would lean over and brush his lips against hers, then make her laugh by rubbing his stubbly chin against hers. Amma. The sorrow inside him was crushing him. He couldn't just sit here and wait for the police to show up and tell him they'd found her body. Even if Olivier was right, and Amma knew how to manipulate Jackson. The thought of what she might have to do killed Enda. He crept out of the house and got into his car. The police said the old Gallo mansion had been gutted in the fire. He was going to go there and see if he could find any clue, anything at all, left in the ashes of the place to tell him where Jackson was holding Amma. No. No. Don't. Please don't. I did what you asked me to do. Amma woke with a start. Lena, they'd killed her, but what had she meant by I did what you asked me to do? Was she in on the kidnapping? Amma felt sick, dashed to the little toilet in the corner of the room, and threw up and up until she collapsed exhausted onto the floor. For the first time, she noticed a small camera high in the corner of the room, trained on the bed. He was watching her. Amma's skin began to crawl. How the hell was she going to escape him? More importantly, how was she going to protect Salima from him? Amma winced now. The wound in her side from the glass at the conservatory had been patched up by whoever had brought her back to Jackson, but the dressing felt heavy. She eased it off and moaned. The wound had been stitched, but the skin around it looked angry and red. Infection. Damn. If blood poisoning killed her, Jackson would have no reason to release Salima or even keep her alive. Amma knew, with a sinking heart, that she would have to ask him for help. She stumbled over to where the camera was pointing, and indicated her wound to it. It's infected, she said, not knowing if the room was bugged or if anyone could hear her. I need antibiotics. She sat back down on the bed, feeling feverish and sick. 10 minutes later, the door unlocked, and Jackson entered, followed by a smaller, nervous-looking man. This is Dr. Harris, Jackson said shortly. He's here to help you. Amma nodded and tried to smile at the doctor. My wound is infected. Dr. Harris sighed and looked at Jackson. I told you, Mr. Gallo. That wound is deep. I tried my best, but I'm not a surgeon. She needs to be in the hospital. Jackson's face was blank. Not going to happen. Dr. Harris, I assume you realize what will happen if Amma dies of this infection? The doctor looked sick but nodded. I will have to take some blood though. I will try to get them processed quickly and anonymously. In the meantime, I'll clean up the wound and give Mrs. Gallo some antibiotics. You do that. While he worked, Amma looked at Jackson. It had been 3 days since that first time they had slept together, and Jackson had demanded intimacy multiple times a day ever since. Amma tried to act as if she enjoyed it while dying inside, and Jackson responded. He'd brought her extra blankets and pillows, extra food and drink, and some books. She wondered if now she could ask for the thing she wanted most. Jackson, may I see my sister please? Even for 5 minutes? I'll make you happy later. She flushed scarlet as the doctor gave her a strange look, but Jackson nodded. Fine. 5 minutes. She was locked up alone while Jackson took the doctor out, then he returned to her. He tied her hands behind her back. Just in case you decide suicide is an option and try to attack me, he said. I'll untie them when you're with Salima. You can have an hour with her today, but I expect you to be ready for me, with a smile on your face this evening. Understand? Amma nodded, nothing but the excitement at seeing her sister in her mind. Jackson led her through the corridors of the facility. Amma couldn't see any windows anywhere, and quickly realized they were underground. The thought made her miserable. How the hell was anyone supposed to find them? As they walked, the corridors began to look more polished, and by the time they reached Salima's room, they could have been in a 4-star hotel. Jackson opened the door and Salima turned, the shock on her face when she saw Amma obvious. Amma. Salima burst into noisy tears as Jackson untied Amma's hands and left the room. Both of the sisters heard the lock click, then they were in each other's arms. I can't believe he's got you here, Salima said. What happened? He had someone on the inside, I think. Gosh, it's good to see you, but I wish I weren't if you know what I mean. How are you? Has Jackson? She couldn't get the words out, and Salima, seeing her distress, shook her head. No. He hasn't touched me, I promise. She looked bleak. He killed Chase, Amma. He killed my boyfriend. Amma shook her head. No. Chase is alive, Salima. I swear. He's in a bad way, yes, but he's a fighter and gosh, he loves you. He's a great guy. Salima's tears returned, and Amma hugged her while she cried with relief. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Amma buried her own tears in Salima's hair. I'm so sorry, Boo, about all of this. It's my fault. I should never have married him. We could have found another way to get you away from that disgusting ex of yours. Salima sniffed back her tears and wiped her eyes. You know that's not true. He would have killed me rather than let me go if Omar's men hadn't made sure he couldn't find me. Gosh, Amma said fierce now. What is wrong with these men? We're not objects to own. She yelled it out loud and Salima smiled. That's more like it. She sighed. I'm glad Chase is okay. At least no one else got hurt. She must have seen something in Amma's face then, because she paled. Who? Amma hesitated. Inka. Jackson had her attacked. She almost didn't make it. Salima looked sick. Inka? Why the hell? Amma's mouth hitched up in a small smile. Jackson doesn't like it when beautiful women piss him off and treat him like a child. He is that petty and that dangerous. He hired 2 men to stab Inka, and it's a miracle she survived again. She's okay. I wouldn't say that, but she's out of danger. I think anyway. I've been here for 3 days, and I'm not sure how long I was unconscious. She told Salima of the circumstances of her abduction, and then her confusion about Lena's involvement. Salima listened with a grim expression on her face. That damn tramp, she spat. I don't think there's any doubt, Amma. That two-faced. They killed her, Salima, Amma's voice broke. In front of me. I saw her die. She's been my assistant for years. I don't know why she would have done this. Until I know the reason, I can't condemn her. I just can't. Salima hugged her sister tightly. Right? I know. I'm sorry. She sighed. Look, it's my own fault I'm here. Enda wanted me to have protection, but that night, I just wanted to be alone with Chase, so I gave them the slip. Stupidly. Chase was shot, and I was taken. If I had just... I think we can go round and round on what we both should have done, but the person to blame for all of this is Jackson. Salima studied her sister. He's making you sleep with him, isn't he? Amma nodded. It's a small price to pay for your safety. Salima gagged and dashed into the small bathroom of her suite. Amma, nauseated too, followed her, looking around the small room. No windows. Amma was beginning to feel claustrophobic. We're underground, aren't we? Salima nodded. Yes. She glanced up at the camera and mic above them, then grabbed Amma's hand, leaning to hug her to hide what she was doing. She traced a word onto Amma's palm, just like they had when they were young and keeping secrets from their parents. Fresno. Amma was shocked. Gosh, they were so close to home. She opened her mouth to ask a question, but Salima shook her head. Right. They were being watched. For the rest of the hour, they lay together on Salima's bed and talked about neutral things. Food and their uncle's house in Hyderabad, where they had spent many happy summers growing up. Amma didn't talk about Italy, or Enda, or their life there. She picked up from Salima to keep all their discussions neutral and inoffensive. Maybe if Amma behaved, they would be allowed to stay together more often. Maybe even permanently. If they could spend the night together, when the lights were out, they could communicate via their childish language and figure a way out. Later, the guards took her back to a different suite, not too far from Salima's, which was again like a hotel room. On the bed was a box containing a note, some expensive-looking lingerie, and a beautiful dark red evening dress. Amma read the note. Bathe and change into these items. Tonight we will dine in your new suite, and then you will show me how grateful you are. If you please me, we will talk about your living arrangements and those of your sister. Alma wanted to cry. She closed her eyes and sat on the bed. Was this actually happening? Forced to be in bed with a man and pretend it was all she wanted in exchange for the lives of those she loved. Really, how did Jackson expect all this to turn out? It was then she realized, or rather acknowledged, what she already knew. She, Alma, wasn't meant to get out of this alive. Jackson would make her subservient to him until he grew tired of her, and then he would kill her and move on to his next obsession. In that case, she thought fiercely, I will make sure Salima gets home, and I will do anything to make that happen. And if I'm destined to die, I will make damn sure Jackson comes with me. She went into the bathroom of the suite and ran the water into the tub. A selection of toiletries were lined up. She had to admit that when she stepped into the warm water, it was a relief to be clean again. On the countertop were some packages of new underwear and fresh dressings for her wound. She lay back in the water and let her mind drift to a happy memory. Back in their villa in Italy, their own tub was a vast iron antique that took a half-hour to fill, but was the most comfortable she'd ever been in. She and Enda would soak there, kissing and talking as the evening moved into night. Often their intimate moments would begin in the tub. The night she remembered what happened a few months back. Enda had been home late from work, and Alma had been composing a new suite for her students to study when she returned to work. She had forgotten the time, and it was only when she looked up that she realized it was past 8 o'clock. As she always switched her phone off when composing, she'd checked her messages and realized she had missed a call from Enda. She'd called him back. Ciao, Bella. She'd grinned. Hello, gorgeous. I'm sorry I missed your call. I was writing. I thought you might be. Listen, I just called to say I'd be late, and I wondered if I should pick up a pizza for dinner? As long as we can eat it in bed. Enda had laughed. That's what I was hoping. Gosh, what a day. Good or bad? Good but busy. Raf and I might have a track on some investors who are interested in the music schools. Sounds fun. Ha, Enda chuckled. Fun will be the building of the schools. This is the boring but worthwhile part. How's the writing going? Okay, I'm not overly happy yet, but it's getting there. Where are you now? Outside Lucio's, he'd said, mentioning their favorite pizza place. Good, so you're on your way home. I'll be there in a few, cara mia. She'd met him at the front door, wearing only one of his white shirts. He'd grinned as he carried the pizza inside, stopping to kiss her. I'm the luckiest man alive. You bet you are. The pizza had gotten cold, and while they were kissing, they'd tumbled to the floor. Afterward, they'd eaten pizza in bed, and then soaked in the bath. She'd gazed at her romantic partner, his dark curls wet and sticking to his face, his smile and his green eyes so full of love for her. Gosh, he was glorious. I want to marry you, Enda Gallo. Someday. When I'm free from Jackson, and when all of this is over. No big ceremony. Just you and me on a remote island, away from everybody else. It doesn't even have to be legal, just enough that you know how much I love you and how much I will love you for as long as I live. His arms had tightened around her, and his kiss had been fierce and full of passion. I can't wait, Amalia, my principessa. As far as I'm concerned, I'm already your husband. If only that were true, Alma thought miserably as she dressed for a romantic dinner with the monster who was legally her husband. She pulled on the lingerie he had bought her absent-mindedly, then changed the dressing on her wound. She hoped the antibiotics would kick in soon. At least a decent meal would do her good. She was ready when Jackson arrived, followed by one of his guards pushing in a trolley loaded with covered plates. The guard left immediately, and Jackson locked the door. He looked her up and down. You look beautiful, darling. Alma gave him a half smile, trying to make it look genuine. The dress is lovely. Thank you, Jackson. He beamed. See how much nicer things are when we are civil? Please sit, Alma, and I will serve. She sat down obediently, and Jackson put a covered plate in front of her. He made a flourish as he pulled the cover off, but then laughed, almost a giggle like a naughty schoolboy. A small handgun sat on the plate. Oh, silly me, wrong plate. He leaned in so his face was next to hers, and Amma tried not to cringe away from him. That's what I'll use on you if you do anything, to displease me during this dinner, darling. You'll get 3, and your sister will get the other 3. Now, can you promise me we will have a good time tonight? Yes. Louder. She met his gaze. Yes, Jackson. You had better pray I don't get my hands on that gun, Jackson, because if I do, you'll wish you'd never been born. She gave him a wide smile and kissed him lightly. Jackson drew back, smiling. Good. He tucked the gun into the back of his waistband and swapped the plates over. This time, when he lifted the cover, Amma nearly swooned at the smell of the food underneath. A perfectly cooked T-bone steak oozing with garlic butter, a baked potato, and some lightly cooked vegetables. Despite her fear and anger, Amma's mouth filled with saliva. Jackson seemed pleased at her reaction. He sat at the opposite end of the table while they ate, the handgun resting next to his hand. The food was good, but Amma suddenly realized she was starving. Jackson poured them some red wine and Amma sipped it. She wondered if she should, given the tablets the doctor had sent for her, but she would do anything to get through this. She started to feel strange as they finished their entrees. Her head was swirling. Too much wine? As she picked at the fruit salad Jackson had given her for dessert, she started to feel out of it completely. Maybe I'm just exhausted, she thought, but her skin felt like it was on fire. Jackson was watching her carefully. Something wrong, darling? His grin was wide. Amma started to stand, knocking her wine glass to the floor. Jackson, did you put something in my drink? He laughed. Just a little something to relax you, Amma. Don't worry, it won't harm you. Just make things go a little smoother between us. Her vision was blurry. Jackson? I don't feel so good. She stumbled toward the bathroom, but Jackson caught her in his arms. It's okay, darling. Just relax into it. She felt herself being carried to the bed, then her skin felt cool as Jackson peeled the dress from her. Just pretend I'm my creep brother, Amma. His voice sounded far away, and her limbs felt like liquid. When Jackson was with her, she was barely conscious, but still, the rocking motion and the smell of him made her want to throw up. Play your role. Don't forget he holds all the cards here. Say his name. Jackson, she whispered and heard his satisfied chuckle. Good, good. Now, Amma, this is only the beginning of the evening. I have a surprise for you. Amma was so out of it, she barely felt him pull her up into his arms and carry her from the room, draped only in the bed sheet. He strode down the hallway with her, and before Amma could try and see where he was taking her, he was walking into a darkened room. We're going to have some different kind of fun tonight, my darling. He set her down onto what felt like a wooden bench, then adjusted the lighting. Amma, blinking to try and wake herself up, felt a jolt of shock go through her. From the ceilings hung chains with cuffs on the end. A large wooden bed with stocks and St. Andrew's cross stood at the other end of the room. On one wall, whips, paddles, restraints, and harnesses hung from hooks. On another, a huge flat-screen TV. On a credenza under the TV, knives layout. Oh gosh, someone help me. It was a special room, but it had Jackson's twist on it. It wasn't a place of experimentation or of loving adventure, but a torture chamber. He wanted her humiliated, scared, and in fear for her life. That's what turned Jackson on. She looked back at him, and his face was alive with desire and triumph. Before you left me for the creep, he said. I was planning to have this built in our home, after Dad had passed, obviously. Eventually, after the 2 years were up and you were going to leave me, I would have brought you here for one last time. One last time before I killed you. I was never going to accept you leaving me, Amma. You know that now, right? Barely conscious and terrified, she nodded. Jackson took her in his arms. Now there are 2 ways this evening could go. 1. You try to enjoy it and make me happy, and you live. Your sister lives. The other. He nodded to the case of knives. I use all of them on you. They won't even bother to count the stab wounds, Amma, I swear to you. I'll take my time, and you will know what the hell feels like. Why? Amma said now, her voice barely more than a whisper. Why me? Why is all of this just for me? Why did you try and kill Inca too? Jackson grinned. Speaking of which, he grabbed the remote control, and on the flat screen, the video of Inca being played. Amma gave a cry of distress. I've watched this over and over again, just enjoying the terror and pain on her beautiful face. Jackson looked back at Amma, who was trembling uncontrollably. His eyes were cold and dead, and now Amma saw the madness within. I wish I had ordered the men I sent to kill Penny to film it too. I didn't even think about it until I ordered the hit on Inca. He was insane. A monster. Amma didn't have the words for it. But inside her mind, one thought began to fester. He is insane, use that. Use it to get Salima released. Use it to save your own life if you can. Amma knew what she had to do now. She had to push all her feelings aside and allow Jackson to do what he wanted, even if it meant the worst kind of violation. If it meant getting him to trust her, she would take that risk. Gosh, Enda, I'm sorry. I'm trying to fight my way back to you. Please forgive me. Enda had not found anything in the rubble of his father's home. He'd contacted the forensics team, who had let him examine what little was left of his father and brother's possessions. There were some old photographs, badly burned and warped, a few old letters that Macaulay had written to Olivier and Jackson's mother, receipts and bills. But there was nothing else. No clues. Frustrated, he drove into his office. The police knew to find him there, and at least he could coordinate the search from there. Raffaello called him just after midday. Guess what? Tell me. We're coming to the States. Enda was astonished. Inca's well enough? Raf hesitated, then sighed. Not really, but she is insistent. There's a surgeon over there who might be able to fix some of the scarring. Between us, I think Inca's using that as an excuse. She knows I can't say no to her. She is much stronger now, and she's not hooked up to any machinery. I negotiated a nurse to come with us, but yes, we're coming to America. Enda sat down with a bump. Selfishly, Raf, I can't wait to see you all, but do you really think this is a good idea? Inca and I, we want to be there for you, Enda. You are my brother, and we can't see you hurting like this. Enda was so touched he couldn't speak. Raf laughed softly. We'll be there tomorrow, Enda. Stay strong. The next day, Enda drove out to the airport to meet their private jet. Inca smiled at him, but he was shocked at how thin and pale she was. Raf hugged him tightly. We're all together now, we will find Amma, I swear it. Enda insisted that Raf, Inca and Inca's nurse, a sweet woman in her 50s, called Giovanna or Vanny, as Inca already called her, stay with him. Don't be fooled by that gorgeous face, Inca had warned Enda as Giovanni giggled. She rules me with a rod of iron. Enda marveled again at Inca's ability to draw people to her, even when she was obviously still in a lot of pain. Raf looked older, saddened and wrecked by what had happened, but Enda watched him rallying, trying to hide his misery. When Enda got Raf on his own later, Raf admitted he was shattered. I just feel so damn helpless. Is the answer really locking Inca up in an ivory tower to keep her safe? Gosh, I'm so sorry, Raf. If it's any consolation, I feel exactly the same, man. Raf nodded. Of course. Sorry. Look, take me through what you've found out already. They pored over the maps of California. We think he planned this down to the most minute detail. Wherever his compound is, it is deeply hidden. The places the police and my team searched, all had roads leading to them. Wherever Jackson is, it's out in the wild somewhere. Enda gave a short laugh, running his hands through his dark hair. I've spent days just on Google Earth, just trying to figure out something. We're going to have to extend the search, I think. Raf nodded. We need new teams then. People who aren't jaded from searching. I agree. And I think we need to do this in a grid pattern. however much it costs. Money isn't an object. You know that. Let's just get them home. Amma woke up, her limbs stiff. She felt a hand on her arm and skittered away from it in alarm. It's me, Amma. Salima. Amma let out a long breath. She was in Salima's room, on top of her bed. Salima poured a cup of water for her. They brought you here last night late. Jackson said we could stay together now. He looked weird. Amma sipped the cold water and closed her eyes. Last night had been the worst, most degrading, most humiliating night of her life, but she couldn't break down. Not with Salima still here. Salima put her arms around her sister. Talk to me. I can't, Amma whispered. I never want you to know what happened. Her words were enough to make Salima start to weep, gently. Oh no, Amma, no. Amma hugged her back tightly before releasing her. I need to bathe. Salima helped her undress and tried not to let the horror fill her eyes as she looked at the cuts, welts, and bruises on her sister's body. Amma felt broken, and as she stepped into the tub, she winced as the hot water stung her wounds. She felt disconnected from herself, completely soulless and empty. Jackson had done things to her that she would not allow herself to think of, and would certainly never tell Salima or Enda. Jackson was a monster, an aberration of a human, and Amma knew now there was only one way she could save her sister, and that was to sacrifice herself. After she had bathed, she knocked on the door. The guard opened it. Tell Jackson I want to see him. Now. I have a proposal for him. The guard nodded and was about to shut the door when Amma stopped. And tell him to bring his favorite knife. Salima's eyes opened wide, but Amma shook her head at her. I know what to do now, Salima. I'm getting you out of here. So for the next few minutes, when Jackson gets here, I want you to go into that bathroom and give me some space. Don't listen to what I'm saying. Can you do that? Salima nodded, her eyes terrified. When Jackson arrived, Salima went into the bathroom. Amma faced her husband. Jackson studied her and smiled. You look beautiful. Amma stared back at him, then dropped her robe. Am I? Do you like me bruised, cut, and wounded, Jackson? He grinned widely. I think you know the answer to that. I do. She walked towards him, naked. You get off on hurting women, it's what fuels you, yes? She grabbed his hand, the one with the knife, and stepped closer so that the tip of the blade pressed against her belly. Do it, Jackson. You know you want to. Run me through. Jackson's eyes grew wary. Why would I want to do that, especially after we discovered new realms of pleasure together last night? Gosh, there wasn't a word for how vile he was. Do you want to do it again? Of course. Then here's my proposal. Let my sister go unharmed. You or one of your goons delivers her to a hospital, in whatever state you like. When I see she's safe on the television, I'll go with you anywhere. I'll do anything with you. They need never find us. Jackson narrowed his eyes. And what if I don't? Then pick up that knife and kill me now. Because if you think I'm going to let you touch me ever again after last night, after what you did to me, without me getting something in return. His hand shot up and grabbed her. What guarantee do I have that you'll keep your end of the bargain if I let Salima go? Amma stared back, her gaze cool. You don't. But then you get to kill me and jerk off over my dead body. It's a win-win for you. Jackson was quiet for a long moment. You know how this will end eventually, don't you, Amalia? Your blood on my hands. She nodded. I know. He released her and she stepped back, pulling her robe on. Would he go for it? Amma realized she was holding her breath. Jackson nodded. I'll think about it. Thank you. When Jackson had gone, Salima came out of the bathroom, tears streaming down her face. She had obviously been listening. I'm not leaving you. Amma nodded. Yes, you are. Salima, look, this is the only way. You're my best chance. If you can lead the police here, or at least tell them anything, I might have a chance. Otherwise, last night proved to me one thing: Jackson doesn't intend to let me go alive. Ever. But you do get the chance to live. Her voice broke, and Salima came to her. I won't leave you, she repeated through her sobs. Amma hugged her tightly. You have to tell Enda that I love him. That I'll love him forever. Please, Salima, please do this for me. A couple of hours later, Jackson returned with 2 guards and the doctor in tow. The doctor gave Amma a strange look, but Jackson didn't notice. You have a deal, Amma. He looked at Salima. The doctor is here to give you something for the journey. Don't worry. It's just a sedative. Can't have you picking out details to help identify this place. My men will take you to a hospital, where you will ask to talk to the press so that Amma can see you're safe. Say your goodbyes, ladies. Amma hugged her sobbing sister. Live well, Salima, for me. Tell Enda I love him and that I don't regret a moment with him. After a few minutes, Jackson got impatient. Enough. Doctor. The doctor injected Salima, and Amma held her hand as she passed out. She looked at the 2 men. Please take care of her. One of them nodded, and the other stood stone-faced. Amma kissed her sister's forehead, and the men carried Salima out. Amma was terrified that Jackson would go back on his word, and he saw it on her face. We had an agreement, Amma. Your sister will be safe. And for some reason, she believed him. She sat down heavily on the bed, and felt exhausted. The doctor looked at her and felt her forehead. You're running a temperature. Maybe I should check your wound out. Jackson nodded. I'll give you 10 minutes, Doc. Do whatever she needs. He left them alone. The doctor helped her out of her dress, and winced when he saw the new wounds. I don't have long, but I will take care of these. He leaned in closer. My dear, I must tell you. I ran the blood tests. There is a slight infection, but nothing that won't be knocked out by the antibiotics. There is something else. You are pregnant, my dear. Inka, still confined to a wheelchair, asked Vanny to roll her towards Enda's study. When she got there, the 2 men were still locked in a discussion over a map of California. They looked up as she was rolled in. Thanks, Vanny. Inka smiled at her nurse, who grinned and went out of the room. Inka waved a couple of photos at Enda. Enda, these came from the fire-damaged stuff. Can you tell me where they are? He took the old, faded and damaged Polaroid from her and studied it. One showed a field and trees and the sun scorched. The other is a set of stepping stones across a small creek. Enda frowned. I don't know, Inka. Why? I'm thinking, is it somewhere Jackson went as a kid? The photos are old and faded, but I was just wondering if it's somewhere Jackson feels close to or has good memories of. He might. She trailed off as she looked at the skepticism on their faces. I know. I'm reaching, but for the love of God, he has to be somewhere. Raph went to his wife and hugged her. Any idea is good at this stage, Bella. Sorry if we seemed a little off. Enda nodded. Agreed. Anything is good now. Olivier will be here soon. We'll ask him if he can tell us anything. 2 hours later, Olivier was nodding his head. Yeah, this was a place our mom used to take us when she wanted to get us away from all the opulence, as she put it, and let us be normal kids for once. She used to make us fish in the creek and hike through the hills. We always loved those days out. Believe it or not, it was the one time that Jackson and I actually got along. Enda tried not to get too excited. He exchanged a look with Inka. Where is it? Out in Fresno County, near a place called Humphrey Station. Olivier finally got it. He looked between the 3 of them. Really? You think he could be there? It's a possibility, Enda said. At this moment, I'll take any lead. We have some men in the area scouring it, and I mean practically inch by inch. There must be some evidence of him being there if we're right. Suddenly the door burst open, and Vanny came in. Mr. Gallo, please, the television. She was breathless and half crying. Enda flicked on the TV and they all froze. Salima Rai, tears pouring down her face, was flanked by 2 female police officers, begging them all to save her sister. Amma sat on the cool bathroom floor, her head in her hands. Pregnant. How? She had been on the pill for months now, only she had missed the last few days for obvious reasons. Did that mean the baby was Jackson's? Gosh. But she couldn't hate the little life inside her, because there was a chance, a very small chance, that it could be Enda's child. Earlier, before she knew about her pregnancy, and after Salima had gone, she had come to terms with the fact that she would probably be killed soon. She accepted it. But now? She had to try and save herself and the baby. That was evident. She started as Jackson came into the suite and called her name. In here. I'll be out in a second. She flushed the toilet and splashed water on her face. When she went back into the bedroom, Jackson smiled at her. Time to watch a little TV, darling. In the bondage room, where Amma deliberately didn't look at the bed where she had been so hideously violated the night before, Jackson switched on the television. He flicked to the news channel, and when Amma saw her sister's face, safe with the police, she burst into tears. Thank God. Thank God. She felt Jackson put an arm around her. Amma, from now on, we will be a happy couple. Together. Tonight we will be flying to another place, somewhere they will never find us. Thank you for giving me this gift, my love. Geez, he really is insane, isn't he? A happy couple? Play along, her subconscious told her. She looked up and smiled at him. Thank you, Jackson. Thank you for keeping your word. Jackson kissed her and she forced herself to respond. He pushed her dress away from her shoulders and stripped her, and Amma went along with it, kissing him. Clarity had come to her since the doctor told her about the baby, and she'd figured out that this room, this terrible room, was her way out of this place. That and Jackson's arrogance. She smiled at him. His rack of knives was the most obvious, but they were over on the other side of the room. Anything. Anything will do. Adrenaline coursed through her body as she realized this was the moment. This was the time. Jackson grunted and grinned down at her. That feels so good, baby. Amma clenched her jaw and bit down as hard as she could. As soon as Salima confirmed that they had been held somewhere near Fresno, the FBI and Enda, Raffaello and Olivier flew out in helicopters to the place where Olivier and Jackson played as kids. Inca had wanted to come, but Raffaello forbade it, telling her, "No way. I don't want you within 1,000,000 miles of guns and Jackson Gallo." She had protested but gave up when Raffaello made it clear he was serious. And besides, Raffaello told her, Salima is being brought here. You'll need each other if anything goes south. He lowered his voice so Enda couldn't hear him. Keep away from the news. Obviously, the FBI ordered a news blackout after the operation, but you never know. Now, as he sat in the helicopter beside Enda, he could see his friend was beyond anxious. Enda jiggled his legs constantly, staring out of the window as California passed beneath them. But Raffaello felt optimistic for the first time in days. They had a lead. As they reached the small, isolated place called Humphreys Station, an FBI agent met them. We found it. It's buried in the hillside, and we would have missed it, except that we spotted a car coming out of one of the valleys leading to it. A doctor. Mr. Gallo, your partner, is being held inside. We're concerned that there are many armed guards in there with her, as well as Jackson Gallo. We need to approach this carefully. Enda could have screamed in frustration. Just go in there and get her. But he knew they were right. If Jackson were alerted to the fact they had been found, he would kill Amma and shoot his way out. Raf put a hand on his shoulder. We're nearly home, Enda. Stay strong. Jackson screamed as Amma's teeth clamped onto his member, and when she saw him buckle, she released her grip and staggered back away from him over to where he kept the knives. In horror, she saw that a glass lid had been placed over them and locked. Damn. Jackson was recovering now, as best as he could. Amma had spat him out. Now he was staring at her with murder in his eyes. But instead of being scared, Amma found herself angry. Furious. Raging. She grabbed whatever she could find and hurled it at him, as he lunged at her, ducking out of his grip. She found a paddle in her hand and slammed it into his face. Jackson reeled, but just as Amma thought she might have the upper hand, Jackson grabbed a whip and caught her on her face before looping it around her neck and pulling it tight. Amma choked, twisted, and turned, trying to free herself, but her airways were cut off and she felt unconsciousness coming. Desperate, giving into the darkness would mean certain death, she grabbed at anything she could. It was a studded harness, leather and heavy. She flung it back again and again, hoping to catch Jackson in the eye, and when he gave a howl, and the whip around her throat eased and fell to the floor, she knew she'd hit her mark. She dived across the bed and threw herself onto the glass-topped credenza, hoping her weight would smash the glass. It cracked but didn't break. "You damn tramp. I'll take your life." Jackson was lunging at her again, and in desperation, she plowed her elbow into the glass with all her strength. Both her elbow and the glass smashed, and despite the agonizing pain shooting up her arm, she grabbed what she could, a shard of glass, and as Jackson grabbed her, she lashed out. Jackson staggered back, as Amma was covered in a mist of blood from the wound in his neck. Jackson fell to the floor. Amma dropped to her knees, gasping for air and searching for the keys in Jackson's pockets. He grabbed her arm. "I'll take your life." She shook his hand off. "Go to hell, Jackson. Which is where you'll be in a few more seconds, I'm guessing. You're almost gone, idiot, and no one will mourn you." Her anger was still ruling her, as she grabbed a knife from the smashed cabinet. "This is for Salima, for Inka, and for Penny." She slammed the knife into his chest, straight into his heart. Jackson made a gurgling noise in his throat, and then his head fell to the side, his eyes staring but unseeing. Amma sat back, catching her breath. Now what? She had to find the exit, unarmed and facing God knows how many armed guards would shoot her in a second. She placed a hand on her belly. "Come on, little one. We've come this far." She grabbed Jackson's keys, unlocked the door, and slipped out of the room into the corridors. Enda watched the FBI and the SWAT team planning, and felt a rush of irritation. He knew it wasn't fair, but they had been there hours, and Amma was still in there, the authorities deeming it too risky to go in yet. Why? How much more risk can it be for Amma? But Raf calmed him down. Now it was getting dark, and they were still strategizing. Screw this. Enda ducked behind the police vehicles, and ran around to where they said the entrance was, ducking behind shrubs and trees and moving stealthily in the gloom. At the entrance he saw a guard outside patrolling. He padded silently behind the man, and took him out with a punch to the temple. The man crumpled silently. Enda grabbed his gun, and cold-cocked him again just to make sure he was down. He relieved the guard of his handcuffs, and bound his hands behind his back. "What are you doing?" Enda spun around to see a furious Raf behind him. Enda sighed. "Go back, Raf. This is my battle." "No way." Enda shook his head. "Don't be dumb, you and I both know this is a suicide mission. Don't leave Inka a widow." Raf's face was hard. "No, just give her a coward as a husband. You go in, I go in. That's how this is going to work." Enda could tell Raf wouldn't shift. "Fine. Stay behind me. We only have one weapon between us." He unlocked the entrance door and slipped inside, Raf close behind him. Olivier was talking to the FBI agent in charge, and now he looked around to bring his brother and his friend into the conversation. He couldn't see them anywhere. Olivier frowned. Where were they? Then it hit him, and he cursed loudly. The FBI agent looked at him, and Olivier turned his grim-set face toward him. "Yeah. We may have a problem." Armed with a knife, Amma staggered through the hallways, her ears on high alert. She had to duck into rooms she didn't know were occupied, and more frustratingly, she seemed to be getting deeper and deeper into the labyrinth of tunnels. She paused in a dark corridor, trying to quell the rising panic. She heard two men approaching, and slid back into the darkness. What do you think he's doing to her tonight? The man had a mocking tone to his voice. Don't know, but I wouldn't want to be that girl. He's a sick freak. If he didn't pay so well, I'd take him out myself. Poor kid. Yeah, right. She looks like a tramp. Have some respect, creep. Amma frowned. They hated Jackson as much as she did. Maybe they would help her. No. Don't be dumb. You've just killed their money-maker. When they had passed, she tracked back where they had come from, and followed the hallways back past the room where Jackson lay dead, then toward the room where she and Selima were held. Something told her this was the right way. She felt a pain shooting through her, a cramp, or maybe her wound had opened up. What a messed up situation. She nearly giggled, a hysterical reaction to the circumstances. Stop right there, beautiful, or you'll force me to put a bullet in that gorgeous body. Amma froze. Damn. Dumb woman. You lost focus. She turned slowly to see one of the guards aiming his pistol at her. Put the knife down, sweetheart. She dropped the knife, raising her hands. Where's Jackson? Amma swallowed. No way out now. Dead. I killed him. So do what you want to me. He's dead and I'm glad. The guard looked surprised, then grinned. Good. Then maybe I can have some fun with you before I end your life, gorgeous. He had started to approach her when Amma heard the shot. She felt the rush of air over her head and saw the bullet hit the guard straight in the forehead. He dropped like a stone and Amma spun around to see her love, her Enda, his gun still raised. She couldn't believe it. Enda lowered the gun and handed it to Raf, who was smiling at her. Enda walked slowly at first, then as Amma started to run toward him, he started to run too and swept her into his arms. Amma was sobbing now, not caring who heard them. Enda kissed her face and her hair, his voice breaking as he told her he loved her over and over. Guys, we have to go. Now? Raf looked apologetic, but Enda nodded. Still carrying Amma, they raced back towards the entrance. As they reached the door, shots rang out, barely missing them, and they threw themselves outside and ran. Spotlights flooded the area then, and they blinked in the lights. Chaos ensued. FBI agents took them to safety, and soon Amma and Enda were in an ambulance racing towards Fresno and a hospital. At the hospital, a doctor examined her as Enda went to call Olivier. Amma grabbed the doctor's hand. I'm pregnant, she whispered. No one knows. Can you tell how far along I am? The doctor, a kind-looking woman, smiled. We'll run some tests. Discreetly, she added. In the meantime, you're going to need a minor surgery to help you heal. Later Enda came back, and they enjoyed some alone time finally. Enda hugged her tightly. Gosh, to think I nearly lost you. Amma relaxed into his arms. It's over now, baby. We can be happy. Damn right. They sat in companionable silence for a few minutes before Amma looked at him, her eyes serious. I killed Jackson. Your brother. Half-brother. And screw him. The world's a better place. Do you think Olivier thinks so? Enda swept her hair away from her face. Cara mia, Olivier loves you. You did what you had to do to survive. He knows you did the right thing. He's grieving, though? Enda nodded. Just for the idea of a brother, rather than Jackson, I think. But believe me, he's 100% behind you. Amma sighed. I can't wait to get out of here. The minute we do, I'm marrying you. Amma laughed. Well, you'd better. Knock knock. It was the doctor from earlier who smiled at her. We've run the tests. Amma felt her heartbeat quicken. How many months? She asked silently, and the doctor nodded. 3? And she grinned. Amma burst into tears, smiling through them. Enda was utterly confused. What's going on? The doctor smiled again and left the room, closing the door behind her. Amma couldn't speak from relief and joy, but finally, when Enda was starting to look worried, she held his face in her hands, her eyes shining, and told him that in 6 months, he was going to be a father and their life as a family could really begin.
The end. His brother's wife extended epilogue.
Amalia Gallo shifted her daughter onto her hip. Serafina, with her caramel skin, bright green eyes and dark wavy hair to her waist, grinned up at her mom. At 2 years old she was merry and loving, and Amma kissed her forehead now, feeling the familiar swell of love as she breathed in her daughter's smell of powder and soap. "Come on, Piccolo. Let's go see everyone." She took Serafina, Sarah as they called her, out onto the terrace of the villa, where Sarah's dad, Enda, greeted them both with a kiss. Their best friends, Raffaello and Inca, greeted her with smiles, and Inca stole Sarah away from her mother immediately, making Amma laugh. "You wouldn't take her so quickly when she's in a bad mood," she chuckled, and Inca rolled her eyes. "Don't give me that. This scruffy muppet is a bundle of sunshine." She tickled the little girl, who shrieked with laughter and cuddled her aunt. Amma sighed happily. In the 2.5 years since she'd escaped from, and then killed her abusive ex-husband, her life had changed immeasurably. She had made Sorrento her home permanently since her marriage to Enda Gallo, the love of her life and the reason she was still alive. It had been his half-brother Jackson, to whom Amma had been unhappily married, who had abducted her, and who had tried to kill Inca to teach Amma a lesson and get his revenge on his creep brother. Jackson was dead now though, and since the day she had escaped, they had lived happily and safely in Italy. Their friends were there for breakfast, and as the morning sun beat down, they ate fresh fruit and pancakes, Serafina tucking into as many things as her little hands could hold. Amma ate yogurt and fruit, and asked Inca about her upcoming 40th birthday celebration. She couldn't believe her friend would be 40 soon. Inca could have easily passed into her early 20s still, but her looming birthday didn't seem to bother her. Raf, her drop-dead gorgeous husband, was in his early 50s, and his dark hair was shot through with silver. "I still haven't decided what I want to do to celebrate it," Inca said. "Raf wants to take me away somewhere remote and paradise EY, is that a word?" Amma grinned. "No, but it works. So yeah, I really don't want a big party or anything. I'd rather just go out for a great meal with you and Enda, and Tommaso and Bo." "Then that's what we'll do." Amma smiled at her friend. She and Inca had become incredibly close since Amma had moved to Italy, and they were now more like sisters than friends. Amma's own sister, Salima, had recently gotten engaged to her American boyfriend Chase, who was another victim of Jackson's psychopathy. Their wedding didn't have a date yet, but Salima was laid back about the whole thing. "Don't be surprised if we just do it in the Elvis Chapel in Vegas," she had said down the phone one evening, and Amma had laughed. "That wouldn't surprise me at all." Her own wedding had been as low-key, City Hall in San Francisco, with Salima and Raf as their witnesses. Inca, who had been in a wheelchair because she was recovering from being stabbed, was an honorary flower girl, much to her delight. After breakfast, and after Inca had reluctantly given Sarah back to her mother, their friends departed and Enda smiled at his wife. "Good way to start the day, isn't it? Now what shall we do today? I'm assuming you're not working?" Enda looked a little guilty, and Amma frowned. "Really? Only for an hour, I swear. Just to finalize the details of the opening. 1 hour, I promise, and then we'll take the munchkin to the beach." Amma sighed. "Deal. I'll make a picnic." Sarah helped her mother as best she could, smearing butter on crusty bread to make sandwiches as her mother chopped and sliced the fillings for them. She grinned at the concentration on her daughter's face. Amma still couldn't believe this adorable little creature was hers. "Mama?" "Yes, Pooh? Why hasn't Auntie Inca got a Fina?" Sarah hadn't yet realized that her name wasn't every child's name. "Well, Nugget, some people can't have children." "Why?" Amma swallowed. Gosh, the inevitable why questions had begun already. It's to do with stuff inside the human body. It's hard to explain. But Auntie Inca loves you very much. She just doesn't want children of her own, and there's nothing wrong or strange about that. Sarah seemed satisfied with that, and gave a wide yawn. Sleepy Muppet? Sarah nodded, and Amma lifted her into her arms. Come on then. Nap time before we go to the beach. Settled in her own little bed, Sarah fell asleep almost immediately. Amma stroked her daughter's hair back from her face. She felt Enda's arms snake around her waist and pull her to him. Nap time? She turned in his arms. Work's done? Work's done. He bent his head to kiss her. So nap time? Amma grinned and took his hand. I think we can find something to do other than sleep. In their bedroom, she set the baby monitor down, and Enda laughed a little. Remember when we didn't have to keep one ear listening? Amma grinned. Actually, no. Still, she went to him and kissed him. We were blessed with a child who knows how to nap properly. So let's not waste any of this time. They kissed passionately. Bellissimo, he said in a soft voice, and she grinned. I would love to film this, Enda said. You're so beautiful, my darling. Amma grinned. Maybe we should try new things, not that we need to spice things up, but it could be fun. Enda nodded. Are you sure? After what Jackson did to you? Amma's smile faltered a little, but then she shook her head. If anything, it will help me. What he did wasn't love, it was torture. It was a sick, sick man getting off on hurting me. If you and I tried something, well, that's kind of hot. Later, as they sat on the beach with Serafina, watching her play happily and chatter away to herself, Enda drew his fingers down Amma's spine. She shivered with pleasure. Cara mia, I was thinking. Maybe we should go away for a long weekend, somewhere we can experiment. Amma squinted as the sun got in her eyes when she turned to him. Maybe we should. I've heard of places where people with certain kinks could go, but I'm not sure I'm ready to go that far. I was thinking more of a private island, and a few toys that we both choose beforehand. Amma's pulse began to race. Now that I could get on board with. She looked at Serafina. Although leaving the Munchkin for 4 whole days. Enda laughed. I have an idea who would be more than willing to have her for a long weekend. Inca, they both said together and laughed. They were right, Inca was overjoyed. Raffaello pretended to be fed up, but secretly, Enda could tell he was delighted. Of course we'll have her. Hey Sarah, want to stay with your Auntie Inca for a few days? Sarah bobbed her head and smiled. Can I play with Fraggle? Fraggle was the giant German shepherd Raffaello had bought Inca to help with her protection when he was away. Raff often moaned that Inca had spoiled the dog so much, always cuddling him and giving him treats, that he was the worst guard dog ever. The dog also loved kids, which was handy when Raff and Inca's 7 nieces and nephews came to stay. Definitely, Sarah. I'm sure Fraggle will insist on it. The day came when Amma had to relinquish her daughter to her friend and fly to the private island where Enda had hired a villa for them. She hugged Serafina tightly, ignoring the amused glances of her husband and her friends. Be good for Auntie Inca, won't you, Nugget? Sarah nodded merrily. Have a nice vacation, Mama. Amma's heart swelled with love. Did Papa teach you to say that? Sarah smiled. And Auntie Inca too. She gave her mother a wet kiss on the cheek. Papa says I'm not to worry about you, that I will have a lovely time while you're gone. Is that right, Papa? Enda stroked his daughter's curls. That's right, Cara mia. Come give your papa a hug. Amma looked out of the plane's window. Raff had lent them his private jet to fly out to the island in the Indian Ocean, and Amma, although she had come from a wealthy family and then married into one, still couldn't get used to the opulence of her surroundings. This is nothing, Enda said, enjoying her fascination with the jet. Wait until you see the island. You've been there before? Suddenly she felt jealous. Had he gone with another woman? Enda, seeing the wariness in her eyes, smiled. I went there with Raffaello, Tommaso, and some of our friends for Raff's bachelor party. When I say party, I'm talking 8 middle-aged men listening to jazz, drinking whiskey, and playing cards for 2 days, albeit in luxury surroundings. Thug life. Enda laughed. You got it. We even stayed up past midnight one night. Amma giggled. You crazy kids. So no women? No women. But I did get to thinking, maybe it was somewhere I'd like to take someone I was in love with. Thankfully for me, at least, I've only ever been in love with one woman. Amma pretended to be affronted. Where's this tramp? Enda grinned, then pulled her onto his lap. She's right here. Amma smiled happily and leaned against him. Gosh, we're lucky. No arguments here. And guess what? There's a bedroom back there. He nodded to the rear of the plane. There is? Oh yes. And we're wasting time sitting here chatting? Now that you mention it. Amma got up and held out her hand. Take me to bed, husband. Enda stood grinning. You really are a very dirty girl. Well, doesn't that make you the lucky one? And she led him towards the bedroom. Back in Italy, Raffaello, who had been working in the city, drove home to find Inca and Serafina had built what turned out to be an intricate pillow fort in their living room. Fairy lights were strung inside, and Inca and Sarah were lying on their backs, looking up at them. Raf poked his head inside and grinned at them. Good evening, ladies. They smiled back at him. Inca beckoned him. Kick off your shoes and come join us. Raf did as she asked, removing his jacket too, and then crawled inside the building. I must say I'm very impressed with this fort. He suddenly felt a wet lick in his right ear. Fraggle was lying in a tunnel off the main living area of the fort. Hey dog. Fraggle gave a muffled woof, which made Inca and Sarah laugh. Raf grinned at them. I think this kind of building deserves pizza, yes? Sarah cheered, and Inca laughed at the girl's merry face. Girl's got her priorities right in life. Come on, Squidgy. Let's go help with your uncle's order. They ate the pizza in the fort, then sat playing games with Sarah all evening. When the girl was falling asleep in Inca's arms, she carried her to bed in the guest room, tucked her in, and stroked her soft hair. Inca felt her heart hurt. If only she had been able to have kids of their own. She longed for a little girl like Sarah or her niece, Hermione, Tommaso's daughter. The worst thing was that after being stabbed the first time, the doctors had told her she was highly unlikely to be able to carry her own child. Then, when she was attacked the second time, she had unknowingly been pregnant. To save her life, though, they'd had to perform a hysterectomy, and their baby had died. Inca blinked back a few tears now. It wasn't fair. After everything they had been through together. You okay, Principessa? Raf was standing in the doorway, watching them. Inca brushed her cheeks free of tears. Yes, baby. I know. They went back to their bedroom and stripped, before sliding into the crisp sheets and wrapping themselves around each other. Raf brushed her lips with his. What are you thinking about, cara mia? Inca smiled a little sadly. Our little bean. How unfair it was that she was taken from us. I'm still so angry, Raf. His arms tightened around her. Maybe it's time to talk again about adoption. Inca hesitated. Aren't we too old now? Is that what they'll say? Raf shook his head. I don't see why. Look, let's begin the process and we'll see what happens. Inca smiled. Okay. Raf moved on top of her, then smiling down at her. You'll make an excellent mother, Inca, my darling. Let's not get our hopes up, she warned, but then sighed happily. For tonight, let's just concentrate on this, us. Gosh, Raf, that feels so good. Thousands of miles away, in the Indian Ocean, Amma was being shown around the luxurious villa that Enda had procured for them. At the center of the villa was an enormous open-plan living room, dining room, and kitchen, with one wall of sliding glass doors that led out onto a private beach. Amma went to the window and pushed it open, breathing in the warm ocean air. Enda slid his arms around her waist. What do you think? She grinned at him. It'll do. They both laughed. Seriously, this place is fantastic. Enda showed her around the rest of the villa, including the master bedroom with a huge four-poster bed swathed in white mosquito netting. Amma's heart began to beat faster. Gosh, this was perfect. Enda, carrying their suitcases, dropped them to the floor and ran his hand down her bare back before his fingers pulled at the halter necktie of her dress. The dress slithered down her body to the floor. Enda grinned down at her. "Let's get this party started, Piccolo." Later on. Outside, the evening was drawing in. "Well, just for now, I suggest we eat, B, because I am starving, and then go for a moonlight walk." All the clichés. Hell yes, cara mia. Every single one. He kissed her gently. "Ti amo, Amalia. Ti amo, Enda." Her stomach growled noisily and they both laughed. Enda got up and pulled her to her feet. "Come, wife. Let's eat." Inka carried Serafina into the tea house and was immediately greeted by her staff swooning over the child. Serafina was shy at first, but then basked in the attention. The customers fussed over her too, but Inka, nervous, kept a watchful eye on the child. Even now, almost 3 years after she was attacked and stabbed downstairs in the tea house, she felt nervous when she came here. She hated that she was nervous. This tea house had been her first in the city, and had been where Raffaello had proposed to her all those years ago. Now, who's this little beauty? Inka turned and smiled. Como, Raffaello's friend, greeted her with a kiss on the cheek. "Ciao, Bella." "Ciao, Como. Can I get you some tea? Or juice?" Como, a broad man who always wore impeccable suits, took his Panama hat off and sat down at her table. "Tea would be fine, thank you. How are you?" Inka smiled at him. Como's occupation had never been clear to Inka, but she knew he operated both in the underworld and as a go-between for the Polizia. When Raf had introduced them, soon after Inka was stabbed, Inka had thanked him for helping catch the men who tried to kill her. "I don't know what you do, Como, and I don't need to know. From this moment on, you are family." He often visited her at the tea house. The other women teased her that Como was her sugar daddy, and they both found it hilarious playing along. In reality, Inka felt like Como was a surrogate father figure to her now. Her own adoptive father had been murdered, and she'd never known her biological father. As Inka had settled into life in Italy, she found Como a comfort to be around. He was shaking Sarah's hand very seriously now, as the little girl sized him up. Inka told him who Sarah's parents were. He nodded. "Ah yes, I see the resemblance now." He smiled at Inka kindly. "Although she could just as easily be yours." Inka smiled sadly. "Raf and Enda could be twins, and both Amma and I have Indian ancestry." She paused, then lowered her voice. "Sometimes I feel like it's a cruel joke, showing me what my and Raf's child would have been. I love this little girl as if she were my own, but she's not." Her voice broke and she looked away, dashing tears from her eyes. "Sorry, Como?" He patted her hand. "Don't apologize, Inka. It's understandable." Inka nodded, not trusting herself to speak for a long moment. Sarah seemed to register her distress and climbed on her lap, studying her in the guileless, non-judgmental way only a child can. Inka smiled back through her tears. "Don't cry, Inky," Sarah said matter-of-factly. "I'll give you a cuddle, and that will make you feel better." She hugged Inka, who laughed softly. "You were right. I do feel better, Sarah. Thank you." Como watched them. "Have you and Raf talked about adopting?" "We have, but I'm scared of getting excited only to be told we're too old or our pasts are too messy. We already know that Raf is past the age limit for adopting a baby." Inka sighed. "So I don't know, Como. It's something we'll have to make a decision on soon. Sometimes it's hard when we see Tommaso and Bo's troop of kids. So many of them at once." She laughed. "Those are usually the days when we're glad we are childless. But when we just have this little pickle with us." She hugged Seer tightly. The child was now occupied with playing with Como's cufflinks, which Inka guessed were probably worth more than this entire block of buildings. Como studied Inka, an unreadable expression on his face. "It doesn't seem fair when you could give a child such a loving home." Inka shrugged. "Those are the rules." Como nodded slowly, then got up. His tea sat untouched on the table. Inka was surprised by his sudden movement. I am sorry, Inka. I just remembered I have to be somewhere. Would you excuse me? Later, at home, she wondered what had been going on in Como's mind, and she wished she hadn't blabbed her mouth so much. She felt guilty for dumping on him in a vulnerable moment. When Raffaello came home, he could see she was preoccupied, and when Sarah was tucked up in bed and asleep, he poured Inka and himself a glass of wine. They took it, and the ever-present baby monitor, out onto the terrace. Okay, Bella, let's hear it. Inka told him about Como's visit. Raf listened, nodding, then sighed. Knowing Como, he's trying to figure a way to get us the baby we want. I doubt if it'll work out. At least not legally. And we can't use a surrogate, because it'll be illegal here. Inka chewed her lip. We'd have to move back to America. Raf nodded. And do you want to do that? Gosh, no. She smiled at him. Look, maybe I'm just going through a phase. I love our life. Raf reached over and stroked her hair. Do you know how much I love you? She leaned into his touch. I do. And I know you'd move heaven and earth to give me a child. Some things weren't meant to be. When they went to bed that night, Inka fell asleep soon after being intimate, but Raf couldn't sleep. He watched his beautiful wife, her beautiful body stretched out beside him. Raffaello traced the scars on her belly from both of her stabbings, and cursed the men who had put them there. He would give anything to see Inka's belly without scars, and round with his baby. Anything. They had been playing their games for 2 days now, completely uninhibited. When they weren't in bed, they would go out and explore, swim and talk. On the last day of their holiday, they lazed around in the pool, the sun beating down on their bare skin. Enda kissed Amma, and she smiled at him. Piccolo, have you enjoyed yourself? So much. I'm just sorry we can't do this at home. But I think with Sarah in the house, I wouldn't feel comfortable or enjoy it so much. Enda kissed her shoulder. I agree. But Bella, we must make a pact. 1 a year, maybe twice, we come here and do this. Amma grinned and wrapped her arms around his neck. I think I can agree to that. Thank you, Enda. Thank you for being the one person I can trust above all else, the one person who I know loves me beyond doubt. Enda grinned. I think there's 2 of us now, but I'll take the compliment. His face grew serious. Has it helped? I mean, has it erased some of the trauma from what Jackson did to you? Amma nodded. Believe me, this was a different world. This was about connection and love and adventure. That was torture. Opposite end of the spectrum. Enda pressed his mouth to hers. I'm glad, Amalia. So glad. Amma smiled at him, tears in her eyes. You make me so happy. And she pulled him into the deepest part of the pool. Inka's eyes widened when she saw Raf coming into the tea house in the middle of the day. Well, this is a pleasant surprise, but what are you doing here? Raf kissed her hello. No idea. Como called me and asked me to come here to meet him. Inka frowned. Weird. But when Como walked in 5 minutes later, accompanied by a very young, very pregnant woman, Inka's heart sank. She knew exactly what this was about. Como saw her face and held up his hands. Before you say anything, let me explain. Anitha is desperate. She wants to give her child to a good, kind couple. The baby's father is. Stop. Raf looked astonished. What's this about? Inka sighed, rubbing her forehead. It's about us not being able to adopt a baby. Como, you are the sweetest man, but this is not the solution. Anitha, you look pale. Come sit down. She got the young woman to sit and brought her some tea, shaking her head at Como as she walked past. What are you thinking? Como looked disappointed. Look, Anitha's mother is my friend. For months now, they have been trying to decide what to do. They're illegal immigrants, so giving up the child to the authorities would raise questions. I thought it would solve 2 people's problems. Inka sat down next to Anitha. She was obviously of Indian descent too, and smiled shyly at Inka. Inka patted her hand. Anitha, do you really want to give up your baby? Anitha shot a worried glance at Como, but shook her head. But we cannot afford to keep it, she said in a heavily accented voice. I cannot work, and my boyfriend doesn't earn enough for rent, let alone a baby too. We have to be practical. Inka's heart broke for the girl. She glanced at Raf, and an unspoken connection passed between them. Inka sighed. Look, Anitha, Como, we can't be party to an illegal adoption. That's not something we would ever consider. But we need to talk, Raf and I, Como. Can you bring Anitha back tomorrow, and we'll tell you what we decide? At home, Raffaello and Inka talked until the early hours, then fell asleep in each other's arms, satisfied they were making the right decision for them. If I weren't so desperate to see Sarah, I'd be loath to get on this plane, Amma said as they found their seats ready for the flight back to Italy. Enda laughed. I agree. But don't forget, we'll be back sooner than later. Amma wiggled her eyebrows at him suggestively. With new toys, maybe. Dirty girl. Amma grinned and put her hand on his leg. I am what you made me. Enda tried to argue but instead leaned over and kissed her. To next year, cara mia. Amma smiled back, her eyes soft with love. To next year. Or sooner, she added hopefully, and then laughed as the plane took off and carried them home. Inka took Anitha's hands. Sweetheart, we're not going to take your baby. It wouldn't be right for any of us. What we are going to do is help you and your boyfriend. Raf is going to hire your boyfriend to work in one of his hotels, and when you're ready, there's a job waiting for you too. She looked at Raf, who nodded, smiling. And when you want to go back to work, you can count on me helping out with caring for the baby. We'll get you back on track, okay? This isn't charity, we expect your boyfriend to work his ass off. But everyone needs a break sometimes, and we are in a position to be able to help with that. She took a deep breath in, as Anitha stammered and thanked her. Inka met Raf's gaze and nodded. They knew they had made the right decision. So kids weren't for them. But they would make sure Anitha's child, even though she was a stranger to them, had a good start in life. A chance, Raf had said, and Inka had agreed. Como was looking at Inka with respect in his eyes. She got up and hugged him. I know you meant well, Como, and for that I thank you. She let out a deep breath. And now I'm afraid, we have to deliver this little pest. She mussed Sarah's hair fondly. She goes back to her mom and dad. Amma and Enda should be home any minute. Amma flew out of the car, and gathered her daughter up in her arms, swinging her around. Oh Nugget, I missed you. Not that much, Enda joked in a stage whisper. Sarah stuck her tongue out at her dad, knowing he was teasing her. He took Sarah from his wife's arms and hugged her. Amma embraced Inka. Inka smiled at them both. Well, don't you look radiant? She grinned, obviously guessing exactly what they had done on their vacation. Amma smiled and winked at her. You know it. Sarah moaned to be held by her mother again, so Enda handed her over. Have you been good for Auntie Inka? Sarah nodded. Auntie Inka was going to have a baby. Then the lady said she wanted to keep it, so Auntie Inka said she would give the girl a job, and her boyfriend needed to give his ass away, or it would fall off. Inka gaped at Sarah as Enda and Raf burst into laughter. Amma looked both amused and confused. She grinned at Inka's red face and nodded towards her daughter. Ears on sticks, brains like sponges, she told her friend and tucked her hand under Inka's arm. How about we go inside and talk about it? And the two families, who were really one family, went inside to talk and laugh and love.
The end. Sneak peek for his sweet torment. We hope you enjoyed listening to His Property by Michelle Love. Now please listen to a sneak peek for His Sweet Torment by Michelle Love. His Sweet Torment, a bad boy billionaire romance.
Chapter 1.
Harpa Malhotra shrieked with joy as she threw her arms around Padme. You came. Here I thought you'd be too locked into your first assignment to show up. Padme Kaur hugged her friend. Miss your restaurant opening? Never, baby, never. Harpa grinned at her. You're such a good friend. Now let's go get really drunk and check out all the handsome boys I hired as waitstaff. Padme laughed. What will Mika say? Mika Ray was Harpa's longtime boyfriend, a sweet, serene African-American whom Padme adored. Harpa grinned. Oh, I hired some pretty girls too. I'm not stupid. She looked Padme up and down. Speaking of which, you look gorgeous. Padme grinned shyly. She was wearing a dark gold sheath dress that clung to her curvy body in all the right places and dipped low at the back, revealing a silky expanse of dusky skin. Her chestnut brown hair, thick and wavy, hung to the middle of her back. She'd made up her face with only the barest minimum of makeup, preferring the natural look, but there was a hint of pink blush on her cheeks and a rosy tint to her lips. Padme wasn't ignorant of her natural beauty. It was that it just didn't mean anything significant to her. She would rather be complimented on her intellect or her sense of humor. At Quantico, she'd had to fight hard to shake off the mantle of beauty over brains. Finishing at the top of the class had helped that. Her usual uniform of jeans and t-shirt had been foregone tonight though, and Padme had enjoyed getting dressed up for this party. Harpa, no slouch in the looks department herself, grinned at her friend but then glared at her in mock disapproval. You'd better not stand too close to Cosima, way too much beauty. You'll both break all the men present. She dragged Padme, laughing, into the main room of Harpa's new Seattle-based restaurant, Betty. Betty had been Harpa's pseudonym when she had switched careers from fashion styling to her passion, cooking, a few years ago, and now Harpa was one of the most sought-after chefs in the world. Padme met Harpa soon after Harpa had suffered through a traumatic time with her lovely older sister, Cosima. Cosima had been shot and nearly killed by her own FBI protector, Jack Hampton. And it had been that shocking attempted murder that had inspired Padme to go into training at Quantico. Padme, at 28, knew all about betrayal. Her birth mother had given her up, and she had spent years in the foster care system, alone and vulnerable. When she was 13, she was subjected to a horrific act by one of her guardians, a kind-faced man called Robert. He threatened to kill her if she ever told anyone. This betrayal shattered her trust and left her deeply scarred. Despite her difficult start to life, Padme was persistent. She had worked 3 jobs to pay for college and had been headhunted by a man named Henry Jones to enter the program at Quantico. Padme had been top of her class, and now she was 3 days away from her first assignment. She was nervous but excited about the job, and right now she just wanted to kick back and relax on this last Friday before her new start. Harpa returned with some drinks, including a violently bright cocktail that looked lethal. Padme chuckled at the mischievous expression on Harpa's face. The cocktail was potent but delicious, and Padme felt any tension about her upcoming assignment slide away. She spotted Cosima and went to greet her. Cosima glowed with health and pregnancy, her 5th, Harpa had told Padme with an astonished shake of her head. Cosima and her husband, the gloriously handsome property magnate Arlo Forrester, were as inseparable as ever. Cosima kissed Padme's cheek. Girl did good, Pad. We're all so proud of you. Padme flushed with pleasure. Cosima was the big sister Padme had always wanted, kind, sweet and generous. She smiled at her now. Number 5, E8. Cosima nodded at Arlo, the sperminator. Padme giggled as Arlo rolled his eyes. How are your other offspring? Tilly and Fen are in Paris on a school trip, delighted to be away from their nagging parents. Typical 8-year-olds. Yep. Mina is at her first sleepover and loving it, and Bear is at home with the babysitter. They're exhausting, Cosima said with an exaggerated groan and a twinkle in her eye. Padme knew she loved being a mother as much as she loved being an architect. Cosima was a force of nature, managing to fit more in a day than most people did in a lifetime. She nodded to Padme. Excited about your first real assignment? Padme nodded. Nervous excitement. Dale, my partner, and I are going to protect an Italian businessman who pissed off the wrong people. He's going to testify against the Ingalls. Arlo whistled. Brave dude, they're some nasty people. Tell me about it. I've seen the photos of some of their victims, and worse, their victims' wives and children. So I'm being thrown in the deep end here. Cosima was frowning now. It sounds dangerous, Pad. You will be careful, won't you? Padme smiled at her friend gratefully. I will. Did Severin make it tonight? Severin was Padme's sort of adopted mother, if it was possible to be sort of adopted at 18. Severin had come into Padme's life at a time when she needed a mentor, someone to help steer her away from the life of misery and degradation that had been beckoning. Severin Banks was one of Seattle's most prominent activists. At age 64, she showed no signs of stopping. Her campaigns for equal pay for women, for the LGBT community, and for the advancement of her own Black community kept her in the headlines. When she saw the young, lost, almost destitute half-Indian girl, she took her under her wing and inspired Padme to be the change she wanted to see. Padme shook her head. She has a date. Cosima chuckled. With the same guy as last time? Nah, that fizzled out. This guy is nice and a lot younger. Severin says it's a good thing. He'll have enough stamina to keep up with her. Cosima and Arlo laughed, and they chatted a little longer before Cosima was stolen away by her sister, as Harpa made a small speech, thanking everyone for coming. Padme refilled her drink and circulated, using her finely tuned observation skills to engage in some people watching. It was just after midnight when she felt someone staring at her. She glanced up and her insides went to mush. Across the room, the most gorgeous man was smiling at her. He was tall, casually dressed in a light white linen top and jeans, leaning back against the wall. His dark hair was shaggy and wild about his head, his smile sensual and confident. Padme felt that smile everywhere. She sipped her drink, unable to tear her gaze away from his. He pushed himself away from the wall and walked slowly toward her. Padme's heart began to pound. A second later she cursed silently as one of Harpa's friends descended on her, arms open. What was her name again? Deirdre? Brenda? Darling Pad, she breathed, enveloping her in a warm hug. I just heard you graduated. Congratulations, sweetie. Come, let me buy you an enormous drink and you can tell me all about the FBI. Padme smiled at the woman. She really was very sweet, it was just that her timing sucked. The attractive male had disappeared, and obviously moved on to a more available target. Damn it. Padme was feeling in need of a little male attention. The initial attraction some of her male classmates had felt for her had either turned into friendship, or as she progressed, and they saw how brilliant she was and how much better she was at the job than they were resentment. Padme didn't care one iota. She had one hard and fast rule: never pee in the company pool. Ever. She was still a woman with needs though, and she knew once she got into her new assignment, she would be focused solely on that, and all work, and no play, she thought now with a grin to herself. Deirdre Brenda was talking about her kids now, and Padme nodded along politely, still scanning the room, looking for him. Her companion drifted away after a few minutes, and Harpa came over to replenish Padme's drink. Did you get caught? She asked with a grin. Barbara's lovely, but she can talk for hours. Barbara, that was it. Padme chuckled. She's sweet. Hey Harp, who's the guy with the dark curls, very attractive, tall? Harpa looked blank. Mika. Padme laughed. No doofus. She looked around and spotted him at the bar. Him there. Harpa followed her line of sight. Oh, him. Yes, gosh, isn't he something else? No one seems to know who he is. A crasher? Maybe, but when they look like that, they can crash all they want. Harpa grinned at Padme. You should go for it, Pad. You need some R&R. Padme smirked. I don't think I'd be resting and relaxing if I had a man like that. Well, in his case, it would stand for writing and reaming. Padme nearly choked on her drink. That is so gross, Harpa Malhotra. You would though. I would. Is that Mika waving like a loon at me? Excuse me, Pad, he's having a crisis. Harpa disappeared, and so had the R&R guy again. Elusive creep, wasn't he? Still, despite giggling over Harpa's coarseness, she let herself fantasize about the man. Gosh. The drink was definitely getting to her. The music had been turned down to a slow sensual beat now, the lighting had dimmed, and people were beginning to dance. Padme closed her eyes, listening to the music. She felt a fingertip being lightly traced down her spine, and knew instantly it was him. She felt his hands on her waist as he turned her to face him. Her eyes still closed, not wanting to break the spell, she felt his lips brush her eyelids lightly. Hello. Soft, deep, sensual. Padme opened her eyes and looked into the greenest eyes she had ever seen, locked on hers intently. Neither of them spoke, they just gazed at each other for the longest time. Then he slipped a hand onto the small of her back and began to dance with her. Their bodies swayed in time with the music, getting closer and closer. Padme couldn't look away from his intense gaze, her body responding to him. He pulled her closer, his lips an inch from hers, but he made no attempt to kiss her, the anticipation of it both sweet and painful. Padme traced the shape of his lips with a trembling finger, then stroked his face. He really was achingly handsome. His hand was on her belly now, stroking it through the thin silk of her dress, and Padme felt herself relax into his touch, wanting more. He tangled his hands in her hair, and finally, his lips met hers. A rush of heady sensations shot through Padme. She heard him chuckle, a low, deep sound. Beautiful girl, he whispered, his lips at her ear. I want you so badly, I want to be in you right now. Padme could only nod. Gosh, yes, she wanted this man, please. Come with me, he said softly and took her hand. She let herself be led out of the main room, into the corridor at the back of the restaurant. What the actual hell? Am I actually going to do this? In public? She blinked back into reality and stopped. Wait. He turned to her, his hands on her waist now. For what? He asked, his voice low and sensual. American, or at least trying to sound American. His eyes were merry and Padme felt weak. He bent his head, and as his lips touched hers, all reason fled, and she kissed him back with as much passion as he did her. His hands tangled in her long dark hair, bunching it up in his fist, as he pushed her against the wall of the hallway. He was so broad, so masterful. He kissed her again, the embrace full of tenderness. They caught their breaths, gazing at each other. That was incredible, she whispered, and he gave a low chuckle. Yes, it was. But I have a feeling the best is yet to come. Come back to my hotel with me, beautiful one. And Padme couldn't think of one reason to say no. She quickly returned to the main room and hugged Harpa goodbye, trying not to think of the man waiting for her outside in a cab. He was leaning against it, grinning at her as she came to meet him. Gosh, there wasn't a word for it. Insane? She didn't even know his name, and yet it seemed right to go with him. He kissed her all the way to his hotel, not caring what the cab driver thought or the people in the elevator on the way up to his room. Padme was completely under his spell. Padme grinned at him. Hello, and lose that American accent, would you? So far, it's the only fake thing about you. He chuckled. Fair point. He rolled onto his side and kissed her. Well then, hello. I'm Danilo. Okay, so her finely tuned FBI training told her he was still lying, but maybe that was okay for now. She'd seen enough of him to know he wasn't carrying a concealed weapon, she grinned to herself. His sensual Italian accent made her want to look past just about anything, especially a little white lie. Penny, she said, giving him a look that told him two could play that game, buddy. Danilo smiled. I didn't expect to go to a party and meet the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Her mouth hitched up on one side. That's such a line. No, it's true, but I can see your point. You don't have to trust me. Padme studied him. His face was both beautiful and rugged, a strange combination. she could imagine when angry he could look hard and dangerous. But now she saw no threat in his looks. "What's your real name?" she asked, taking a risk. His face grew pensive then, but he was no more willing to tell her the truth. "I cannot tell you, Principessa. It would be dangerous." Padme felt a frisson go through her. For whom? For both of us. Who was this dude? Was he a player who was trying to project an air of mystery? She studied him, trying to push past the crazy fog that came with thoroughly and expertly being in bed with a seriously attractive man, to see the person underneath. He grinned at her scrutiny. "You like what you see?" Padme smothered a grin. He was so cheeky, so obviously fun-loving, that she couldn't quite reconcile that with his warning of potential danger. "Who are you?" He shrugged. "No one of importance." She kissed him, enjoying the feel of his lips against hers. He tasted so good. As she reluctantly pulled away, she fixed him with a mock-serious look. "Now, I believe the proper thing to say at this point is that I don't normally do this kind of thing. The one-night thing. But I'm glad I did it with you." He ran a hand down her body. "Me too, cara mia. Believe it or not, I don't usually act with that much spontaneity. Rather, I don't get the opportunity or have the desire to act that way. It wasn't a plan, it really was just you. You can believe that or not." Padme decided she did believe him, and kissed him. He smiled. "Sweet one, would you spend the weekend with me? I have to work from Monday, or rather, I'm going to be somewhat absent from public life for a while. I would love to spend the next couple of days with you, if you don't have any prior commitments." Padme hesitated. She had planned on preparing for her first assignment on Monday, and getting some time at the gym. If she were sensible, she would leave now, before it got complicated, before she got too involved with someone who, by his own admission, would be gone by next week. Someone who might be dangerous. No. She would say goodnight now, and leave it as a very, very pleasant memory. Be sensible. Don't risk your career over a handsome man. Good girl, she told herself. I'd love to stay, her mouth betrayed her. Oh, damn it.
Chapter 2.
Frederick Ingalls waited while the airport staff brought the latter to his private jet. He'd never been to Seattle before, and he wasn't in the mood for sightseeing now. He hated to be dragged away from his Paris home, especially for something as ridiculous as this, but never Toscano could bring down his entire world, and Ingalls was not about to allow that. He got into the waiting limousine to see his private investigator waiting for him. Where is he? Hotel. With some tramp he picked up. They haven't left his room all weekend. Frederick's bodyguard, Wes, spoke up. Seems ideal for a hit. Kill him, kill the girl, we could even make it look like a murder-suicide. Paint her as a crazy obsessed chick. Frederick rolled his eyes. Except we don't know who she is, and her family or friends could ruin that plan. Besides, we had to register a flight plan. The FBI knows I'm here. How quickly do you think they'll come for me, if Toscano and some random girl end up dead as soon as I fly in? Think, idiot. He stared out of the window. No, we play the long game. See if we can avoid any violence, for now. Intimidate Toscano into keeping his mouth shut. Probably shouldn't have offed his business partner then, Wes muttered, but was quelled under Frederick's furious glare. Wesley, when this trip is over, I want you to take some time. Think about if you really want to defy me, at every turn. Now shut up. Wesley, shut up. Frederick sighed. The murder of Maximilian Nero had been unfortunate but necessary, and Frederick had underestimated Enver Toscano's grief for his friend and his determination for revenge. Even threatening one of Enver's girlfriends hadn't stopped him from vowing to bring the Ingalls down, and the girlfriend had been quietly whisked away somewhere they couldn't touch her. The Ingalls family ruled most of Europe. France, Italy, Spain, Germany. There were very few countries that their malevolent presence didn't reach. Their business, money laundering, was run under the guise of philanthropy, and their enemies were dealt with ruthlessly and efficiently. Until Max Nero had uncovered the evidence of their dealings, the Ingalls had run roughshod over their competition, the police, even Interpol. Nothing and no one could touch them. Frederick shook his head, remembering the day he'd killed Max. A mistake. It had been Frederick's first misstep since taking over as head of the company after his father's death. He should have paid off Max instead of killing him. Max was malleable, unlike Inveer. Max had given him the option. If only Fred had listened to Max before he offed him. His words came back now to taunt him. Believe me, Frederick, this is a better deal for you. If Inveer ever found this information, you may think he's the playboy in this, that he'd rather be with your wife than use this information, but you should never ever underestimate him. He's a good man, through and through. If there is any whiff of corruption, he'll bring the force of law down on you. And then he'll be with your wife, and she'll swear blind, even under the threat of death, that he was the best romantic partner she'd ever known. Frederick had snarled, losing his temper, and ordered Max killed. He was aware the second he had killed Max and his wife, Julia, and not quickly either, that it was the wrong move. Inveer would mourn the loss of his friend, and be like a tenacious puppy. It hadn't taken ever long before he'd found out what happened. Some jerk wad on Frederick's staff had sold the Singles out. Inveer had vowed to bring them down. Frederick had expected a bullet. But what Inveer wanted was the destruction of the Ingalls family business. He wouldn't be satisfied by the simple death of one of the Ingalls. He went to the FBI and told them he would testify under oath and destroy the Ingalls' reputation once and for all. Which meant that now Frederick would have to kill Inveer Toscano, and soon. Whoever this girl was, Frederick hoped she was only a one-night stand because he hated to kill an innocent woman. He smirked to himself. No, you love it, you sick creep, just admit it. He shrugged. He didn't really care about this girl who was sleeping with Toscano. But no one would get in the way of Inveer Toscano's murder. No one. Exhausted and sated, for now at least, Danilo ordered room service and they lounged around in fluffy white robes, sharing French fries and burgers and fresh fruit. Padme's body was tired, but elated. Being intimate love with Danilo, she could barely believe they had only just met. He grinned at her now. You have the most adorable blush on your cheeks. He stroked a finger down one, then laughed as Padme pretended to bite it. She sighed happily and leaned back against the couch. So tell me about yourself. What you can, of course. She still desperately wanted to know why he thought telling her anything about him, even his name, would be dangerous, but she didn't want to ruin the atmosphere. He said. Well, I guess I can tell you I'm Italian. Big shocker. She pulled a face and he laughed. Okay, then I can tell you that I'd really like to be with you again right now. Padme crossed her legs. Not until I get more information, buddy. He trailed his fingers along her thigh. Really? Really? Later, Padme told him a little about her past. I was born here, but for the first 5 years of my life I was raised in India. We came back here when my mom got a job, but she soon found it too hard to keep me, and she gave me up for adoption when I was 5. Danilo looked appalled. Gosh, that must have been horrific. Well, yes, kind of. She wasn't the warmest of mothers, or the most loving. At first in the children's home they were kind, but when they realized no one would adopt a mixed-race 5-year-old, they soon became tired of me and I of them. I wasn't the best behaved either. When I was 13, a guardian molested me. No one believed me, of course, so I ran away and lived on the streets for about 3 years, until Severin found me and took me in. I worked a lot of part-time jobs to pay for college, and I turned my life around. Penny, I'm so sorry. What do you do now? He seemed genuinely interested in her life, but suddenly Padme was uncomfortable. She didn't want to tell him she was FBI, it might freak him out. I'm in criminal psychology. It was near enough to the truth, so she didn't feel bad. That must be fascinating and disturbing in equal measure. She smiled at him gratefully. You can say that again. Her mind flitted back to the photographs she'd been sent earlier that week. A murdered mother and her as yet unborn, near full-term child. He had been cut from his mother's womb and killed. The mother had been butchered. So much cruelty. She tried to push away the thought of Robert, her tormentor from her childhood, threatening Padme's life. She would never forget his face as he held a knife to her. Tell anyone, kid, and I'll gut you. She shivered and Danilo frowned. Are you okay? Bad memories. He gathered her to him, holding her so tenderly she thought she might cry. I will try to erase those bad times if you let me. She smiled, stroking back his dark hair. I have no doubt you would. Enough about me. At least tell me about your home in Italy. You don't have to go into specifics, but describe the countryside, the towns. I've always wanted to go. Well, he said, it's Tuscany. You've seen the photographs. Rolling hills, villas on hilltops, cypress trees, olive groves. It's all there. And yes, I do love it more than anywhere else. I think you would like it. I would very much like to take you there one day. Padme felt uncomfortable. Danilo, I'm not looking for a long-term relationship right now. Not that you totally wouldn't be worth it, but I've just gotten my life to how I want it to be. Work home, she trailed off, sensing she'd hurt him. Although, of course, I would love to go to Italy. Danilo was studying her. I have no expectations, Penny, none? It was an offhand comment, but I meant it. Even if we are not romantic partners, I hope we will always be friends. That at least I can promise you, I think, she said cautiously. She placed her palm against his cheek. You have made this last day unbelievably fun and exciting and blissful. He rolled her onto her back, burying his head in her neck. And you too. You may not believe me, but I don't usually have this kind of connection. I admit last night my thoughts were solely on being with you. Which you achieved and then some. Gosh, this is truly heavenly, Danilo, but it feels too good to be true as well. Danilo kissed her thoroughly. For this weekend at least, can't it be? And she couldn't think of one single reason why it shouldn't. In the hotel across the street from Denver Toscano's hotel, Frederick Ingalls watched the couple being intimate. He had to give it to the man. Toscano chose well, the girl was stunning. All dark hair and dusky. He lowered the binoculars and stepped away from the window. Maybe he would kill the girl too. Tonight though, his fingers itched for the kill. With his looks, Frederick Ingalls could get anyone. Yes, he had a wife back home, a wife whom he adored and hated in equal measure, and she, him, but he wouldn't dream of sating his darkest desires on her. No. He preferred taking a random beauty from the streets, sleeping with her, then taking her life slowly. That was what he needed tonight. He picked up his phone. Wesley? Did you arrange the kill room here in Seattle? I will need it tonight. He listened with satisfaction to Wesley's affirmation. Good. Go prepare it and arrange for the cleanup afterward. It took him 2 hours to find the one he wanted. Soft-looking, wide-eyed, and innocent was how he liked them. Naive. Vulnerable. She was a beauty too, not unlike Toscano's tramp, dusky-skinned and lush. She was easily seduced, then easily subdued. He took her to bed, then strangled her until she lost consciousness. He laid her on the bed, on top of the plastic sheeting, and ripped open the bodice of her dress. When she came around, he slowly took her life with a knife. He left the girl's body and went back to his hotel. He relived what he had just done in high mind, imagining that it had been Toscano's tramp he was with. Yes, he would take her life. It would be her punishment for sleeping with Enver Toscano. Frederick Ingalls smiled as he came, imagining the light leaving the beautiful girl's eyes as he killed her. Padme tried not to show how miserable she felt as Sunday night came around. She never ever thought she would be dreading this particular Monday morning, but the last 48 hours had been nothing short of magical. Danilo, or whatever his name was, wasn't just a phenomenal romantic partner. He was incredibly funny, sweet, and fascinating. He told her what he could about his past, Born and raised in Florence, Italy, by his Italian father and American mother, he had lost both of them young. His father when he was 5, his mother when he was just 18. His best friend Max had died recently, and Danilo was still raw from it. Padme marveled at his ability to wear his heart on his sleeve. It made the conversation between them easy and fun, and above all else, it felt genuine. Often she thought about telling him about who she was, asking him to trust her to tell her his real name. She wanted to know him. The real him. His name was important. Now she wondered why she had worried about it. Their connection had been deeper than mere names or even intimacy, as great as it was. And now she was going to have to say goodbye, and she was struggling to find the words. "Hey," Danilo came from the bathroom, a white towel wrapped around his body. They had just showered together. His dark curls were damp against his face, his eyes such a beautiful color against his tanned skin. Padme ran her eyes over his body, not bothering to hide her admiration. "Dude, you are one gorgeous man." Danilo grinned. "Why, thank you." He came to the bed and covered her body with his. "As long as you think so." They laughed. That would make business meetings difficult, but intriguing. She kissed him. He kissed her back, tenderly, as if memorizing the shape of her lips, and then buried his face in her neck, making a strange growling sound. "Mio Dio, I don't want to let you go," he murmured, and Padme felt her chest ache. No, neither did she. She wanted to hang on to him, to them, to these last few moments together. He looked up and she saw the genuine conflict in his eyes. "Hey," she said softly. "We said one weekend. And it's been perfect. I mean it, these have been the most incredible few days." Danilo nuzzled her nose with his. "They have. I just wish," he sighed. "I wish that I wasn't who I was, that I could just be here with you, and not have to deal with." He didn't finish the sentence, just looked at her sadly. "I've never met anyone like you before. And it would have to happen now." Padme swept her hands over his face, gazing up at him. "My name isn't Penny." He grinned that crooked smile she was quickly coming to love. "I know. And you know I'm not, Danilo." "Yes." He kissed her. "Soon I hope I'll be free to tell you my real name." "Just whisper it to me," she pleaded. "I swear on my life it will go no further." She saw the hesitation in his eyes. "To sweeten the deal, my real name is Padme Kaur." "That's beautiful." She could see the conflict in his eyes. "Trust me," she said simply, and he nodded. "You're about the only person in the world I trust, even after this short time. But if I tell you my name and one day you slip, we are only human, then it could mean your life being in danger. I want to tell you so much, Padme. I really, really do. Please just trust me enough to say, when it's safe, I'll tell you everything." And she had to be satisfied with that. They went to bed, and then, just after midnight, Padme said goodbye to the most sensual man she'd ever met. She traveled by cab back to her apartment, and opening the door, she dumped her purse on the table, and stood for a long minute in silence before bursting into tears.
Chapter 3.
"Why do you look so grumpy?" Dale, her partner, squinted at her as she got into his car the next morning. "Mind your own business," she snapped before relenting. "Sorry, Dee. I had a weird weekend." Dale grinned at her. "Bet I can cheer you up. Guess who got the Cleveland posting?" Padme suddenly perked up. "Tell me it was Maria. Please tell me it was Maria." Bingo. They both cheered, and Dale was right. That did perk Padme's spirits up. Maria had been at Quantico with them. An arrogant, incompetent know-it-all who delighted in telling them that her father had been an agent for 35 years, and she knew it all by osmosis. She didn't. Couple her annoying attitude with her abject jealousy over Padme's brilliance, and Maria had been the focus of most of the class's hatred. Now she had been posted to the least requested field office in the States. "I have to admit, as much as it makes me a bad person, well, that's karma." Padme was grinning now. Dale chuckled. See, I told you I could cheer you up. Gosh, this traffic today. Are you all ready for our babysitting job? Padme rolled her eyes. Guess we can't be too picky, right out of the academy. Who is this guy? No idea. We get our orders from the office, then head out. Henry Jones greeted them both with a smile. Welcome, welcome. Not to blow smoke up your asses right off the bat, but we hit pay dirt with you two. You know every field office was clamoring for you? Padme and Dale looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Henry grinned. Well, now that we have the good news out of the way, here comes the real world. You may think we're just handing you a babysitting job, but this guy is putting it all on the line to bring down the Ingalls, and we're going to have his back while he's doing it. The death threats are real, and this kid, Enver Toscano, has already seen his business partner murdered. Also, Frederick Singles flew into Seattle on Saturday. He knows where Toscano was this weekend, but since then, we've transferred Toscano to a safe house. Did you read the briefing notes? Good. He sat on the edge of the desk. His lawyer, an arrogant jerk called Brian Dedalus, specifically requested new agents. The Ingalls have spies everywhere, and he is betting on them not having gotten to you two, yet. So get over to this address. You'll meet the lawyer and the protectee, and work out the protection detail together. Don't forget to brief me about what you decide. He stopped talking and studied them. We're throwing you in the deep end, kids. Look after yourselves. Dale and Padme were quiet as they drove to the safe house, realizing just how much responsibility they had been handed. Padme drove while Dale looked over the case file. Geez, this guy's young to be in this situation. 37 and a multi-billionaire. Single, workaholic, playboy. The usual? Stepping up to the plate, though. Padme smiled at him. You getting a crush on the protectee? Gonna be his best buddy? Dale grinned. Screw you, Cor. You wish. Shut up. Even though they spent the journey busting each other's chops, both were still on high alert, constantly checking to make sure they weren't followed. Padme even erred on the side of caution when she saw a sedan with blacked-out windows pull alongside their SUV. She turned off the highway and took a detour, but the sedan was long gone. They arrived at the safe house and were greeted by a security team. After showing their IDs, they were led into the house. A young woman, thin in the extreme with long blonde hair and nervous energy, smiled shyly at them. Hi, I'm Chaley, Mr. Toscano's personal assistant. Please come this way. He and Mr. Dedalus are waiting to meet you. They were led down a long, lushly carpeted corridor. Even if this was a safe house, Enver Toscano obviously wanted to be kept in comfort. Padme caught Dale's eye and he smirked, apparently thinking the same thing. Chaley led them into a room where a smartly dressed man sat on a large couch, a briefcase by his side and a laptop open. He looked up, and Padme saw his ice-blue eyes take them in. Where have you been? We were told you would be here by 10 a.m. Padme looked at the man coolly. His hair was artfully swept back and held in place, Padme was almost certain, by a buttload of hairspray. His blue eyes were cold, and his manner was one of arrogance and entitlement, in other words, a jerk. Was this the protectee? If so, he could just go foo. We were told to make sure we arrived here safely and unseen. Which is what we did. Now, how about you try that again? The man stood. Padme was amused to see he was smaller than her, 5 feet 9 inches, and flushed angrily. Fine. Well, now that you're finally here. Let's start over. I'm Agent Cor, this is Agent Fortuna. Are you Enver Toscano? No, he's not, said a beautifully accented and very familiar voice behind her. I'm Enver Toscano. With a jolt and a pounding heart, Padme turned to see the man who had been with her 24 hours earlier. From his expression, Enver Toscano was as shocked to see her as she was to see him. This was the man whose life was in danger? Gosh, no, please, not him. Suddenly, everything made sense. To his credit, he immediately covered his surprise and shook both their hands. Thank you for coming. Do excuse Brian, he's not had his Ritalin this morning. Padme smothered a snort of laughter with a cough. Invir invited them to sit, managing to squeeze Padme's fingers inconspicuously. He was dressed in jeans and a vintage t-shirt, and Padme wondered how she could ever have thought the slimeball lawyer Daedalus was Invir. Invir was careful not to stare at her, but as they talked, Padme was hyper-aware of his body close to hers, his eyes on hers when she spoke. She felt like she was stammering and gibbering like an idiot as she outlined the protection plan she and Dale had come up with, but the men in the room seemed to nod along with it just fine. Even Daedalus looked appeased. Obviously, Dale took over from her. When it's time to transport you to the courtroom, we've arranged a decoy vehicle. We'll actually be flying you via helicopter to the helipad nearest the courtroom. And then more decoy cars will be sent out as we transfer you by car. We're taking this very seriously, Mr. Toscano. Invir nodded. And I couldn't be more grateful for your help. So, one of you will always be here with us? Brian Daedalus looked at Dale, and then raked his eyes up and down Padme's body, apparently considering how a slim woman like her could protect a 6'2" man like Invir. His judgment made her bristle with annoyance. He really was a jerk. Henry hadn't exaggerated. Yes, she said, her voice hardening. And I will have to remind you that any and all decisions regarding Mr. Toscano's movements must be discussed with us. She felt Dale nudge her discreetly, and then he cleared his throat. Agent Core is the lead on this, so she has the final say on any decision. Padme tried not to look surprised. They hadn't discussed who would lead, and she was grateful to Dale for his support. If Brian Daedalus thought he could pull any misogynistic crap on her, he had another thing coming. Invir was watching her, his eyes amused. In that case, perhaps Agent Fortuna, you can go brief my security team with Brian, and I can settle things with Agent Core. Call me Dale, and yeah, that's a good idea. Dale looked at Padme, who nodded at him, a smile on her flushed, burning face. At least it felt like it was burning. When Dale and Daedalus had left, Never smiled at Chaley. Chalky, would you mind giving us a minute? Take a break, get yourself a coffee. Chaley hopped off the end of the sofa, shooting Invir and Padme a smile, and then, finally, they were alone. Padme let out a long breath. Invir Toscano. Invir came to her side, sweeping a loose strand of hair back over her ear. Mio Dio Padme, I can't say it isn't good to see you, but the thought of you putting yourself in harm's way for me. I would take a bullet for you in a heartbeat, she whispered fiercely, but it's not going to get to that, ever. I won't let anyone hurt you. His lips were against hers then, and for a moment, she fantasized that this could be their reality. She drew away after a moment. But we can't do this? Not if I'm going to protect you properly. If I get distracted and something happens to you. Gosh, Invir. And I cannot bear the thought that you might get hurt because of me. This is just what I was trying to avoid. He got up and paced around the room. Maybe we should ask for a replacement? No. Padme felt panicked. No. I won't be able to trust anyone else to protect you the way I would. I meant what I said. This is my job, Invir. It's my job to put myself in front of any bullet meant for you, and that's what I'll have to do if I have to. Invir's eyes were sad. You don't even know me, Padme, cara mia. Padme stood and went to him. I do know you. I know you love with your whole heart, that the loss of someone close to you could crush you. I feel the same way about you. I know that's completely the opposite of what a woman is supposed to say after the weekend we had. I'm supposed to act cool, and in our case, God knows, professionally, but I don't trust anyone else to protect you. It doesn't matter that we haven't known each other long. I know that I don't want anything bad to happen to you. Invir kissed her gently. The moment this is over, Padme Kaur, you and I are going to spend a lot of time together. Naked. I think we agreed to that on the weekend. Deal? She smiled. Deal? Her voice was a whisper. How had her life changed this much in such a short amount of time? They heard Dale and Brian returning. Don't mind Brian, Invir said in a low voice. He just wants this over and done with so he can get back to his life in New York. He's staying here? Invir rolled his eyes. He doesn't trust me to be by myself. You're not. Invir met her gaze as the others came back into the room. Hopefully I won't be alone ever again, my beautiful Padme. He said it in a low voice, but it sent Padme's heart into overdrive. She knew she should tell Dale and her bosses of her relationship with Invir, however humiliating that might be, but she was convinced that no one could protect Invir better than she would. Chaley showed Dale and Padme to their respective rooms, Dale whistling in appreciation at the comfortable beds and widescreen television. Padme dumped her hold-all on the bed and wondered how she could possibly sleep knowing Invir was only a few rooms away. Gosh, how she wanted him, but she would not compromise his safety for the sake of a one-night stand, even if that was with the most gorgeous man she'd ever met. Padme knew that if they risked it and were discovered, she would be fired and maybe even arrested for compromising the operation. There was a soft knock at her door, and her heart began to thump. Come in. She was both relieved and disappointed when Dale opened the door, giving her a boyish grin. Hey you, just wanted to know if you want me to take the night shift. You look kind of done in already. Padme smiled at him, and it's only lunchtime. No, it's okay, I'm kind of a night owl. I'll take the late shift. Dale flopped down on the bed next to her. What do you think of him? Denver? Nice guy. Good for him taking on the Ingalls. Dale nodded. That's what I think. That lawyer, though. They both laughed. By the look of him, he's read American Psycho once too often. Padme snorted. He's not that interesting. He does know the 80s are over, right? You're such a pain. But Dale was laughing. Padme punched his arm and got up off the bed. Come on, we have work to do.
End of sneak peek for His Sweet Torment, a bad boy billionaire romance. Please like and subscribe to support this channel. It helps more than you know.